Good morning, my friends, and thank you so much for coming to spend your Monday, June 17th with me of 2024. Today is day, I have to look at my computer to see what day it is. It's day 26 of the Karen Reed trial. And yes, if you're thinking this is the trial that never ends, it goes on and on, my friends, you would be right. How's everyone this morning? Does anybody know why, for some reason, Court TV does not even have their streams starting until 9:30? I think we might have to watch Law and Crime today. So now, did they change their time? They only had it up for 9:30 before. Yeah, 9:30. All right. So let us see what is happening over there. Law and Crime. Well, that's day 25. That's not going to help us. You guys always seem to have the deets on the sitch. So what is up? Anybody know? Description for court TVs today says judge ordered no cameras this morning. True? No, that was from the other day. I was in court on Friday. If you did not watch my show last night, or Natalie, Lawyer Chick's show, I was on with Natalie earlier in the evening. I was in the courtroom on Friday, and that's what happened on Friday because there was a juror issue, and they called in one of the jurors to come to sidebar to have a conversation with the judge and the attorneys. And for some reason, through no fault of the cameraman, the juror was caught on camera for like a split second or two because, quite honestly, the judge did not announce that there was a juror going to be brought into the courtroom, and so he didn't know. And then after that, the media was kind of punished and told no cameras for the morning, that it was going to be audio only. And so we were sitting in the courtroom. Mark Betterow was there with me, and we were sitting with the family. And we didn't know there were no cameras. So by the time I was able to look at my phone at a break, because they're very, very strict about cell phones in the courtroom. They are locked up, put away, shut off, not even allowed to see them while you're in the courtroom, and rightly so. Nobody should be looking on their phone while there's a trial this serious going on. My phone was blowing up with other law tubers, other friends, just what's going on there? What's going on there? Everyone thinks there's going to be a mistrial, and it wasn't anything like that. We just didn't really know what was going on. There was 90 minutes about the conferences and questioning of jurors, and eventually a female juror was excused. So we did not realize that for the first 90 minutes that was going on. And then afterwards, some people had to switch over to the Zoom stream because there was audio only on Court TV, but NBC 10 has the fan up. Is that on YouTube? YouTube must know Cat Tish. Did you guys see the Boston Herald today? Wow. All right. You guys I love how this channel is so collaborative. You guys are so helpful to me because you know that I'm like, I mean, I don't want to compare myself to Adam Lally, but Adam Lally is like a one-man show. He's like a one-man band. He's playing the accordion, playing the kazoo. He's got cymbals between his knees. And he's a one-man show, just like I am. But in any event, let's take a look, shall we, at the cover today of the Boston Herald that one of you kind viewers sent to me. Here's the cover of your Boston Herald today, my Massachusetts friends. Time for a change. Where there's a picture in the background of the Norfolk County Superior Court. Advocates, governor needs to step up. Governor needs to clean up state police. Acting colonel admits outrage in Reed case. Do you love that? Do you love how they use the word outrage, just like David Yannetti used in the opening? We are outraged. I have an emoji for that. Members, put some "we are outraged" emojis in the chat, please, this morning. We are outraged. And the acting colonel, I guess, of the Massachusetts police is also outraged now. Here's the article. Trooper fallout, it says at the top. Extremely disturbing. Governor Maura Healey is feeling the heat over the state police. There's a picture of Proctor Trooper Proctor over there. It says Trooper Michael Proctor is in the eye of the Karen Reed storm for his rude comments. That's not all. If you haven't seen this today, I don't know if we have time to read it right now, but I will leave this here so you can screenshot it and go back to it later, or we can go back to it later together. But it's a pretty scathing article. I haven't read the whole thing, honestly, yet. But it says Watchdog says Healy should launch stem to stern review of state police. So you know what? The world is watching and we are making a difference. And I go back usually every night when I can, and I read the comments and I look back at the chat. And somebody posted, I think it was in the chat, and said something to the effect of, finally, people are paying attention to this. Black and brown people have been dealing with wrongful prosecutions and malicious prosecutions without evidence forever. Forever. And if there is anyone out there who can bring my attention to a case, another case similar to this, where someone is being railroaded with incompetent investigation, lack of evidence, black or brown or any color, please send me an email. Bring it to my attention. I'm happy to bring attention to cases that I feel passionately about and cases such as this. I just started my channel less than a year ago. We hit 50,000 subscribers last night, you guys. You guys are amazing. So amazing. So thank you. All people have. By the way, yes, Joe Kelly, all poor people have. You're right. You're right. Bring it to my attention. I am happy to shine a light on cases that do not get enough attention, where grievous missteps of the law are taking place. So please bring them to my attention. I am here for it. And I'm here for whatever you guys want to report on. And this comment, Angel Trujillo, about Nancy Grace, one of you or more, or maybe even more than one of you, sent me oh, here's a picture. I was going to put some pictures up later that I took outside the courthouse. This is Joan. This is Joan. Joan was outraged. And Joan came and told me her story and said, I grew up here and this case breaks my heart. What they are doing to Karen Reed breaks my heart. So thank you, Joan. It was such a pleasure to meet you. And the love, the outpouring of love and support from the supporters outside the courtroom was unlike anything I've ever experienced. And Will, I'm sure Will is live streaming today, but to all of you who I know are watching outside the courthouse, where you are tailgating with your donuts and coffee and bagels this morning, I love you guys. I can't believe the reception that I was blessed with when I showed up outside the courthouse on Friday. It was a complete and total surprise. People were sworn to secrecy who knew about it. Maybe there were 3 people who knew about it. And for, many, many reasons, including safety, my appearance there had to be kept top secret until the very last minute. So who are watching outside the courthouse, I love you. I see you. I can't thank you enough for your kindness and your generosity. And you are standing up for justice, and you are showing up every single day to show support for the Reed family, who, quite honestly, I spent the day with Karen's parents. They were sitting next to me, and they are parents of the year as far as I'm concerned. It was exhausting for me to sit there for one day, and I sit here with you every day for 8 hours and watch this trial from home. But for Karen and for her parents and for her cousin Kelly and for her friend Kat and for the people who sit in the courtroom every single day, I can't even imagine how exhausting it is. And her parents sit there with grace and try to be upbeat. And it is so heartbreaking to watch what this family has gone through and will continue to go through. But I can firmly say to you that there is no better team than the team of Jackson, Yannetti, and Little, who is protecting Karen and advocating for her and fighting for her. And in fighting for her, fighting for all of us. Because if Karen Reed did not have the means, and if all of you and the supporters were not helping to raise money for her defense fund, she would, like many of you say, the marginalized people who do not have money and do not have resources would still be sitting in a jail cell for almost 2.5 years if she couldn't raise the $100,000 in cash bail that it required to let her out. And we are outraged. And I am here to bring attention to this, and not just this, but other cases like this that are outrageous. And the world is watching. And Angel, thank you, because a lot of people sent me that video. And I started watching it and I thought, what case are you watching? What trial are you watching? Have you even done the most basic of research about this case? It was disheartening, to say the least, and very upsetting to a lot of you, I know, because you wrote to me and told me about it. And there are a lot of channels who are covering this that don't do the research. They don't know anything about the case. And those of you who know so much about this case know everything about this case. And so I know that it pains you to listen to coverage of it where people really have no idea what they're talking about. You know, and Ted Daniel is getting a lot of heat. Is he with Boston 25? I know he's a local reporter and he's in the courtroom every day. I saw him in the courtroom. I did not have a chance to say hello to him or Matt from Court TV, who's there. And Ted Daniel's taken a lot of heat for leaning towards the sign, toward the sign of Karen Reed did not do this. And you can think what you want about Karen and her facial expressions, which is completely ridiculous to me. And if you've been in other chats, you've seen it. You've seen the vitriol. In fact, I'm going to turn the chat off on NBC 10 because I don't know what their chat is like over there, but I've seen other chats and I know you've been there too, because you told me that you were so upset when I was not here with you on Friday to cover the case because you did not want to watch it on any other channel because you were horrified about the chats and about what was going on over there. And I can't say that I blame you. I've seen it and it's scary what goes on over there. And I have the best moderators on YouTube and you know it and I know it. We don't tolerate the bullying. We don't tolerate the trash talk. We don't tolerate the vitriol and the nastiness and the hatred because you know what? There's enough of that in this world. There's enough of that everywhere else. And it's my channel and I'm going to run it the way I see fit and the way I want to see it. And I need my channel to be a safe space for me and for you because I have enough drama. I have teenagers. I have enough drama in my house. I am not going to deal with the YouTube drama and the nonsense and the vitriol. And some people on that cesspool of Twitter have gone crazy. They've gone crazy. They're insane. They're literally insane. Like I don't fear for their mental health because I really don't care about their mental health or think about their mental health, but they're insane. And the only thing that I can think of, I can't even think of any reasoning for it other than to think that there are some people out there with thousands of, maybe there are 10 people out there who each have 20 accounts each, and they will stop at nothing to try and destroy people with a different opinion. I've never seen anything like this before. People are losing their minds over there. Other creators are writing me emails and saying, how do you do this? This is insane. They've never seen anything like it. I'm new to this game, less than a year in. June 26th is my anniversary of 1 year since I first posted a video on this channel, and it was Kevin Costner's divorce. And we did a whole series on Kevin Costner's divorce, and people loved it. And we've hit 50K. And you know why? It's because of you. It's because of you. It's because you're watching and because of my moderators and the incredibly hard work that they do. It's not easy to moderate a chat like this on a case like this. It's not easy, and they do it, and they show up, and sometimes we're here for 8 hours. And this is the first live trial that I've ever covered, live streaming, gavel to gavel. It's exhausting, but it's worth it. If we can bring attention to this and bring some justice, or at least help awareness, raise awareness, on top. Thank you for your super sticker. You're always here every day supporting, as is I'm Just a Girl in the World. You guys are repeat, the gift that keeps on giving. You guys are amazing. Thank you for your 10. Thank you for yesterday's recap of Friday's testimony. I was left scratching my head after Trooper Paul's testimony. You made very thought-provoking points. I'm here for it. I love you. Free Karen Reed. He's coming back to the stand today, and the judge is going to rule on the voir dire that we watched on Friday, which was explosive. It was the end of the day when all of a sudden the Commonwealth showed Trooper Paul, who has 120 hours of classroom experience in accident reconstruction, by the way. Adam Lally showed Trooper Paul the video, the ring footage of Karen backing out of the driveway in the morning of January 29th to go look for John, or to go to Jen McCabe's, or wherever she went in the morning. He showed that video, and he wanted Trooper Paul to talk about it and give his opinion. And the defense went nuts. Adam Jackson's like, you never said he was going to talk about this video.
You may be seated, quarters in a second.
So, counsel, I'll see you at sidebar, please.
All right, and they're going to sidebar right away.
22117, the call.
Well, he started to do his speech about God Save the Commonwealth, and then she's calling them to sidebar. Audio on this is low today, so I'm gonna step away from my mic or move it down here a little bit and try and speak quietly so that I don't blow out your ears, but I don't have any fancy sound equipment to modulate it for you. And that's the way it's just going to have to be for today. So I hope they have their closed captions working. Maybe they do. And we're going to do the best we can. Thank you, Mike, for your super chat. Said, I love seeing you with Nat last night. We had a great time. And I was bummed that I had to jump off early, but after I had already scheduled my 7 o'clock stream was when we reached out and said, she was doing that 5:30 show. I said, I'm happy to come on with you. And she was like, yes, please. But I already had my 7 o'clock show scheduled, and I had you guys waiting. So she did go on for about another hour.
Good morning.
After that. Don't worry. Welcome, Karen McDonald. And welcome, Jam Jar. Thank you, Lisa, for your super sticker. I also told you guys about the vibe of the judge in the courtroom yesterday. So those of you who weren't here last night, I'm going to say that, you can feel like energy in a room when people are in a room. And the judge is much kinder and nicer in person than she seems on television. Oh, Nancy Grace did a show, Jules. A lot of inaccurate information. You guys in the chat can tell Jules where to find it. I don't know when that show, maybe the show was 2 days old by the time you guys sent it to me last night. It's on YouTube, Jules. You could find it. Don't go now. Don't go now. Go later. Stay with me. I'm here for you.
Hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Finoni, now sitting in the Norfolk Court within the County of Norfolk, draw near, give your attendance, shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth, Mr. Court. Thank you. Be seated.
God save the Commonwealth.
Good morning again, counsel and Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I hope you all enjoyed this gorgeous weekend. I have those 3 questions to ask you. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
Like she's genuine. Like, I'm really good at picking out fake people, people who are pretending to be nice, and she's genuine.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about
Mac Tickles, you're right. God can't even hope to save the Commonwealth.
Said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Could we please have
Karen's
Triple
parents. Oh, there's Tom CPU in the courtroom today. really the nicest, kindest humans that I really have ever met. They're up there with the top people. I mean, so kind, so nice, and so supportive of their daughter. It's here's Trooper Paul.
I do.
Morning, Trooper.
I met Tom on Friday too. He was so kind. Everyone was so kind to me. I was overwhelming.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you could just again, please state your name and spell your last name for the jury.
Yes, it's Trooper Joe Paul. That's Paul.
And sir, if I could just take you back to a couple different portions of your testimony.
Okay, I'm going to assume that that sidebar was regarding the ruling about what he's allowed to testify, if anything. What, if anything, he's allowed to testify with regard to the One Meadows Ring doorbell footage of Karen backing into John's car in the driveway.
Friday. With respect to the acceleration and braking tests that you conducted in the driveway area or outside of the Camden Police Department, was that before or after Ms. Hartnett from Crime Scene Services section had processed the vehicle?
After.
And so as far as anything that was removed by her, that was done prior to you conducting any of your tests, is that correct?
Correct.
No, that's not true, because one of you made me a video last night. You made me a video of Maureen Hartnett's testimony, and she clearly said that she did all of her testing on that vehicle on February 2nd, and he says that he did his test driving outside on February 1st. So I'll play that video for you later. Remind me. And let's not dig the witness's appearance. You want to talk about their testimony, their demeanor, that's fine, but we're not going to shame anybody's appearance here. Thank you.
Now, you investigated approximately 191 crashes over your time with the cars unit with the state police, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm going to ask you just some general questions with regard to a number of those crashes have involved motor vehicles, collisions with other motor vehicles, correct?
Yes.
Now, in general terms, with respect to motor vehicle collision, what, if any,
The first swipe of the day. The first swipe of the day. It's not a day until I swipe myself out. And that was a really early swipe. So if that happens, just know that I'll be right back with you. StreamYard is not cooperating, and YouTube is going crazy today and wonky, but we didn't miss a minute because I caught it and I paused myself. So here we go. But I'm going to tell you that he already testified that he tested that car on the 1st, right? And we know Maureen Hartnett did her testing on the 2nd. So that's what the video showed that somebody made for me. So yeah, let's just get this out of the way for the day.
sort of area of impact and point of impact, correct?
Correct.
Now, that's with regard to the roadway, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So with regard to the vehicles coming in contact with each other, what, if anything, regarding damage would you expect or anticipate based on your experience in general terms when vehicles come in contact or touch with each other in a collision sequence? Objection.
It's a ridiculous
I'm
question.
going to allow it in general terms.
In general terms?
So we look, well, there's 2 times of damage onto a vehicle. One's contact damage and one's induced damage. So when we look at vehicles, we are looking for what's called as contact damage. And the induced damage is basically, start from the beginning. So contact damage is the damage that is actually made direct contact with another vehicle. And induced damage is the damage that did not make direct contact. So for example, if you push in one piece of metal to make contact, the rest of the metal will make a rippling effect that would be more called induced damage.
This witness is not testifying as an expert reconstructionist. He is testifying as the trooper who happened to do the reconstruction for this case, but he is not an expert. He has taken 120 hours of classes to become certified, and this is improper testimony, in my opinion. In general terms, now he's going to talk about rippling effects.
And just again, in general terms, as far as vehicles coming in contact with each other in a collision sequence, what, if anything, would you expect or anticipate based on your experience to sort of transfer from one vehicle to the other event?
It's possible when you transfer, you can have paint transfers that come from one vehicle to another. You got tire rub off that go from one vehicle to another. Scratches that would come from one vehicle to another.
And again, sir, just in general terms, when it comes to vehicles interacting with each other in a collision sequence, what, if any, role does the respective heights of those vehicles play in respect to contact damage or inducement?
Yeah, it depends on their heights and how they relate to each other. So that kind of shows if one vehicle is taller, one smaller, it's going to show where the contact damage would be from one vehicle to another based on their height.
So based on respective heights, contact or induced damage could be in a different location from a bigger vehicle to a smaller vehicle, correct?
Correct.
He did not measure the vehicles. During voir dire, Alan Jackson said, did you ever put those two vehicles next to each other? Did you ever try to recreate where the points of contact would be? And he said, no.
Now, if I could turn you back to the text stream analysis that you conducted with respect to the defendant's.
Okay. He went so far as to say, not even during voir dire, during his regular testimony, John O'Keefe was hit kind of like on the side, and he did like a triple sow cow in the air and then spun around and then banged his head on the curb and then somehow wound up 10 feet into the lawn. Like, it was the most ridiculous testimony. And he said that that's exactly what happened. He didn't say that this could have happened. That's what he said happened.
Vehicle. Now, the two events that occurred forgive me, on that 12629 miles deep, there were two events that occurred within that trigger, within that mileage. Is that correct?
Correct.
And based on your analysis with respect to the odometer readings and the mileage, where is it what is your belief as to where the vehicle was when those two events, being the 3-point turn and the backup straight for approximately 60 some odd feet, where did those occur within the travel path of the defendant's vehicle?
So the first one, where the 3-point turn, in this case, it appeared to be possibly on to, it was a Cedar Crest, which, because we know based on testimonies that she missed the exit to Fairview and had to make a U-turn onto Cedar Crest. And that would make sense to why they would occur with close proximity to each other. They're within the same odometer mileage and on the same key cycle.
We don't know from testimonies, sir, because Karen Reed has not testified in any proceeding. In all the proceedings against her, the state grand jury, and any witness statements that were given or any testimony that's already been given on the stand, we don't know anything about her making a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest, which is, I think, what he just said. That's not in testimony. So I don't know what he's talking about or basing his opinion on, but I don't know about volume. You guys, the volume on the court feed is low, so can you turn up your own volume on your device? I'm trying to speak lower because this is Boston 10. Court TV's footage is not up yet. They don't even have their footage scheduled. They don't have their start time scheduled until 9:30. We can switch over to it later. Let me just see if they've put it up yet. They have. Okay. We're going to switch over to that, but that means we're going to have to just rewind a little teensy bit, a little scoosh. Tell me if it's better.
Collision occurred.
So this collision occurred on Saturday, January 29,
Okay.
2022.
Move back a little bit.
How this collision occurred.
About that again.
So on Saturday, she missed the exit to Fairview.
And based on your analysis With respect to the odometer readings and the mileage, where is it, what is your belief as to where the vehicle was when those two events, being three-point turn and the backup straight for approximately 60 some odd feet, where did those occur within the travel path of the defendant's vehicle?
So the first one with the three-point turn, in this case, it appeared to be possibly on to it was a Cedar Crest, which, because we know based on testimonies that she missed the exit to Fairview and had to make a U-turn onto Cedar Crest, and that would make sense to why they would occur with close proximity to each other. They're within the same odometer mileage and on the same key cycle.
And so that first 24.2 miles per hour for 60 some odd feet, where would that have occurred geographically from your review of the odometer reading?
It should occur probably on Fairview.
Now, sir, based on the totality of your analysis and your investigation in this case, what, if any, conclusions did you come to as to how this collision sequence occurred or how this crash occurred?
Yes. Should I show my report for that, or should you want me to just kind of go off
Are you
the?
asking to look at your report? Is that what-
Yes.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
He memorized his report, you guys. I just want to move the closed captions for you. Remember, the first time he saw this One Meadows video was on Court TV. He brought it up to Lally and said, I should talk about this video because I don't think they made contact and there would be damage to the Traverse.
Can we continue?
If you could, please.
Okay.
What, if any, conclusions did you come to through the course of your investigation?
So on Saturday, January 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:45.
So you can look at your report, but you can't read your report.
Mhm.
I
So
read my conclusions based on what they asked me to do.
No.
Okay.
yeah. So I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Okay. So just take your time, read your report, and then answer Mr. Lally's question. And if you need to look at your report, we'll see about that again.
Can't read from it.
All right.
Ask the question, Mr. Lally.
Based on the totality of your investigation, what, if any, conclusions did you come to with regard to how this collision occurred?
So this collision occurred on Saturday, January 29th, 2022, at approximately 12:45 hours. A 2021 Lexus LX 570 was traveling southbound on Fairview Road, in Area 34 Fairview Road.
Yeah. So,
Sorry, I'm trying to
so
oppose it.
you know what?
He's
I
reading.
don't, Mr. Lally, break this down. Ask
Yes, please.
simple questions so that the witness can answer your questions. We don't need a narrative.
It's all right.
From your investigation, what, if any, conclusions did you come to as to where this collision occurred?
All right. So on the night of Saturday, January 2022, at approximately 12:45 hours, a 2021 Lexus LX 570.
Could you slow down?
Yes.
So forget all that part,
Okay.
Trooper.
All
Just answer the question.
Okay.
Where did it occur?
He's like, stupid, 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 stupid. I'm supposed to memorize this. I can't memorize this. I thought I was going to get to read my report. This is like, cheating on an audition where you have your sides or your script in your hand and you're trying to look at it, or you put it up on the screen next to you while you're taping an audition because, you didn't memorize it. And he's trying really hard to cheat, but it's not going to work.
It occurred in the area 34 Fairview Road.
And who, if anyone, were the participants in this collision sequence?
The operator appeared to be Karen Reed, and the pedestrian was John O'Keefe.
Appeared to be. He can't even be certain that she was the one driving the car. Okay? Pay very special attention to the words that he uses because they're going to be used against him. The driver appeared to be. No, that's not really good enough. We have a woman on trial for murder here who's looking at life in prison potentially if by some crazy happenstance is convicted of this crime for which there is no evidence yet. And we're on witness number something like 65 and day 26 of this trial. It appeared to be. Yeah, appeared to be. This is a joke. This is a joke. I am sure that he is trying to be truthful. I'm sure that he is trying to be the star witness in this case. But it's not going to fly, and he better not be allowed to testify about that video because he never saw it before. His report was exchanged. He said he saw the video a year ago. So let's move on.
And where was the vehicle located in reference to the residence of 34 Fairview Road?
It was located along the southbound travel lane and to the left side of the house as you look at it from the front.
And as far
It'll be great. Video. It'll be great. Video. When Karen Reed was arrested, or even before she was arrested on February 1st, 2022. Officer John O'Keefe was murdered on January 29th of 2022. Right away, the media was told and ran with the story. Investigators have told us that there is Ring doorbell footage of the incident. And that got out immediately. And everyone who heard about this case, including me, thought to themselves, wow, that's terrible. There's footage of this woman who was out drinking, hitting her boyfriend with her car, and he died, and that's tragic. Not only did the local Boston stations pick it up, but you know what happened? The Daily Mail picked it up in the UK, and everybody ran with it. And it's still out there. You can still find it. But we don't have that video. So I'd like to know what he's basing his opinions on, about how he's going to tell you that this accident absolutely did happen. But let's try and listen.
as the vehicle, what if any directionality did it head in, and what if any interaction did it have with Mr. O'Keefe?
So the vehicle was traveling in reverse along the southbound travel lane, traveling north.
And how fast was the vehicle traveling and over what distance?
The vehicle traveled up to 24 miles per hour and approximately 62 feet.
Up to
And
24 miles an hour.
At the time that the vehicle was traveling approximately 24 miles per hour over approximately 62 feet, what if anything occurred then?
The right rear of the Lexus struck the pedestrian John O'Keefe.
And post-collision, what if anything occurred with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe was projected forward and to the left along the front yard of 34 Fairview Road.
And post-collision with Mr. O'Keefe, what if anything?
He was projected forward and to the left. So are you saying that his back was to the vehicle when she backed into him? Because that's the only way he could be projected forward, right? Is if his back was to the vehicle, she struck him with the vehicle, and then he was projected forward in a forward motion, right? Because his directionality, and if I hear that word one more time, I cringe every time I hear it, because although some of you have told me it actually is a word, it is not a word that anyone has ever used that I've ever heard. How did he land on his back if he was hit from with his back to the vehicle? He'd be projected forward. If he was hit facing the vehicle, he would be projected backward. Do you see where I'm going here? Do you see what I'm saying? You can't, when you're an accident reconstructionist, you need to be meticulous. You need to be succinct. You need to be clear, because you are now telling us exactly what you say happened. You're not even saying it's consistent with, here's what could have happened based on my research and my investigation. You're saying this is what happened, which is a very strange thing for an accident reconstructionist to say, because this is my jam. For 30 years, I handled civil litigation cases, including accidents that required reconstruction experts. I know how to prep them. I know how to question them. I know how to cross-examine them. And this is a mishigas shanda of testimony. That is not the way an accident reconstructionist testifies. This is what happened. No, based on my research and investigation, here's what I think happened. This is my opinion of what happened. This is what everything that I have looked at points to happening. There's no way that anybody can testify as to what exactly happened when there's no actual video of what happened. So he's a little too smarmy for me. And if you're coming over and you've never been here before, this is what I do. I stop, I commentate. It's part of fair use, and it's part of what I do as an attorney. So if you are ahead watching on 3 different devices, please do not give us any spoilers. But I'm here to tell you that this testimony is improper for a lot of reasons, and it's going to kill him on cross.
The defendant's vehicle.
The Lexus continued traveling in reverse before they left the area.
Now, as far as the vehicle itself, from your inspection, what, if any, role did any mechanical aspects of the vehicle play in this collision?
There were no mechanical defects.
As far as your analysis of the roadway and other factors related to that, what, if any, role did they play in this collision sequence?
There were no roadway or environmental factors that contributed to this collision.
Really?
Now, sir,
Snow?
with respect to your
Curve?
investigation, what, if any, opinions did you draw based on your training and experience in regard to this collision and how it occurred?
May I look at my report real quick? Just make sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
Wow. Wow.
All right. So throughout my investigation, this appeared to be a single car collision involving a pedestrian. The vehicle was traveling at a higher acceleration when
He has to keep looking at his report. He doesn't know. He can't remember. He can't remember. He can't recall. He's got no memory of anything at all. That reminds me, I should put the playlist in the description. This is embarrassing testimony, and you should be outraged. You should be outraged. He's a trooper. He's a state trooper. Trooper Joseph Paul. This is going to be their accident reconstructions. I don't think they have another one on their witness list. And remember, he is basing his opinion on the telematics data that he decided 1 year after the accident. He took a class or he saw a YouTube video and he thought to himself, oh, this might have some use in our case. He called it our case. And so he extracted this video from the EDR, I think it's called the electronic data recorder of the Lexus. And he has this 1.5 pages of key cycles of Karen's car that have no dates or time on them or location. The only thing they have is an odometer reading. And that's what his opinion is based on. It's based on an estimation of where Officer John O'Keefe's body was found because nobody took pictures. Remember, nobody took measurements. Nobody did a chalk outline or a tape outline or even took snow cone liquid like they would use to make snow cones and make a snow cone outline on the snow of where his body was. Nobody cared enough about the death of a Boston police officer to do a proper investigation. I'm getting mad already. And it's only 9:32. So I'm going to breathe. I'm going to breathe. Because this is outrageous. And he has to keep cheating by looking at his report. Mommy, help me, SMD.
Sorry. The vehicle accelerated at a high rate of speed before she struck the pedestrian John O'Keefe on the roadway and subsequently left him at the scene.
Mm-hmm.
And with respect to the backup safety system that you observed in this vehicle and made use of in the course of your visibility analysis, what, if any, role is it your opinion that played in how this crash occurred?
Based on the visibility analysis. So even if the camera systems were covered in snow, even the systems were defective anyway, and even the mirrors were blocked, an attentive and a reasonable operator would not travel in reverse, especially at a high rate of speed. They would have cleaned the mirrors off. They would have made the cameras and systems, if they worked, if they didn't work, they would have done all this prior to accelerating in reverse.
You're testifying as to what a reasonable driver would do, and yet Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe were looking out the window constantly, waiting for them to arrive, saw the car in 3 different locations. And remember, Higgins' Jeep was parked in front of the mailbox with a giant plow. So crazy how nobody heard this or saw it, right? Crazy. But hey, dude, stick to your opinion. Thank you, Jordan, for pointing this out. Says that Hartnett testified that it was February 2nd until Alan Jackson got up and corrected her. And she said, oh, yes, you're right. It was February 1st. Okay. Thank you so much for that. I stand corrected, as I sometimes do. Thank you. So he did not do his outside road testing of this vehicle until perhaps the glass was taken off the bumper and the hair apparent, was removed from the car.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
I'm going to strike that.
Prior to
Let's hear it
acceleration, they
again.
didn't work. They would have in reverse.
So-
Even the systems were defective anyway, and even the mirrors were blocked. An attentive and a reasonable operator would not travel in reverse, especially at a high rate of speed. They would have cleaned the mirrors off. They would have made the cameras and systems, if they worked. If they didn't work, they would have done all this prior to accelerating in reverse.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
I'm going to strike that.
Good. They've already heard it.
With respect to
Probably
your
laughing.
observations during the course of the visibility analysis, the exemplar pedestrian that you placed in the right rear of the vehicle, was that exemplar pedestrian visible to you at the time that you conducted that visibility analysis?
Yes, it was.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Get ready. Get ready. Get ready. We coming.
Sir, do you have any, do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of mathematics?
I do not.
Do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of physics?
I do not.
Hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of biomechanics?
No.
How about in engineering?
No.
How about in kinematics?
No.
What's the highest degree that you do hold, sir?
I have an associate's degree.
In what?
Administration of justice.
You mentioned kinematics on Friday. Do you hold any certificates in the specific area of kinematics?
Yes, it's covered in the basic crash investigation classes,
Okay, so you took a class, in other words, correct?
multiple classes.
They introduced the idea of what kinematics is, right?
Correct.
Testified about that on Friday.
Yes.
Define kinematics, it's yours.
It deals with the aspect of motion.
It's a subfield of what broader field?
Kinematics.
Kinematics.
Is a subfield of what broader discipline of science?
I'm not sure.
Big physics, correct?
Yes.
And it describes how points and objects and systems of objects, how they move and how the rate they move and the rate of their velocity, correct?
It deals with emotions.
What's that called? Rate of
Emotions.
velocity. What's another word for that?
The rate of velocity.
Correct.
I mean, it deals with the motion. It deals with forward, and also deals with speed. It deals with travel and speed. If something's moving, it also has a speed to it.
Right. The word you're looking for is acceleration, correct?
Sure.
What role does acceleration play in the field of kinematics?
What role does acceleration play in kinematics?
Correct.
It talks about, like you just said, it talks about the speed and talks about motion.
Well, he wasn't giving you hints in his question. He's asking you to define kinematics and the role of acceleration in kinematics.
Is kinematics also known as the geometry of motion? Is that correct?
I have not heard that.
Never heard that. What's the difference between constrained and unconstrained motion?
Constrained, unconstrained motion.
That's what I asked.
Constrained motion. I can't recollect at the moment.
Constrained motion is motion on a predetermined path, isn't it?
Yes.
Unconstrained motion is what?
When it doesn't have a predetermined path.
Free movement, correct?
Correct.
Can you remember that from your class?
For the most part, we don't go that in depth. Constrained and unconstrained.
Constrained and unconstrained, not restrained.
That's what I said. Sorry, unconstrained. Yes.
Kinematics uses algebraic formula to model these motions, right? The motions of these points, systems of points, correct?
Yes.
And it includes concepts like displacement and speed, velocity, distance, acceleration, which we've talked about, correct?
Correct.
And it looks at how these things, these values vary over a point in time or duration in time. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you actually understand the physics behind the study of kinematics?
Yes.
It's a word you learned in class.
Yes, we had to go over the physics part of it.
On Friday, you said that this incident is a pedestrian strike from a vehicle. You reiterated that again this morning. Is that right?
Correct.
I want to be clear. That is your opinion based on your training and experience, correct?
Yes.
And on Friday, you said you based that fact, or you based that rather opinion, on the fact that you noted a half-mile-an-hour decrease in speed and a steering input of less than 10 degrees at some point in that reverse motion, correct?
I said that was consistent. That data point in general was consistent with something that you would see within data of a pedestrian strike or striking something else. I do go in my report saying I can't say that's definitively where a pedestrian was struck, but
I'm sorry, I can barely.
it wasn't definitively. Sorry, in my report, I do say I can't say that is definitively where the pedestrian struck.
You cannot say.
Definitively, yes.
Okay, so you're going to have to slow down and speak up, okay?
Definitely.
All right.
You just said, I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly, and I apologize.
Okay.
You said you cannot say definitively that that resulted in a pedestrian strike.
That data point within the text stream data is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That specific point, that time frame.
Because there's a multitude of reasons why when someone is driving in reverse, they might slow down by a half a mile an hour, right?
It's when I say when it's consistent, it's because there's the other aspects of it is the fact that the accelerator is consistently strong.
Let him answer. Finish your answer.
So the accelerator is consistent at a constant rate, and then it just drops by half a mile, and the steering wheel all of a sudden abruptly goes to the right. That's what I'm talking about when I say it is consistent with a pedestrian strike. That's something that you would see. It's not going to be a huge change of speed during this collision.
You also note that at the time, it had begun to snow, correct?
Yes,
There would be snow on the lawn, right?
correct.
There would be snow on the cars,
Yes,
snow on the trees,
yes,
snow on the roadway.
yes,
Snow on the roadway could impact how tires move over the roadway, correct?
Ding,
in a
ding,
way.
ding. In a way. Okay. Melly, this is real. We are not watching SNL right now. This is not a skit, although it should be. Saturday Night Live, if you're watching. Anybody in the writer's room in the chat from Saturday Night Live, you guys are missing huge opportunities here. They may be on hiatus. I don't even know. But we can assume now from the sidebar that Trooper Paul is not going to be allowed to opine on the damage to Karen's taillight from striking John's vehicle in the driveway at One Meadows because Lally was not allowed to bring that video in and let this witness talk about it. But this is embarrassing, and I'm going to tell you that if the Commonwealth does not have a real accident reconstructionist that's going to come in and testify, and I do not think that they do, I am going to tell you that they probably couldn't find one that was going to give them the opinion that Trooper Paul is giving them. They may have had accident reconstructionists with real practices and real degrees and real experience review this case, and they said, we're not touching this with a 10-foot pole. I don't care how much money you pay us. We are not going to recreate this in a way that suits your narrative. Because trust me when I tell you the Commonwealth has spared no expense on trying to convict Karen Reed of murder and send her to jail for life, to prison. So they probably couldn't find one because this is embarrassing.
And obviously there are a multitude of reasons why somebody might input a 10-degree input on a steering wheel, correct?
correct. That's why I said I couldn't definitely say it.
Right. So every time somebody slows down, going in reverse or forward, and introduces a 10-degree input on the steering wheel, doesn't mean they're looking to hit a pedestrian, correct?
Correct.
You testified that you determined the area of impact by basically following, if I heard your testimony correctly, basically following the debris field from the body from where you believed John O'Keefe's body's final resting place was, almost linearly to the furthermost piece of debris that was found. Did I get that right?
Yes.
In other words, you established what in your mind, or what you were told was his final resting place, and what you were told was the debris field. And you indicated that the furthermost piece of debris would basically be the area, right?
It's within that line. I didn't say that is the area impact where the furthermost piece of evidence is.
All right.
It's just the linear, like you said earlier. It's that linear. We're throwing that path. That's the path that he traveled post impact with the vehicle.
And that is on which that fact that you stated is on which it's a terrible question. That's the basis for your opinion of where the area of impact was, correct?
Yes.
Let's take a look at exhibit, with the court's permission, 587. It's your diagram 3. If I may approach Your Honor, just for
Okay.
By the end of this testimony, AJ is going to have this gentleman agreeing with him and weeping to be let go. In my opinion.
may I approach?
Yes.
You had one job, dude. That was a great comment.
Your Honor, may we publish exhibit 587?
Yes.
Diagram 3.
Oh yes, his drone photo. It's like my child could do a better science project and has actually done a better science
Sir, you see
project than this.
diagram 3 on the board. You also have it in front of you, correct?
Science
Yes.
fair
It's easier for you to refer to what's in front of you because that's a little bit further away. Just let me know.
Okay.
The red arrows adjacent to the blue writing, where I'm highlighting right now, indicate basically the debris field that you explained to the jurors on Friday, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a point of an arrow that comes back to a wording that says pedestrian's final rest, basically right there, correct?
Yes.
And the debris field ends right in the middle of that spotlight, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that's the area of impact that you indicated to Mr. Lally, you believe occurred because of the debris field and the linear portion of that debris field going from the pedestrian's final rest all the way out to that final little red arrow that says red plastic B in parentheses, correct?
Yes.
Jonah, can we have exhibit 492 published to the jury, please?
Okay.
66 says this guy's like a piece of bread going into the toaster and Jackson is the butter. Smooth as butter. Can I have some smooth as butter emojis in the chat that we made just for this trial, members, please? Thank you, Andy Jones, for your compliment.
While that's coming up, have you ever seen this?
No, I haven't.
No?
Take a look just above the arrow. Your Honor, with the court's permission, maybe highlight or magnify the area just above the arrow.
Okay.
You see that
Yes, I do.
right underneath fire hydrant, correct?
Correct.
What does that look like to you?
Piece of plastic.
It's debris, correct?
Correct.
Can we go back with the court's permission to exhibit 87?
Okay.
Diagram 3.
I'm sure he's a nice person too, but the Commonwealth set him up for failure. You're right. They threw him to the literal
Fire
wolves.
hydrant.
Yes.
Fire hydrant's right there, correct?
Correct.
That's another, according to your scale, that's probably a good 30 feet from the pedestrian's final rest, correct?
Yeah, that's about right.
So that is the furthermost in this diagram, the furthermost piece of debris on the diagram, correct?
Correct.
So now your testimony changed that this, in fact, is the area of impact.
Bam.
No,
Why not?
because it's just a piece of debris. I'm talking about the path. You follow the path of debris field.
Okay. Okay. This is going to be murderous. This is going to be murderous. When we went over some of his testimony last night together, he told you the jury and all of us in the world that he didn't put all the pieces of debris on his science fair project because it wasn't important. He only has red clear plastic A, a piece of clear plastic, and red plastic B. And we know, because we've been watching the trial, that there were at least 5 more undocumented searches during which more evidence and pieces of taillight revealed itself. Oh, as certain people as such were driving by, because Trooper Yuri Buchanan told his guys, drive by 34 Fairview twice a day on your way to work and on your way home in case any more evidence reveals itself, including Police Chief Ken Berkowitz, who was on medical leave at the time, happened to drive by one day and found, I think, the biggest piece of taillight. But this witness said it wasn't important to put all the other pieces of debris on there, and yet he's already testified that his entire opinion is based on where the debris field was found. See where he's going here? Let's go.
Debris can move and change.
The debris doesn't fly backward, does it?
I'm saying you
Ruh-roh.
pointed to like just the fire hydrant as the area impact where the debris, where that one piece of plastic was, saying that's the area impact is right next to the fire hydrant.
Ruh-roh.
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, that's what you said, right?
I'm asking you.
I'm making sure I'm understanding what you're saying so I can answer the right.
Ask the question again, Mr. Jackson.
In fact, you indicated on Friday that your analysis of the area of impact was predicated on, based on, the furthermost piece of debris from the pedestrian's body that you were aware of, which is right there.
Mhm.
Red plastic B, correct?
I said I said you said earlier with the linear equation. I mean, it might have moved it over more, but it's the debris, the start of that debris, and where that is. I can't say that's definitely the point of area impact or the point of impact.
You can't.
I cannot say that is the point of impact right there. You just kind of follow the linear path
But
because they
you
have to follow in a direct
did.
path that way.
Okay, so now your testimony is that's not the area of impact.
I never said that was the area impact. I
Yes,
said it's after that.
You did.
We
He's-
were all here on Friday.
He's
Okay.
gaslighting us.
It's exactly what you said under questioning by Mr. Lally, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's true.
Didn't you say on Friday that you determined the area of impact for Mr. O'Keefe? The point of impact was red plastic B because that was the furthermost piece of debris you were aware of from the final point of rest from Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes,
body.
jury's there.
Isn't that what you said?
I don't believe that's my exact words.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not asking if it was your exact words. I don't have a transcript of it. I'm asking you, is that what you tried to impart to the jurors?
What I said to the jury, I said after that. That's the start of that's the last point of evidence that I had. I said the area impact is probably along the roadway after that point. I mean, like before it, if you have to walk towards him.
No idea what he's saying.
I keep doing that because I think you're done. Are you done?
I am done now, sir.
Now you're aware that there's a piece of debris, looks like taillight material, right under the fire hydrant, correct?
Correct.
If the area impact, which you indicated on Friday, was where this red plastic B is, you would be wrong, right? Your analysis would be flawed.
No, because that's not what I said. I said it's along the roadway and it's going to be after that point.
Okay, so is the area of impact now where the fire hydrant is?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Are you now indicating, because now you realize that there's a piece of debris directly under the fire hydrant, are you now indicating that that's the area of impact where John O'Keefe's body was struck?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, okay, that's a proper question.
Let's take a look at exhibit, with the court's permission, 279.
Okay.
We need to read him the transcript, or we need to pull up the footage on court TV from Friday and play it for the jury, because this is outrageous.
Take a look at exhibit 279. I want to draw your attention to that piece right there of plastic. You see it?
Yes.
You describe it for me. Just physically, what does that look like?
Looks like clear plastic with a little bit of red and the black on the top part.
Okay, maybe in a triangular shape. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if we could go back to with the court's permission.
And then I'm going to point out to you again, this was Ashley Villiers who testified from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. And you can see the ruler underneath those pieces of what they purport to be Karen's taillight and Ashley's initials. And the date is February 9th of 2023. So these pieces were not even looked at until over a year later.
Permission exhibit 492,
Okay.
and highlight just above the ruler. How would you describe that piece of material?
It looks like the same piece.
Does that, based on that, does that appear to be part of the taillight material that was found at the scene?
Correct.
Now, based on that, are you now suggesting, if we could go with the court's permission, if we could go back to 587, I'll stop jumping around just a second. I think we
Okay.
could just get back to 587. Oh, sorry, it's diagram 3.
I'd like to know the date of his report, and I bet you it was before February of
Now, seeing what
2023.
we've just now seen, in terms of that piece of plastic that appears to be from the taillight, does that appear to be under the fire hydrant, which is highlighted? Same piece.
Yes.
Okay. Based on that, does that change your opinion? Is that now, the fire hydrant now the point of impact?
No.
Where is the point of impact now?
It's along the roadway. I don't know the exact point of impact.
Oh.
Can I-
So you don't know the area of impact?
I said the area impact is along the roadway after the debris.
Okay.
I mean, only thing it would change, only thing it would change is maybe it was a little further away. But besides that, it's a linear field. I'm not talking about like one point. It's, you kind of follow the middle of the debris field, and that should be the path.
Jesus, take the wheel.
The point of impact is along the roadway. Where along the roadway, if you can show the jurors, where along the roadway, in your expert opinion, was the point of impact?
It should be within, if you follow from pedestrian's final rest here, just kind of follow back. That's what I'm talking about, linear field. I can't,
So now you've indicated an area, if I can follow your laser pointer, an area along here, correct?
yes, somewhere in there.
All right, if I have my spotlight, is that, if I leave it right there, is that about where the middle of the spotlight, about where you believe the area of impact is?
It's within, I guess you can say it's within that area. I don't know, definitely there's nothing on the roadway that has a definitive point that says this is the area impact right here. It's within the roadway based on the evidence at the scene.
Okay. Mr. Paul, sorry, Trooper Paul, I'm asking you, based on your expert opinion and your conclusions, based on your full analysis, can you point me to within an area of 5 feet or so on the roadway where you believe the area of impact is? Is my spotlight basically highlighting the area that you believe, in your opinion, is the area of impact?
You have that laser pointer?
I do.
Why don't we let him show you? It'd be easier for the jury to see.
Yeah, the problem.
So what I'm
with
trying to
that-
say is,
the problem with him using the laser pointer and not describing in words what he's testifying about is that the record is going to be very unclear. This is a problem that I've had throughout this trial. The witness will say, I noticed some injuries on Officer O'Keefe right here, without verbalizing the description of what he's indicating into the record. And this is something that here in New York, we are required to do because you want the record to be clear. And usually the attorney will say, indicating right upper bicep after the witness testifies. I saw some marks right here. And then the attorney, like Adam Lally, would say, indicating right upper bicep for the record. So the record is clear. What's going on here is he's just pointing at a thing on the diagram. We're not going to have, well, there is now video evidence of this trial because it's on court TV, but the court record is a transcript. There's no video attached to it. So all of this indicating without verbalizing what they're talking about makes for a very confusing record on appeal. Hopefully it'll never have to go to an appeal.
so we follow the linear path back around this area.
Around this area,
And sorry, I'm trying to keep it straight as much as I can.
he's shaking.
Follow back to here. I can't say like if this definitely is, but it's possibly based on also vehicle damage to the back of the vehicle. So if you fall all the way back to here, that could be a possible area impact.
So when you say that area there, just, I want to be very clear for the record, that what you highlighted is an area basically just to the left of an X that's on the roadway, on the bottom of diagram 3, toward the lower part of diagram 3,
It's,
correct?
you would use your circle almost to kind of be a good area around.
I'm sorry, you need to.
You can use a circle around here. This would be around the area.
Okay.
Okay.
So using your scale, that scale is going from full left to full right. It's plus or minus 40 feet, right?
Switch, can't see it.
Plus or minus 40 feet is his scale.
So say again, say the question.
That scale is 40 feet, going full left, full right, 40 feet.
It's 40 feet. It's a 10-foot scale.
Okay, sorry, 20 feet, my mistake.
I was, okay.
Eyes are terrible. 20 feet, thank you. All right, so if you use that scale, can you estimate for the jurors? I'm just going to use this X as a starting point. Can you estimate for the jurors from this X that I've highlighted to the pedestrian's final rest? What's that number? Doesn't have to be exact. Give me an estimate.
So, I mean, it could be within 30 feet because I tell you this, also on my scale, this 2 and 3 is 50 feet from each other.
Is how much?
50,
Okay. 50.
50.
So would you agree that from this X down here to pedestrian's final rest, as the crow flies, that's probably a good 35, 40 feet.
I mean, I could try to use the scale, but it is me as a scale.
If you wouldn't mind.
Sir, it's your diagram. You made this diagram. This is your work. This is your science fair
please.
project for the 4th grade. You made this. You should be able
Okay.
to tell us the scale because you made the scale.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
You need a pen?
I got one, thank you.
AC says backing up at 240,000 miles per hour per their triangulation witness, and she dodged the fire hydrant. NASCAR, hire this woman. Yes, Christina, this is embarrassing to just watch, and on his opinion, they want to send a woman to jail, prison for life, for
It's a little
murder.
around, it's approximately 30 feet.
We're up approximately 30 feet.
Yes.
Can you place, with the court's permission, can you estimate 30 feet in here?
Can I
Can you point to a place in the courtroom that looks like it's 30 feet from you?
Objection.
No.
Why not? We want to know what his estimation of 30 feet is. This isn't my cousin Vinny moment where they're like to do a demonstrative. He should be allowed to point to where he thinks 30 feet is because his sense of measurement may be completely skewed.
Next question.
Does the court have a diagram of a diagram of distances?
In this courtroom? No.
Can we get a
You
tape measure
indicated
out?
Just now, and then I'm finished with this. Thank you. Thanks. You indicated just now in answer to Mr. Lally,'s last couple of questions that in your expert opinion, when the SUV struck the pedestrian, John O'Keefe, he was, quote, projected forward and to the left to the front yard to his final place of rest.
Yes.
So your expert testimony is that John O'Keefe was hit with the SUV and flew 30 feet.
Projected mean like I don't say he flew all the way there. He was projected in that way. He got pushed forward in that
30
direction.
feet. 30 feet. 30 feet. 30 feet. He's got remember, no lower body injuries where the bumper would have hit his body, no hip injuries, no torso injuries, no bruising, no leg injuries, no knee, no ankle, no injuries that we know of, unless the medical examiner is going to come in and pull a rabbit out of a hat because maybe finally Proctor got to her to get her to change her report. He was hit by Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. That explains it. Chitty Chitty flew, hit him. He flew 30 feet and then Chitty Chitty flew away because, or maybe floated down the street when they, remember the rafts that Chitty Chitty Bang Bang had? Because there were no tire marks. But this could be the best testimony of this entire trial. So I'm going to rewind it so we can hear the question again because you can't make this up.
So your expert testimony is that John O'Keefe was hit with the SUV and flew 30 feet.
Projected mean like I don't say he flew all the way there. He was projected in that way. He got pushed forward in that direction.
Oh,
Which, if he was rendered incapacitated, landed there, that's sort of fly there, right? Didn't walk there.
I mean, would you definitely flying like literally off the ground the whole entire time? Or,
Well, you tell me, you're the expert.
he's not
I mean, he got,
bruised.
when we say projected, we mean he gets projected and they usually have a landing phase
That's your word, dude. Wasn't it his word?
and they land and then they either roll or tumble to final rest.
Okay, how far do you think he landed? How far was it until he landed of that 30 feet?
I don't know. There's no indication of where his exact landing spot was.
Was there any evidence
Oh.
whatsoever that he,
There's no indication of where his exact landing spot was. We just got him to say, I don't really know where his body was found because there's no indication of that. Nobody measured.
landed and rolled?
And there was no evidence that he landed or rolled. Or no, rolled.
Okay.
According to you, the evidence that you have in front of you is that you get hit, fly 30 feet, land where he ended up in his final rest, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
He landed on his
Based
back.
on your expert opinion, you believe that he was projected through the air to his final rest place.
That's not what I was saying.
But you
That's
said
what he
there's no
said.
evidence that he rolled.
And there's no evidence that he flew through the air either.
Exactly. Right? Exactly.
Objection.
Sustained.
There's no evidence of any of this. You're just, it's all speculative.
You said on Friday that in your experience, people tend to lose objects that are not strapped to them. Is that right?
Yes.
In other words, get hit by something,
I'm gonna use my belt.
car, truck, bus, whatever, train, and if you have something in your hand, boom, you lose it, you drop it. If it's not strapped to you, correct?
Correct.
Say the belt.
How do you
Say the belt.
suppose that Mr. O'Keefe, in your opinion, held on to that glass cup
Yeah.
found right next to him
Yeah.
over the course of 30 feet being projected?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you have a theory on that?
I don't know. I mean, it just could have been with him the whole way.
With him the whole way.
I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't know how the glass stayed
Oh.
with his body and went
You weren't
with him to
there.
the final rest.
So I mean, it's just common sense. You have to believe that it was in his hand. He held on to it the entire time it was being projected 30 feet, correct?
It could have been in his hand. It could have been tucked next to his clothing. Did
you say tucked into?
I mean, like, could have been next to his body. So when he projected, maybe the glass was with his body as it was also flying. So there's a number of reasons why the glass, because it also got projected with the body
Well,
while he was.
Okay. I first of all, I give a lot of credit to everyone sitting behind Alan in the front row for not bursting out laughing right now because I would have had my hand over my face. Like I can't even believe this.
Holding it.
I thought,
There's a number of reasons why the glass, because it also got projected with the body
well,
while he was holding it.
I thought you said on Friday, and you just agreed with me, that people drop things when they're hit.
Yes, body think not everything it tends to fly off. I mean, some stuff flies off, some stuff will stay on.
I see.
It's not uncommon to find a piece of clothing and stuff, that you find at the scene.
Piece of clothing.
Like clothing, like shoes, like shoes and stuff like that to come off
Belts?
the body during a pedestrian crash.
Well, that's not what I asked.
I know, I'm just saying, you asked me, you said what I'm just responding to what you said. And trying to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
No, I don't, but I'll
Yeah.
ask another question. Shoes are strapped on by definition, right?
Yes, but it's very common for shoes to come off.
How about a cell phone?
Cell phone.
Cell phone, yeah. Yeah, it depends. Depends on where it is.
Well, it was under his body.
Okay.
How do you
Okay.
account for that? You held onto your cell phone with one hand and held onto the cup with the other.
Objection.
Yeah,
Sustained.
it's your
Ask it
expert.
differently.
If his cell phone was found under his torso, under his body, what's your theory on how that cell phone ended up flying 30 feet with it?
It just did.
It just did.
And somehow, as he landed, tucked that cell phone underneath his body so he landed on top of it.
It just did. That's the evidence at the scene. I didn't put the evidence there. So
Well,
You didn't put the evidence. Oh my God. This is such a softball for AJ. I didn't put the evidence there. I wish he would just say, well, someone did.
Objection.
All right, so.
Wait, what did he
there.
he said
So
something?
it just did. That's the evidence at the scene. I didn't put the evidence there. So
well, you didn't.
He said,
Objection.
All right,
he said, well, you didn't. Oh my God. You cannot make this up. Aussie, I know you're here. If you guys are not subscribed to Aussie Insider, go do it because she's got amazing reaction videos where she clips reactions to the same testimony by law tubers and other creators on YouTube who are covering this content, covering this trial. And it is fantastic. And Aussie, I think you're over 10,000 subscribers now. I think when I first found you, I want to say into this trial, you were under 1,000 subscribers. So good for you, girl, blowing up as you well deserved. That, my friends, was awesome. And you thought today was going to be boring.
so jurors, I've told you before, lawyers cannot make comments, so disregard it. Mr. Jackson, don't do it again.
I understand.
You
So
can
You
hear it.
understand, but
What do you-
don't do it. Your answer is always, I understand. Don't do it.
yes, Your Honor. Cell phone in one hand, cup in the other hand, flew through the air, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's his testimony.
You
Why
were
do you let
informed-
Lally repeat every answer in his next question to emphasize the points that he is clearly not making? And why can't Alan Jackson summarize his testimony in a question? Come on, let's be fair. Because there's a little sarcasm dripping through it.
of this incident on January 29th, 2022 at about 2:30 in the afternoon. Is that right?
yes,
At the time you were working out of the CARS facility, which is located on West Grove Street in Middleborough. Is that right?
yes,
By the way, that's a facility that has multiple garages. Sally ports, I don't know if they're called Sally ports, but garage bays, correct?
the mechanic shop are there.
The mechanic shop
Yes,
is, if you're going to review, for instance, for purposes of reconstruction, if you're going to review a vehicle, is the vehicle placed in those mechanics bays?
no, not there. That's for state police vehicles.
Okay, so where are the mechanics bays? Sorry, reverse that. Where are the Sally ports where you do your analysis, your reconstruction, your review of the vehicle, inspections, things of that nature?
We don't have Sally ports for that.
You don't have anything dedicated to that?
No, the only time we would use a Sally port is the crime scene would have some Sally ports that they would do to document their crime scene stuff. And I've gone there, they've done my inspections, but most of our inspections are done either at the tow yard or some type of facility for that.
Ultimately, was this SUV ever taken to the Middleborough facility?
Yes, it was.
Where was it placed?
There's a fenced in area it's a fenced in area
Is it outside or inside?
outside.
Okay. Did it remain outside in that fenced-in area the whole time?
I don't know the exact time. It was there for a while, then it got moved.
Where did it get moved to?
I'm not sure exactly where they moved it immediately after it left Middleborough.
Are you familiar with the Foxborough location at MSP? Does
Yes.
that have Sally ports or bays for inspection and evaluation?
It has garages in it, but we wouldn't use them. We don't normally use those garages for inspections.
Is it possible to use those garages for inspections?
It is possible.
Okay. It's happened before, correct?
I've not used the inspection in the garages.
But if,
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and
Sorry,
speak
yes.
slowly.
but you know that it could be used,
Sorry.
you know that those bays could be used for inspections or analysis or evaluation if needed, correct?
Yes.
All right. Given the fact that the SUV that was being seized on January 29th was being seized as potential evidence, best practices would suggest that you want to get it in and out of the bad weather, the inclement weather, as quickly as possible, correct? You wouldn't want to subject it to continued forces from nature like rain, wind, snow, sleet, hail, right?
That would be beneficial, yes.
All right. You're aware that Foxborough, the Foxborough location and the Middleborough location with the mechanics bays are all closer to Dighton than Canton, right?
Both Foxborough and
Foxborough and Middleborough are both closer to Dighton than Canton. In other words, you have to pass by, depending on which way you go, pass by Middleborough, pass by Foxborough to get to Canton.
so from where?
From Dighton, sorry.
So from from Dighton.
Where the vehicle was seized. In
Yeah.
Dighton, all going toward Canton, you pass by either Middleborough or Foxborough to get to Canton, correct?
I don't believe you'd pass by Middleborough to get to Canton, but you pass by Foxborough.
All right. The car was not taken to Foxborough, was it?
No.
As a matter of fact, the car was taken basically double the distance all the way to Canton to that Sally Port, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that? Is that double the distance?
I don't know the exact distance. I know it was in Canton.
And you know it's farther to Canton,
From Dighton, yes.
right?
Let's call in Dora the Explorer and pull up a map. Might as well at this point.
And you're also aware that because you've been to the scene, assuming, correct? The 34 Fairview,
Yes. Yes, I have.
and you've been to Canton PD.
Yes, I have.
You know that those two locations are about 3-4 minutes apart.
Yeah, I can say that.
When you started let me ask this a little bit different way. Before you began any review on this case, any physical review on this case or analysis on the case, you were told that there had been a crash, correct?
Yes.
You testified to that at the state court grand jury in this matter. Is that right? That you've been told in advance this was a vehicle pedestrian crash and you were asked to analyze it, right?
Yes.
You wrote in your report that it was a single vehicle collision involving a pedestrian and you were, quote, assigned to reconstruct that collision, correct?
Yes.
So when you began your analysis, Trooper Paul, you were told conclusively by the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, that the deceased was hit by a car and your job was to reconstruct it. Is that right?
Objection.
Okay, so there are lots of parts to that. Break it down.
Sure. Were you told by Michael Proctor to reconstruct this incident?
Objection.
So were you told that by Trooper Proctor?
I was not.
Okay, next question.
Sure. Who were you given your instructions by
Instructions for what?
to reconstruct this incident?
I wasn't given instructions to reconstruct it. It's just I was assigned to it.
Right.
That was requested. My assistance was requested to reconstruct it.
That's my question. Who assigned you to it?
I talked to my sergeant at the time who gave me the phone call.
And you were told some basics about that reconstruction, the event that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yes.
The information that you were told came from the case officer. Is that right?
Who's the case officer?
The information that this was a pedestrian vehicle incident, as opposed to motor vehicle incident, pedestrian bicycle, motor vehicle motorcycle. You were told it was a motor vehicle pedestrian incident that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yeah, I was told that. Yes.
All right, and you
I thought he just said, "What's a case officer?" Didn't he just say that? What's a case officer? Like he didn't understand the term because they have, during the course of this trial, renamed, redesignated Trooper Michael Proctor from lead investigator to case officer. And I think that witness just asked him, and he was like, "What's a case officer?" Hold on, we are going to rewind it because we can't. That's a juicy nugget.
investigator Michael Proctor, this to reconstruct that collision, correct?
Yes.
So when you began your analysis, Trooper Paul, you were told conclusively by the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, that the deceased was hit by a car and your job was to reconstruct it. Is that right?
Objection.
Okay, so there are lots of parts to that. Break it down.
Sure. Were you told by Michael Proctor to reconstruct this incident?
Objection.
So were you told that by Trooper Proctor?
I was not.
Okay, next question.
Sure. Who were you told, who were you given your instructions by
Instructions for what?
to reconstruct this incident?
I wasn't given instructions to reconstruct it. It's just I was assigned to it.
Right.
That was requested. My assistance was requested to reconstruct it.
That's my question. Who assigned you to it?
I talked to my sergeant at the time who gave me the phone call.
And you were told some basics about that reconstruction, the event that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yes.
The information that you were told came from the case officer. Is that right?
Who's the case officer?
Who's the case officer? He doesn't know. He doesn't know what a case officer is. He's with the Massachusetts State Police. He is charged with or tasked with reconstructing this accident. And he says, who's the case officer? Because it's a new title. They made it up for this trial, my friends. And here is the guy who's going to blow that wide open. Am I right? Case officer, what are you talking about? What does that mean?
The information that this was a pedestrian vehicle incident, as opposed to motor vehicle incident, pedestrian bicycle, motor vehicle motorcycle. You were told it was a motor vehicle pedestrian incident that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yeah, I was told that. Yes.
All right, and you had to be given some basic parameters of what that incident, how that incident occurred. The car was going in reverse. It's got a damaged taillight, things like that.
Some basic stuff. Yeah.
What I'm asking is, I'm trying to get to is, who gave you that information? Where did it come from?
That the car was traveling in reverse. Like which part of the information? You asked me several different things just
If there
now.
was a car
Were
accident
you
at all.
given information from multiple sources?
Yeah, good.
Or did
Good.
someone give you a summary of what you were being asked to do? At the very beginning,
Yep.
who gave you the summary?
Summary of the whole entire of what?
Of the event that you were asked to reconstruct?
I was passed down when I got to the garage. That there was nobody that sat there and gave me the summary like that I can remember. I was told that it was a pedestrian crash. I knew it was a Boston police officer involved.
Who told you that?
That this was the vehicle, and that it was traveling in reverse. That's all they had.
Okay.
So they're telling him already on January 29th that the vehicle was traveling in reverse? Is anybody else really frightened? Beverly is. She says, it gives me the chills thinking like a scary movie. If you want to be part of the law-breaking, corrupt PD, you must have to shave your head in order to be in there. Who told you that? He walked in there knowing it was a pedestrian accident before any pieces of taillight were found, my friends, based on Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert talking to Michael Proctor.
What I'm asking is, that's great. Thank you for the summary. Who gave you that summary?
I don't know if it was definitely anybody from the get-go that was like I talked to.
From where?
I don't know if it's anybody that I could definitely say that was the person. There was multiple people going around when I got there. I think I talked to Trooper Zach Clark. He was doing the crime scene. I think he was Zach Clark. He was the crime scene photos at the time. I knew him from past crashes. He just said this is the vehicle, and I think he kind of gave me a little bit of a lowdown on what the vehicle was.
Okay.
So
Dirty Lowdown.
My
Isn't that a
question is
song?
this. When you got that, did you call it a
Name that song, the Dirty Lowdown song. We're going to have to add it to the playlist.
lowdown? He gave you the lowdown?
He gave me information, yes.
Right. When you got the lowdown, you were told Boston police officer was involved, the vehicle pedestrian incident, car was going in reverse, ultimately led to the death of the pedestrian. Struck the pedestrian in reverse, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you were assigned specifically to try to reconstruct that incident.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the phrase confirmation bias?
Yes.
I know the phrase. Yes.
You know what it means?
I can't definitely say what it means.
You don't know what confirmation bias is?
And then try
You don't know what confirmation bias is, sir, trooper. You've never heard the term confirmation bias. When you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Okay. Okay. The trial should just be over right now. Okay. Case dismissed. This witness, your accident reconstructionist, does not even know what confirmation bias means. It was not in his 40-hour class. They didn't teach it that day. He was absent that day. He didn't show up for the Zoom class. Are you kidding me?
trying to find
You say what it means. I know the phrase. Yes.
evidence to try to reconstruct that incident.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the phrase confirmation bias?
I know the phrase. Yes.
You know what it means?
I can't definitely say what it means.
Developing a conclusion and then trying to find evidence to fit that conclusion. Does that sound right?
If you say so.
If you say so, good. Now you could agree with everything that he tells you from here on in. Dirty low
You
down.
noted
Boss gags.
in your direct examination that there were scratches on the passenger side rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes.
How exactly were you able to scientifically determine that any of those scratches were from an incident on January 29th, 2022, as opposed to any other time?
I didn't have anything else on the time. Is that those scratches happened prior to this collision?
I'm sorry.
I didn't have any information that those scratches were caused from a prior collision.
Why would they give you that information?
And so when I looked at the evidence, I knew it was in that same area, the right rear tail light. So when I looked at it,
You
it didn't
assume
quite fit the pedestrian thing. So when you showed me the video, or I saw the video like a year ago on Court TV, I said that could be.
You asked the question, so next.
Oh, so now she's going to say Alan Jackson opened the door for the One Meadows video? Okay, no. Just because this guy likes to ramble on, that's on the playlist, ramble on, Led Zeppelin tune, great tune. He's going to now talk about the video he saw on Court TV a year ago. And he just said those scratches didn't line up with a pedestrian collision. So now he's going to say that the scratches on her bumper came from her hitting John's car in the driveway. So she did hit John's car in the driveway or she didn't? Because if this opens the door to that, this is going to be fantastic because he'll be shredded on it. He'll be shredded on his opinion on that video too. And let's see what happens. I'm going to take that back because the judge said you asked the question as if he's allowed to, should be stricken from the record. She's already ruled on it. That's what she ruled on at sidebar. We couldn't hear it, but I'm assuming that's what she ruled on, that he couldn't testify about that video because it wasn't shown during Lally's direct.
Trying to find evidence to fit that. You noted in your direct examination that there were scratches on the passenger side rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes.
How exactly were you able to scientifically determine that any of those scratches were from an incident on January 29th, 2022, as opposed to any other time?
I didn't have anything else on the time. Is that those scratches happened prior to this collision?
I'm sorry.
I didn't have any information that those scratches were caused from a prior collision. And so when I looked at the evidence, I knew it was in that same area, the right rear tail light. So when I looked at it, it didn't quite fit the pedestrian thing. So
It didn't quite fit the pedestrian thing. Didn't quite fit the pedestrian thing, but it was in the area of the right rear tail light. Okay. So now he's telling you the scratches on Karen's bumper did not come from hitting a pedestrian. They could have come from a shopping cart at Costco.
when you showed me the video, or I saw the video like a year ago on Court TV, I said that could be.
When I saw the video a year ago on Court TV, he's referring to the One Meadows video, Karen backing out of the garage at 5:00 something in the morning and striking John's car.
You asked the question, so next,
I
keep
did,
going.
it's not responsive.
Non-responsive. It is
He's
non-responsive.
answering. Next
trying to-
question. Then
You guys
go
how
ahead.
scientifically
Hold on.
thought the scratches were.
Hold on. Ask a
Sorry.
question, Mr. Jackson.
You know what normal wear and tear on a vehicle is, right?
Yes,
Bumpers get scratched myriad ways, correct?
correct.
Get scratched in a grocery store parking lot, right?
Oh,
Yes,
Shopping cart can
ESP.
bounce off the back of the car
We have
and scratch the
ESP.
bumper, scratch the side of the car, a quarter panel or something, right?
sure.
I mean, I don't want to go through it, but there's thousands and thousands and thousands of ways that a car can get a scratch, correct?
Correct.
My question is, do you, as you sit here, do you have any scientific evidence that those scratches occurred on January 29th at approximately 12:45 a.m.?
What do you mean by scientific evidence?
Well,
Scientific evidence. Isn't that what your opinion is supposed to be based on, sir, sir, sir? All your training, your 120 hours of training, the 196 motor vehicle accidents that you have been lead on. Lead. What do you mean by scientific evidence? My head is going to pop off. My head is going to pop off. She blinded me with science. Wah, 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 wah. Ramblin' man, great one.
do you have any evidence whatsoever that you can point to that those scratches occurred on that date and at that time, rather than any other time in the history of that vehicle?
Like I said earlier, the video seems to appear that's what it looks like that could have been from.
He's trying to get that
When you
video
said
in.
on Friday, let's talk about those scratches for a second. because
Yeah.
when you testified Friday, you were pretty clear. You said that, if I can find it exactly.
It's like a Sims video made by you know who that Court TV actually broadcasts on their channel. I'm embarrassed for Court TV. Thank you, Galaxy S. The faux Court TV BS video
Yeah, just
cartoon
one
is
here.
this guy's
Sure.
science. It's like a Sims character getting hit by a car, picking up a martini glass in the road on the wrong side of the car.
You said, quote, the dent and scratches for his hand could be, those are consistent with striking the Lexus. Remember saying that?
Yes, on the tailgate.
Okay, so the dent and scratches you talked about on Friday, you said were from his hand.
He did.
Yes, hand in the glass cup.
Okay,
Okay.
then are those the same scratches you're talking about in terms of the bumper?
No.
So,
What are you talking about? The scratch inside the bumper that we've been talking about?
correct.
Okay.
That's what I'm
No.
talking about. Okay, is there any way to scientifically date a scratch?
No.
If you go out in the parking lot right now, even as an accident reconstructionist, you walk out in the parking lot right now and look at a Toyota Camry sitting there. It's got a scratch on it. There's no analysis that you could engage in to date that scratch, could you?
Objection.
So you can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Is there any way that you could, in general, look at a scratch and say, that scratch is from such and such date?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Nothing more.
I'll allow it.
You cannot say. You can look at evidence and shows that it may have been older than what the newer evidence would be, but there's no way to say that specific date and time and that a scratch would come from.
Right. Right. Sharon Creates is calling a meeting of the Rage Crochet Club. All the members of the Rage Crochet Club commence.
And it's possible that any or all of those scratches on the Lexus could have predated January 29th, correct?
No.
That's
No.
not possible.
It's not possible.
The ones that are on from the taillight and the other parts of it.
Scratches anywhere on the car.
Depends on what you got to pick the other scratches. You got to show me other scratches on the car.
I'm saying it's possible, since you can't date the scratch, it's possible that any or all of those scratches could predate January 29th. It's
Yeah.
possible, right? It's possible.
You're being pretty broad on your scratches here.
Oh my God.
I'm
Dude.
not being brought it. Let me ask it a different way. Let me ask it again. is it possible that any or all of the scratches noted on that car predate January 29th?
Any and all of the scratches? See, that's what I'm saying. You're being pretty broad. Any and all scratches on the car
Answer that question. If
that it
it's possible.
predate.
Objection.
I don't know every single scratch on that car. I could mean
Overruled. So can you answer that question?
no.
No. Well, then you're not an accident reconstructionist, are you?
Testify that you noted glass on the rear bumper of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
And you said something about that glass coming from the cup.
Correct.
You also said that you did not see anything on that SUV that could be the source of those glass pieces on the bumper, right?
Yes.
When you did your reconstruction and your analysis, were you informed that none of the glass pieces, not one of them, could be matched to a cup?
I don't know anything about that. I don't know that.
None of the glass pieces found on the bumper matched the glass cup that was found near John O'Keefe's body, in case you're keeping score. He didn't know that.
So if you knew that the glass pieces on the bumper do not match the cup, that change your opinion?
Objection.
Ruh-roh.
Can you answer that question?
I cannot.
You can't answer the question.
It's what was told to me as evidence
Got it. By whom?
Told to you.
by the crime scene.
The crime scene spoke to you?
As crime scene that was there, it says there's glass from the cup. When I did my initial inspection, that's what it was on from.
That's not what you just said.
He's mumbling. He's a low talker. Who told you that was glass from the cup? The crime scene spoke to you itself? Revealed itself? I'm going to rewind it. I can't make out what he's saying, but I can't rely on the closed captions because they're bad. So I want to hear exactly what he said. It was told to me as evidence by who?
Question?
I cannot.
You can't answer the question.
It's what was told to me as evidence
Got it. By whom?
by the crime scene.
By the crime scene.
Who told you?
As crime scene that was there, it says there's glass from the cup.
The crime team that was there said this is glass from the cup. Was it Trooper Proctor?
When I did my initial inspection, that's what it was on from.
That's not what you just said. You said that's what was told to me.
Yeah, by crime. No, yeah, I continue by crime scene. While I was at my inspection,
Crime scene text?
it was told to me by the crime scene when I was at my inspection, at the initial inspection.
So what you meant by that's what was told to me is the crime scene talked to you.
Yes.
He's listening to me. The crime scene talked to you.
Crime scene say anything else?
I don't know what else you want me to say.
Did the crime scene tell you anything else? Come on, this is comedy gold. Comedy gold. Did the crime scene tell you anything else? I feel like Action Jackson. I feel like Alan Jackson is hearing what I'm saying telepathically. Oh, I feel validated. Did the crime scene tell you anything else? Hold on.
To me is the
At the initial inspection.
Here we go.
what you meant by that's what was told to me is the crime scene talked to you.
Yes.
Crime scene say anything else?
I don't know what else you want me to say.
I don't know what else you want me to say. I don't know. Tell us what the crime scene told you.
Did Trooper Proctor tell you that those pieces of glass on the bumper are somehow
Who's he?
associated with the cup?
No.
That's the one thing he remembers to say.
Correct.
Just the crime scene told you.
Correct.
Just the crime scene told you. Oh my God, wait. Oh my God, wait. This
Somehow associated with the cup.
No.
Just the crime scene told you.
Correct.
just the crime scene told you.
But if you knew that the crime scene was incorrect, and in fact, those glass pieces don't match the cup, would that change your opinion?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would it change your opinion in any way if you knew that the glass pieces do not match the cup?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Can you answer that
That's a
question?
perfectly acceptable question.
No,
I'm sorry, no, no.
I don't. It's a glass from a cup. It's a glass. It's not, it doesn't belong to the vehicle.
Right.
It's glass.
Okay.
If I told you it didn't match that cup,
What,
that's your opinion.
Objection.
Does that change your opinion?
are we talking, which cup are we never established which cup we're talking about.
Wow.
How many cups have we been talking about, Trooper?
How many
You
cups?
said that cup. One at the, from the scene? Okay.
That cup, I'm talking.
I just want to make sure that we're on the clear path here.
The
On
clear path?
What we're talking about.
Absolutely.
Okay.
No, we are as far from clear as you can get. This is like a black, muddy river, to quote a Grateful Dead song. This is the furthest thing from clear. What other glass cup are we talking about in this case? Dude, you cannot be serious right now. The world is watching. The world has third-hand embarrassment for you. The glass on the bumper did not match the glass cup that you said was in John O'Keefe's hand when the vehicle struck him and caused a dent. But now you're like, would I change my opinion to find out that you were told that the glass on the bumper came from the glass cup? But now that we've seen forensic evidence and forensics folks testify that that glass on the bumper did not match the glass cup, would that change your opinion? Don't pretend you don't know what glass cup we're talking about to try and buy yourself some time to crab walk your way out of this, because it ain't happening. And the more he fights back, the worse it looks to the jury. Just want to make sure we're on a clear path. No, we're not. We are on the furthest thing from a clear path based on your testimony.
Okay.
Really sure.
All I said,
Cup
it's
that was
it's
found next to John O'Keefe's body in the snow at 34 Fairview on January 29, 2022. You got the cup in mind?
yes.
Okay. That's the cup. When I say cup, that's the cup.
Okay.
Would it change your opinion if I told you that the glass pieces on the bumper don't match that cup?
What's my opinion on it? All I said was glass from a cup. That's the only opinion I had. It's glass from a cup that was on a bumper.
Are you saying a cup?
A cup. A
Any
cup.
Any cup.
It's not glass from the car.
How do you know?
That was my opinion on it. I didn't never said it matched to the scene.
You didn't.
I never said that. My
I'll
thing
pull
I
out
said
the
it's glass
report.
from a cup.
Could be glass from anything, dude.
Okay. It's safe to say you didn't do any testing to determine the forces necessary to shatter a taillight on a 2021 Lexus 570, right?
I did not do testing.
Great scream
The
name.
report indicates, we talked about this a little bit. I'm going to go back to something we talked about earlier this morning. The report indicates that John O'Keefe came to his final resting place about 7 feet from the roadway, and that's what you based your diagram on, correct?
Yes.
Who told you that number?
I measured it from my diagram.
You should say that again.
I measured it from the diagram.
Okay, what I'm asking is how did it get on the diagram? In other words, who told you that his body was 7 feet from the roadway?
Well, wait, I was told by Lieutenant, was it Gallagher, Paul Gallagher, Cat and PT. He told me this is where the body was found.
Okay.
So I used my devices to mark that location.
Okay, but before you used your devices, he just pointed someplace on the ground and said he was about here, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you that Lieutenant Gallagher never saw John O'Keefe in place at the scene? Did he say that?
No.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you that the first officer on the scene estimated his body at being approximately 15 to 20 feet from the roadway?
No.
If he had told you that it changed your diagram?
Objection.
He told me this is where he was found. I marked that location. That's all that was.
And you marked basically every other piece of item, sorry, terrible question. Every other item you marked based on a distance from where you were told John O'Keefe's body came to rest, correct?
Yes.
Again, that was by Lieutenant Gallagher just pointing at the ground and saying it was about here.
Correct.
Was there a single member of the team that was out when you were being shown where the body came to rest? Was there a single member of that team who actually said they saw John O'Keefe's body in place?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
From, what do you mean team? Canton PD?
Whoever was there, who was there with you when you started doing your measurements, et cetera? For Fairview?
It's Lieutenant Gallagher. That's who.
Just you and him?
And myself and I was training a trooper at the time. She was there.
You were training a trooper at the time?
Yes.
Okay, so it was just my mistake. I assumed that there were several people out there. Just you and Lieutenant Gallagher.
Yes, that's why I was confused by the team.
All right. And again, Lieutenant Gallagher didn't tell you that he never saw John O'Keefe's body in place.
No, I don't think so.
You did document in your report that the items that you noted on your diagram that we just looked at a few minutes ago, those were found by the CERT team, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated in your report that the members of the CERT team located a single Nike sneaker that's noted on your report. Is that right? On
Correct.
Your diagram, rather.
Yes.
You also indicated that, quote, in the same area, 2 red plastic pieces and 1 clear piece of plastic of a taillight was discovered.
Yes.
So your report is clear that in total, the items discovered by the CERT team on January 29th were a shoe, right?
Yes.
A partial glass cup broken, correct?
Well, it was that on there. I can't remember if that's on their diagram or if that's what I was told at the scene, but yes.
Sure.
Yes.
You knew that a cup was found.
Yes.
Or you were told a cup was found.
Yes.
And 3 pieces of plastic, 2 red, 1 clear.
Yes.
Not 5 pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
You then measured those items, is that right?
I didn't. What do you mean measure them? Like
Measured
at
them
this?
relative to John O'Keefe's final place of rest. 10 feet from it, 12 feet from it. We're gonna go over those numbers.
Yes, I used their report to place those items onto my diagram.
So, and I'm going to get to that question in just a second. I want to make sure that we walk through it sort of methodically. You then use some calculation, some tool or something to measure distances. Like there's where I assume John O'Keefe's body was. There's a final rest place. I'm going to use that as point A, and then I'm going to measure from there and go 7 feet to where the shoe was found, or the first red plastic piece was found, or whatever, right?
Yes.
Who told you where the pieces were found?
They were in Lieutenant Tully's report. He put measurements in his report.
Okay. And
Oh, Tully put measurements in his report. Okay.
you noted that the shoe was 9 feet.
Yes.
And you put that in your diagram.
Correct.
You noted that the glass cup was 1 foot from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
1 foot is about that long, right?
Yes. It was. They basically said it was found next to him.
Right.
Yes.
A piece of red plastic 7 feet from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
A clear plastic piece 10 feet from John O'Keefe's body, right?
Yes.
And a red plastic piece 12 feet from John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
What part of his body were you measuring from?
Like center of mass.
So he's 6'2".
Yes.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you where his center mass was?
No, I measured from. He just said he was here, so I tried to put like where his head, where his feet, and try to measure the middle between those two.
So ultimately,
You tried to put where his head and feet were, but you have no idea where his head and feet were. Wow.
because Lieutenant Gallagher was not at the scene when he was found, Lieutenant Gallagher had to sort of guess where the body was
Right.
found, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had no photographs of John O'Keefe in place, correct?
Correct.
There were no establishing shots, and there were no perspective shots, correct?
Correct.
There were no relative shots, meaning this is relative to that, I can measure that and figure out distances, correct?
What, like from a picture?
Yeah, so you know how that's done in science, right? You want to find out a relative
I don't think he
position of
does.
something, so you take 2 or 3 or 4 shots. You know that something is never going to move, like, I don't know, a flagpole. You can measure from there.
Sure,
You get cross coordinates, right?
sure.
Left and right, and where the 2 coordinates match, that's where the item is, right?
Correct.
None of that was done, right?
From the pictures?
None of that was done to do your measurements.
I use, like I said, I use the measurements from, measured on my diagram in itself, and I measured from those points off my diagram.
Right, but the starting point was a guess, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have to sort of guess at where you thought John O'Keefe's body was?
I didn't guess where his body was.
Did you
Oh.
guess at his center of mass?
Objection.
Did you guess?
I did not guess.
Next question.
But you had nothing to tell you exactly where it was. He does sound like George Costanza in a job
Stated in your
interview.
report that you Google mapped Miss Reed's path of travel. Well, let me ask you a different question. If I could withdraw that question with court permission.
Yes.
Your diagram has all those arrows pointing at specific locations, very, very specific, very thin arrows that point, correct?
Yes.
If you start off with an incorrect assumption about where John O'Keefe's body was, right? Hypothetically, if you were to start off with an incorrect assumption where John O'Keefe's body was, every single item that you note on that diagram would then be off as well, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Is that true?
I mean, I guess hypothetically, depends on how off you want to be.
And the answer is yes, correct?
Hypothetically.
You
Pathetically.
stated in your report that you Google mapped,
Maybe speaking of George Costanza, maybe Vandelay Industries is hiring. If anybody gets that Seinfeld reference, you win a gold star for the day. Because Vandelay Industries that's where you may need to go work after this.
Miss Reed's path of travel on January 29th, based on what you determined to be, quote, it's likely the two, and you said that it's, quote, it's likely that the 2 events, meaning the triggering events, occurred at the same time the Lexus was at 34 Fairview at the time of the collision, correct?
Yes.
The first triggering event was what? Was it a 3-point turn or a U-turn? I thought I heard you say both.
I guess it would be more, 3-point turns, essentially. I guess it's a 3-point turn.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, did you say U-turn on Friday? I could have sworn I heard that.
It could have been a U-turn. I mean, it's still turning around. So you had to make a U-turn when that's a 3-point turn or not, but it's still.
Dude,
Okay, but I mean, not to be picky, but
is he an importer or an exporter? I don't
Okay.
know.
a U-turn is traveling in one direction. Turn, right? Turning the wheel, never changing gear.
I'm sorry. Did the closed captions? Okay, they did. The closed captions just capitalized One Direction, as in the band One Direction, which my girls were big fans of when they were younger. That's hilarious.
Turn, right? Turning the wheel, never changing gear. Since it's reverse or anything, just turn, right? A 3-point turn requires moving forward, stopping, changing gears, moving backward, stopping, changing gears, using the steering input, and then moving off, correct?
Correct.
Well, those are 2 very different maneuvers, right? You'd agree.
It's, in a sense, I was trying to say she made a U-turn. Like you can say when they made a U-turn, it's a 3-point turn. They're still making a U-turn. And I didn't mean it as like she literally had to make a direct U-turn. She was turning around. And obviously the diagram or the trigger shows a 3-point turn.
Okay, so it's not important to be precise in your accident reconstruction theory. A U-turn, bang a UE, pull a, what did they call it in one test? A K-turn, a 3-point turn. No, it's not important to be accurate. It doesn't really matter. One, the other, whatevs. No big whoop. No big whoop, because accident reconstruction, it's not an exact science. Just like whatevs. I didn't mean it like literally as a U-turn. I didn't mean what I said. Like, obviously, like this is so embarrassing. I'm just taking that question back 1 second. What I was trying to say is like maybe she made a U-turn, like maybe, but not literally.
right? You agree?
It's in a sense, I was trying to say she made a U-turn. Like you can say when say they made a U-turn, it's a 3-point turn. They're still making a U-turn, and I didn't mean it as like she literally had to make a direct U-turn. She was turning around, and obviously the diagram or the trigger shows a 3-point turn.
Well, I mean, I guess you could have said reversing direction, right?
That could have been a better way to say it. Yes,
You didn't say that. You said U-turn. So are you changing your testimony from Friday that it was a 3-point turn, or could it possibly have been a U-turn? Just,
it's a 3-point turn.
okay, because you have evidence of the starting, stopping, changing gears, reversing, stopping, changing gears, turning.
That's correct.
Okay, so when you said U-turn, that was inaccurate.
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Why?
Let's get back to the path of travel when you began your
No big whoop.
your analysis. How did you know what the Lexus's path of travel was that day?
I got the directions from Trooper Proctor.
Hmm.
And what did Trooper Proctor tell you in terms of the path of travel specifically? Starting point and an ending point, tell you the exact path Lexus traveled.
No, all I got was mostly just the addresses.
Okay,
Okay, so Trooper Proctor told him exactly the route that Karen took and said that he's basing his information, his report, on what Trooper Proctor said. Okay?
so if you've got 2 points on a map, and Trooper Proctor told you Lexus traveled from point A to point B, there are multiple ways to get from point A to point B. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
You picked one of those, right? The path of travel includes freeways, et cetera, right?
Yes.
But as you sit here, you don't know what her actual path of travel was. It could have been something different, right?
It could have been something. That's why I gave a range on my diagram.
Do you have any scientific evidence to establish what
What's
her
that?
actual path of travel is, or did you just guess at the path of travel?
What's that? What's scientific evidence?
I
What do you
got the
mean?
addresses from Trooper Proctor. I put them into the thing, and then one of the
Into the thing.
possibilities of 36 miles, and that was after looking at all of them. At 36 miles is a possibility.
Mhm.
Understood. So that's what I'm trying to get to, Trooper Paul.
Okay.
That's one possibility. It was 36 miles.
Mhm.
One route of travel, right?
Correct.
There were other possibilities, right?
Yes.
So between and among the possibility that you picked and the other possibilities, you just sort of had to guess. And there's no science to it. You just said, I'm going to pick that one and put it in my report, right?
No, that's not how that worked.
Okay, why don't you tell me how that works?
Her odometer mileage on the car from
See, Karen's whispering to him,
the download.
and that's great. She's so involved in her defense. It was amazing to see that when I was in the courtroom on Friday. She's so involved in her defense. She doesn't miss a thing. She doesn't miss a beat. It's clear that she's sharing ideas with her attorneys. She's catching things that they may not be when they're in the flow of questioning, and she's very, very involved in her defense. For the love of the traveling Mary, we are watching a train wreck that just will not stop. There is nothing accurate about his accident reconstruction theory. Take that back a second.
Worked.
Okay, why don't you tell me how that works?
Her odometer mileage on the car from the download and time we had the vehicle shows 36 miles. So when I plugged those addresses into Google, it came up as 36 miles as a possibility.
Mm.
And you knew that there was another route of travel to the same location, correct?
What do you mean?
There were alternative routes of travel to the same 2 points, from and to the same points. correct?
Yes. Yes.
You could have tried to extract the location data from Ms. Reed's cell phone to determine the exact route of travel, correct?
I don't know. I don't have access to do cell phone extractions.
So that
Oh,
answers my next question. You did not even attempt to do that, did you?
No.
didn't ask, weren't
You
given.
did attempt to analyze the key cycles for the Lexus in order to determine placement of that vehicle. You just talked about that with Mr. Lauper, right?
Yes.
I want to be clear for the jurors because most people have probably never heard of key cycles.
Yes, thank
Key
you.
cycle does not have any location data associated with it whatsoever, does it?
Nope.
Correct.
It just shows you.
Nope.
when
Give me
the
some nope
ignition is
emojis in the
on,
chat.
the ignition is on and off. That's one cycle, correct?
No.
Tell me what I've got wrong.
Key cycle, the car doesn't have to be turned on.
Say that again.
It goes from off to run. The engine doesn't have to be started to off.
Oh,
Understood. So if it turns on, well, every single ignition is a key cycle. Every time the engine turns on, that's absolutely a key cycle. Once it's turned off again, right?
That gets recorded as an ignition cycle.
Right. So a key cycle can be an ignition cycle, but it doesn't have to be an ignition cycle. It also can be just turning the sort of accessory on, right?
what's
The
that?
key cycles turn the accessories on.
All right. But it doesn't, my question was, and where we started with this conversation is, it does not have any location data on it whatsoever.
Correct.
All right. So when you drive your car, you walk out, get in the car, turn the ignition on, start to drive, get your location, turn it off. That's one key cycle, right?
One ignition cycle.
But and I'm going to use the word key cycles because you use the word key cycles in your report. That's what we're talking about.
I'm using that because that's how the trigger was read.
That's how what?
The triggers were read on the text stream. That's how they read them, key cycles.
By key cycles.
Yes.
I'm going to use that phrase key cycle.
Okay.
We're talking about the same thing. It's an ignition on, ignition off cycle.
Doesn't have to be on.
So you mean the engine doesn't have to be turned on?
Correct.
Right. But if you're seeing triggering events, not trying to be tricky here, seeing triggering events, your car's in motion, what does that tell you? The ignition's on or off?
The ignition is on.
Right. That's what I'm getting to. But it has no location data associated with whatsoever. It could be here, it could be in Wyoming. The car wouldn't know the difference. It's not going to report the difference to you, correct?
On the key cycle,
Correct.
on just the key cycle. The key cycle does not give out locations.
Say that again?
The key cycle does not give a location.
Right.
Or
So
date or
your
time.
analysis is trying to go from a known key cycle that you can figure out and then work backward from there to try to figure out where the car was on a particular ignition cycle or key cycle, correct?
I didn't use the key cycle to put it back.
Say that again?
I did not use the key cycle to place the car back in its location. The key cycles were, all I got from the key cycles is that they occurred close within proximity to the time we've had the vehicle, not basically saying that this was the location based off the key cycle.
Well, let's look at Exhibit 591.
Let's
with
do
the
it.
board's permission.
Okay.
Let's do it. This whole case is a triggering event. You're right about that.
Did you testify on Friday that this is a copy of the exhibit that was put in 591? This is part of your report, correct?
Yes, it is.
We can't read that.
This is a chart that shows when move to this arrow. That arrow indicates top and bottom where your testing occurred, correct?
Yes.
And if we move over to the left, that is key cycle what?
1164.
Right. So you've testified, and we can turn the lights on. You're all right. I don't
Hold
mind
on.
if that stays up.
Boop. Hold on. Oh, I love how we can pause and we can look at this. Okay, so look. The highlighted portions, key cycle 1162, 1162, and then it goes to 1164. Where's key cycle 1163? Where's that key cycle? Can you delete a key cycle like you can a Google search or a phone call or a text message or a screenshot? Can you just delete a key cycle? See that? 1162 to 1164. Before that is key cycle 1111. So what's missing here? Is it inverted? Is it mirrored? Is it live? Is it Memorex? I need to know. Hope it gets clarified.
You can turn the lights on. I don't think it hurts anything. You stated in your report that there were, quote, 2 triggers recorded on odometer 12629 and key cycle 1162, correct?
Yes.
These events were prior to the testing triggers on odometer readings 12665/12666
Need to explain that.
and at key cycle 1164. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So what we're saying, what you're saying in that report is the triggering events were at 1162, going in reverse in order. 1162 comes before 1164. They're numerical. Is that right?
Yes.
Every single key cycle just tags another number on top of it, right? There's no formula.
Correct.
After 1 comes 2, after 2 comes 3, 4, 5, 6, and then move on, right?
Oh,
Yes.
So by the time you got the vehicle, there had been 1,164 key cycles on the history of that car, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you knew, and you put in your report, or you know, that the triggering events that you see under 1164, those are yours,
Yes.
right? I mean, that's your testing.
Yes.
And you were very clear that the triggers that you recorded, that you talked to Mr. Lally about, were two key cycles before that,
Yes.
meaning ignition cycles at least, right?
Yes. There were 2 key cycles. That.
Stated in your report, well, let me finish one other point. You said that the mileage difference between these 2 triggers and the triggers that occurred while testing was 36 miles. You just said that, right?
Yes.
And the key cycle difference was exactly 2 key cycles, right?
Yes.
1164, 1163, 1162. That's the triggering events, correct?
That's correct.
You also reiterated in your report in paragraph 23, 24, 26, and 29, and also in this exhibit in your CARS report, that the triggers occurred at key cycle 1162, right?
Yes.
You were assisted in your CARS report. I think you mentioned Trooper Zach Clark. Is that right?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor assisted to a certain degree, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Larini, Carol Larini, is that right?
Yes.
Also, Sergeant Sean Good of Canton PD assisted as well, correct?
Yes, in a sense.
Did they all read the report before it was finalized?
No.
Did you have any supervisor read the report before it was finalized?
Yes.
And he agreed with the assessments in the report?
Yes.
So in summary, everybody that read the report and you who authored the report believed, and it's reflected in that report, that key cycle 1162 contained the 2 triggers that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
That's the 3-point turn, I guess now a 3-point turn, right? Changing direction.
U-turn,
And then
Yes.
the reverse
K-turn.
at
3-point turn.
24 miles per hour, correct?
Oh, big
Correct.
whoop.
And you even went on and testified to that exact thing under oath in front of the state grand jury, correct?
Yes. Wait, hold on. I need the text streams.
On the key cycles.
Not in grand jury.
Okay. Testified to it on direct examination on Friday and again this morning.
Yes, correct.
He didn't testify in front of the grand jury. That upgraded her charges to murder.
If your testing occurred at key cycle 1164, that means you turn the engine on, the ignition on to start your testing, correct?
Correct.
And that triggering event that we see up there at 1164 initiated your testing. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So that 1164 is where that's where there's no more unknowns, in other words. Right? You know exactly where the car is, who's in the car, who turned the car on, and what the triggering events were and what they reflected, because you did it, correct?
Correct.
It's you.
Yes.
So that would be the cornerstone, basically, of your entire analysis of the key cycles.
Say again.
The cornerstone. In
Like-
other words, the one known that is immovable, it's immutable.
He doesn't
It's
know.
1164 began your testing. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that right? I'm going to allow the question.
Yeah, that's when the car was in state custody.
All right. So starting in 1164 and counting backward, before you started your testing, you know that the SUV had to be started, the ignition had to be turned over, and it was driven to the Sally Port in Canton at 5:31 p.m. from a tow truck on January 29th, correct?
I didn't know that.
You
Did or
didn't know
did
that.
not?
Did not know that.
Okay. Assuming that the car had to be started and put on a tow truck, that would be key cycle what?
I don't know how. I can't speak to the fact that recorded a key cycle at that time.
I can't hear you.
I can't speak to the fact that we would record a key cycle at that time.
Okay. If the car was turned on and driven onto a tow truck, would that be a key cycle?
I don't know because these keys record different ways, so I can't speak to how or why it did not record on there. All I can speak to is that those are the key cycles. The odometer mileage is more what I was going after on this whole thing.
Trooper Paul, you just said unequivocally, when a car is turned on and then turned off, there's a key cycle.
I said when the car without the ignition on, that's a key cycle.
Right.
That's correct.
That's what I
Yeah.
mean, when it's turned on, when the engine turns on.
That's the definition of what it is. I can't speak to why it didn't go on, why it did not record.
Well,
Did you delete it? Did someone delete it? Because we saw video of the car being driven onto the flatbed. We saw it together. But you didn't even know about it. But now you're making excuses of why it wouldn't be there. This is so twisted.
let's talk about the ignition cycles.
Okay.
Before
Thank you,
1164.
Jackie.
Okay.
Okay.
Obviously, the car had to get to Canton PD because you saw it there, correct?
Correct.
Assume for purposes of my question, the car was turned on and there's a video of it turning on, driving up onto a flatbed tow truck.
Yes.
That would be ignition cycle. I'm going to use your word, key cycle, ignition cycle, 1163, correct?
Again, ignition cycle, key cycles are two different things.
Which word do you want me to use?
If you want to talk about key cycles, key cycles. You want to talk about ignition cycles, it's ignition cycles when its vehicle gets turned on. A key cycle does not mean to be turned on.
But every single ignition cycle includes a key cycle. You can't have an ignition cycle without a key cycle, correct?
Well, if you want to talk about it, just use the key cycles or ignition cycles. I'm trying to make sure this gets out. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure that this gets put out the correct way.
Oh, yeah, you're trying to make sure that this gets put out the correct way. It's like a Venn diagram, sir, okay? So you got your key cycles here, right? And then you got your ignition cycles here, right? And then two of those things intersect. So an ignition cycle has to be considered a key cycle if a key cycle also includes just turning on the accessory to listen to the radio or open a window, right? But he wants to make sure the information gets out there to the world. Clearly, it's a black muddy river as far as I'm concerned.
I'm trying to make sure this gets out. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure that this gets put out the correct way.
Who told you the correct way? Thank you, Seashell.
Every ignition cycle includes a key cycle, correct?
In a sense,
By definition, it has to.
In a
it
sense.
doesn't have to. They record multiple different ways.
You can have an ignition cycle without a key cycle.
I don't know how it recorded, but it could happen.
But I thought you took a class.
Explain that. How could that possibly happen?
Because a key cycle is when it turns on, not engine running, and then turns off.
Okay, so work with me here.
Ignition cycle is when it turns on, engine running for 2 seconds,
2
and then
seconds.
comes off.
Okay, so
Or the 2 seconds, if it's not on long enough, it might not record one.
okay, let's ignore the 2 seconds.
Okay.
That's not what we're doing.
Okay.
All right. Let's assume that it's an old-fashioned type of key.
Okay.
Halfway on, the electricity is on. It's like it used to be called ACC.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
That's a key cycle, correct?
For that intensive purpose, yes. This vehicle's not a key cycles. They're not a
Then you
thing.
keep turning,
Okay.
and that turns the
You just say this vehicle's not key cycles. That's not a thing. Okay.
engine on, right?
It turns the engine on,
It's
correct?
an ignition cycle, right?
Yes. Well, then turns
Every
off.
single ignition cycle necessarily includes the precursor key cycle, correct? Even though every key cycle might not include an ignition cycle. Would you agree with that?
In that scenario, yes.
Fine. Okay, with that definition, I want to talk about ignition cycles because I don't want to get confused about accessories. What? Just assume the engine.
Okay.
turns on, right?
Okay.
If you started your testing at 1164, then if the engine was turned on, thereby indicating initiating a key cycle, driving the car onto a flatbed truck, and then hauling it over to Canton PD, that would be key cycle 1163 in that hypothetical, correct?
It could be.
Okay. Then going backward from there, if the SUV was, I'm sorry, let me add one event that I just forgot. It had to get off the tow truck in Canton and be driven into the Sally Port. Did you ever see that video?
No.
Being driven in.
No.
Mm, didn't have that one on
If there
Court
was a
TV.
video showing that the car was actually driven into the Sally Port, that would necessarily be a key cycle.
That's
correct?
right.
Possibly.
Okay, so that would be key cycle 1163. My mistake, I was missing one, right?
Okay.
Before that, if the car was turned on and driven onto the flatbed to get to Canton, that would be key cycle 1162,
Thank you.
correct?
Thank
Going
you.
back,
It's possible.
all right? Before that, if the car was started and the car was driven from One Meadows Avenue to Karen Reed's parents' home in Dighton, that would be another key cycle, 1161, correct?
They're possible.
Before that, if the SUV was started and driven by Miss Reed from the garage at John O'Keefe's house to Jennifer McCabe's house at 5:07 in the morning, that would be another key cycle, correct? 1160. Is that right?
It's possible.
And before that, if the SUV was started and driven by Miss Reed to the waterfall, I'm sorry, from the waterfall to 34 Fairview at approximately 12:15 a.m., that would be another key cycle, 1159, right?
It's possible.
It's possible.
I want to be clear. The reason that these numbers skip in your diagram, they don't go directly in order, right? Not every single number is in order on this left-hand column, because this is only a diagram of when triggering events occur, right?
Yes.
Something unusual about the operation of the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And it's clear that from the data, there was no triggering event at key cycle 1159, was there?
No.
Ah,
So
Thanks,
assuming
Hudson.
the driving events that I just told you, right? Assuming for purposes of my question, that the driving events started at 11:59, driving over to 34 Fairview from the waterfall. Then driving at 5:07 in the morning over to Jen McCabe's house, 1160. Then driving to Dighton, to her parents' house, 1161. Then the car being seized in Dighton by Trooper Proctor, 1162. Then the car being taken off the flatbed and driven into the Sally Port at Canton, 1163. Your testing starts at 1164.
mm,
That would mean that at 1162, that key cycle would include the time in which Trooper Proctor had possession of that car.
ding, 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 ding.
No.
Assuming my hypothetical.
Your hypothetical?
Yes.
Yes.
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
Then what?
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
Okay.
June 9th, 2022, you were asked by a grand jury whether you knew or had done any scientific testing to determine the distance a body would actually travel struck by a vehicle. Remember that?
Not that specifically. Not in that way.
Let's pull out your
Do you
testimony.
remember answering that you had not, I'm just paraphrasing, that you had not done all you hadn't finished your report yet?
Why don't you show him? He said he didn't remember it that way.
On top says Karen should just get up and walk out. Thanks for your super sticker. And yeah, but she never would. 2:30, it just did, has entered the chat. Thank you. And David, thank you. Says aliens could be an explanation for teleporting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Take a look at middle of the page. Your answer starts at about line 12, but the question above it is probably informative. You have that in mind?
Yep.
May I approach?
Yes.
Is your memory exhausted? Because mine is. My brain is exhausted. As I often say, it's a good thing that Alan Jackson went to dental school in addition to law school, because he has been pulling teeth this entire trial. So not only is he a skillful, masterful trial lawyer, but he's also a skillful oral surgeon.
Does that remind you that you were asked by a grand juror if you could calculate how far a body would move having been struck by a vehicle?
Yes.
And you indicated, quote, yeah, there's certain calculations we can do with that. Would figure out if you say if the car backed up, hit somebody, and then they go a certain amount of distance, and it's based on miles per hour, the speed of the vehicle, the striking vehicle, and stuff. Remember saying that?
Yes.
What did you mean by stuff?
Stuff.
I don't know.
I don't
You said
know.
that the calculations would be based on miles per hour and stuff. Did you ever do any stuff to test that? That's the grand juror's question.
No, we cannot calculate anything from this collision.
Say that one more time.
We cannot calculate anything from this collision.
Who's we?
I mean, I'm sorry, me, the role me.
Well, you know John O'Keefe's weight, right?
What's that?
You know John O'Keefe's weight, 217 pounds, right?
Yes.
Did you know that?
I don't know his weight, no.
You didn't know how much he weighed?
You know the weight of the vehicle?
Yes.
What's the weight of the vehicle, gross weight?
What's the gross weight?
Yeah.
I think it's approximately 7,300 pounds.
Okay. Were you able to calculate the mass of the vehicle?
I did not calculate the mass of the vehicle.
Well, you told the grand jury that you were planning on doing that kind of stuff to calculate how far a person would travel being struck at that speed with a car of that weight. You didn't do those calculations?
No, because the calculations would vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle.
Wait a minute. Because the calculations would vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle. So your 24.2 miles per hour in reverse wouldn't jive with the real calculations. Are we in the Twilight? Could I have some Twilight Zone emojis in the chat, please? This is insane. And also wait for us emojis, because the defense still has not put on their case. This is still the prosecution's case.
Again, my report isn't done yet. I'm going to look into it. I'm looking into all that stuff.
Looking into all that stuff.
Yes.
That's what he told the grand jury. June of 2022. He was looking into all that stuff. Guess what? He never looked into all that stuff.
That word again.
2 years ago.
It's been more than 2 years since that statement at the grand jury. Is your report finished?
Yes, it is.
Did you engage in any of those calculations?
I looked into it. This type of collision I would not be able to use the formulas for this type of collision.
Well, let's talk about those formulas. How would you calculate how far a body at rest would travel after being struck by an object in motion? How would you calculate that?
In pedestrian collisions, I use a Searle throw formula.
A what formula?
Searle,
What does that mean?
it's a type of formula that we'd use for a calculation of post-impact
So
or
that's-
speeds for pedestrians.
Spell
that
it.
includes certain principles of physics to calculate that, right?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean by certain forms of physics?
There would be physics
What?
calculations that would be required to figure out how far a body at rest would move having been struck by an object in motion. Right? That's a basic principle.
Yeah, I guess you could say though.
All right. Can you describe for the jurors exactly what calculations you would need to employ to determine how far a body at rest would travel having been struck by an object in motion?
So in this scenario, in this collision, it's more of a side swipe. So he did not he did not get enough speed of the vehicle post impact with the vehicle to be able to calculations. His center of mass was offset from the vehicle. So we would vastly underestimate his speed. So that's why I did not do a formula. If he was more in line with behind the vehicle, he would have been projected forward, and using that projection forward, he would have been able to get more closer to the actual speed of the vehicle during that post-impact travels.
Well, that presumes a couple of things, Paul. That presumes that he was quote unquote sideswiped, right?
Presumed?
Presumed by you. You didn't see how he was hit, did you?
Based on the evidence, it appeared to be a side swipe.
That's your opinion.
That's just reading the evidence.
You're saying that the principles of physics as we know them today in modern mathematics is thwarted by a sideswipe?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying?
The calculations that are out there, you can get a speed, it would just underestimate the speed.
You would have to know what the initial momentum of the object is that's in motion, correct?
Of what object?
The truck, Paul.
I would have to know that speed.
Yeah, you'd have to know what the initial momentum is, not speed, momentum. There's a difference,
Okay.
right? Would you agree with that?
No.
Math is hard.
You wouldn't have to calculate what the initial momentum is of the object in motion to determine the distance of the body at rest would move?
Well, in that sense, are we talking about, I'm trying to find the speed of the vehicle? That's usually what we're trying to do.
Right, okay. Well, let's put the speed of the vehicle aside. Let's talk about initial momentum. What's the formula for calculating initial momentum?
There's different types of momentum formulas.
Well, there's actually one type of momentum formula. It's to calculate momentum.
Objection.
Sustained.
No, there's actually one. I feel like you should just get up. That's when you should just get up and be like, you know what? I quit. I'm out. I'm done. I'm out. You win. I'm gone. This is going to take all day, and rightfully so, because this is the witness. And I've been saying 65 witnesses, 26 days. We still have not heard any evidence that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. This is supposed to be the evidence that the Commonwealth is presenting to explain to the jury and to us to prove that John O'Keefe was hit by the car, by Karen's car. This is the evidence. This man doesn't know calculations. He doesn't know how to calculate momentum. He doesn't understand the questions. Alan Jackson, it's such an unfair fight at this point, and I just cannot wait to see how the side who believes that Karen Read is 100% guilty because of her facial expressions is going to spin this into a positive day for the Commonwealth. I just can't wait. I know you'll send it to me, but let's ask the crime scene. Let's ask the crime scene. Momentum equals mass times velocity. Admittedly, I don't remember that from math class, but this witness should. I had to break for a second because I just can't even believe this is real. This is the evidence that the Commonwealth wants the jury to buy, to believe that Officer John O'Keefe was struck by the car. He just wants to go home. He's done. And he said, no, there's actually only one calculation. Alan Jackson said, listen, I'm going to rewind it for you. One question. Because he doesn't know the answer. So he's just like, oh, there's many calculations. There's many.
I'm trying to find the speed of the vehicle. That's usually what we're trying to do.
Right, okay, well, let's put the speed of the vehicle aside. Let's talk about initial momentum. What's the formula for calculating initial momentum?
There's different types of momentum formulas.
Well, there's actually one type of momentum formula. It's to calculate momentum.
Objection.
Sustained.
To calculate momentum, there is a singular.
So sustained.
He's
Ask
not
it
a-
calculation.
differently.
Isn't it true, Trooper Paul, that there is a singular calculation for determining initial momentum? That is P equals M times V, where P is the momentum. You're solving for that. M is mass. You multiply that by velocity. Is that right? Pretty simple.
He doesn't know.
You wouldn't use that in a pedestrian collision.
Oh, because the pedestrian's somehow magically out of the realm of physics?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is the
A
pedestrian out of the
magical
realm of physics or
mystery
calculation?
tour is coming to take us away. Sing it with me. Coming to take us away. Take us today. Are you kidding me? I got to hear the magical realm again.
Simple.
You wouldn't use that in a pedestrian collision.
Oh, because the pedestrian's somehow magically out of the realm of physics?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is a pedestrian out of the realm of physics and calculations?
No, it's the weight differential between the pedestrian and the vehicle.
So if the vehicle is too heavy and the body is too light, you can't calculate the initial momentum of the vehicle?
Yes,
Got it. Where'd you learn that?
it's in my math class. We only use momentum
my
for
math
vehicle to vehicle.
class.
Math class?
The crash reconstruction classes I have taken.
Got it.
It's in my math
Would
class.
you need to apply the theory of conservation of momentum in calculating these
What?
data?
Stop tricking me.
Do I need to calculate the conservation of momentum?
Ever heard of calculation, of conservation of momentum?
Yes,
Do you even know what that is? There's an equation for that as well, right?
yes.
You know what that is?
Not off the top of my head, but yes.
Oh, so do you have cliff notes when you make your report? Cheat sheets? Do you write it on your hand? With
Based on the
ballpoint
basic
pen?
principles of physics, is the total momentum of the collision greater or less than the total momentum after the collision? Total momentum before the collision, is it greater or less than the total momentum after the collision? Basic question.
What type of collision?
Trooper Paul, they're exactly equal
Bang,
in
bang.
in all respects under the principles of physics, right? That's the theory of the conservation of momentum. Momentum doesn't change.
Bang, bang.
Yes.
Transferred from one body to another,
Yes,
correct?
correct.
Why didn't you say that to the jurors?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Bang, bang.
Trooper Paul, if you were qualified to quote, look into all this stuff, you would probably know these answers, wouldn't you?
Objection.
Yes. Yes, you would.
Are there any other calculations that you need to figure out the stuff that you were talking to about with the grand jury?
Objection.
Sustained.
How about calculating the final velocity of the objects after the collision? Would that be important?
What objects?
That would be John O'Keefe's body, sir. Object
I don't.
that you claim was flying through the air 30 feet.
Okay,
Objection.
sustained.
Okay. We need to hear that again. This is a disaster for the Commonwealth. This case should be dismissed. You're right. Whoever just said that, this case should be dismissed right now. Toot sweet. And I'm not talking about the candy and chitty chitty bang bang, although we did talk about chitty chitty bang bang earlier. Toot sweet, toot sweet. Okay.
Stuff that you were talking to. Are there any other calculations that you need to figure out the stuff that you were talking to about with the grand jury?
Objection.
Sustained.
How about calculating the final velocity of the objects after the collision?
The objects
Would that
after
be
the
important?
collision.
What objects?
That would be John O'Keefe's body, sir. Object
I don't,
that you claim was flying through the air 30 feet.
Okay,
Objection.
sustained.
How about calculating the displacement using kinematic equations? Would you be able to do that?
the displacement of the body.
In order to calculate how far the body would move based on the mass of the object striking the body, could you use displacement using kinematic equations?
So like I said before, the side swipe, he would not have gotten 100% of the vehicle, 100% of the speed of the striking vehicle. It would have vastly underestimated this vehicle. You couldn't hit a person and side swipe them, spin them off to the side, and have that and get a speed from those calculations.
So you're saying that the discipline of physics cannot figure out how far John O'Keefe's body would move, but you personally figured out that he would have flown now somewhat, or been projected somewhat 30 feet.
Objection.
Is that right?
Sustained.
Are you saying that the principles of physics are incapable of determining with the proper calculations how far John O'Keefe's body would have moved given the collision at issue?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying, Trooper?
No,
Okay, next question.
Well, you just said because it was a side swipe, all these calculations, these physics calculations are inapplicable.
Mhm.
but I'm saying it would underestimate the speed and the distance.
The truth is, Trooper Paul, you have no idea what all these physics calculations mean, do you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've not been trained in physics formally, have you?
Yes,
You have been,
it's incorporated into the classes.
right? You had a few classes that used the word physics, but you haven't been formally trained in physics, have you?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's a proper question.
You haven't been formally trained in kinematics, correct?
It's in the aspects of all our crash reconstruction classes.
You haven't been formally trained and hold no degrees in biomechanics, do you?
I do not have a degree in biomechanics.
In fact, basically what you did in this case was calculated ignition cycles. And you got those wrong, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson, ask the appropriate part of the question, you'll get it.
He likes to put the sarcasm in it because the jury's
Based
getting
on
it.
your reconstruction, nearly 2-year investigation, exactly how was that taillight shattered? Explain it to us.
Yes.
How does the taillight, what do you, it gets, so the taillight in this case was shattered when it was struck John O'Keefe's arm.
Exactly what part of his arm?
Based on what I saw for his injuries was from the upper part of his arm down.
So
His arm out? And it just struck
the taillight caused the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm. That's what he's telling this jury.
the arm like a hinge? Was it in front of him? You did the reconstruction?
It looked,
Here's exactly how his body was positioned when he was struck by that.
so it looks like his arm was more kind of like this. If I can try to get that.
No, describe it for the record.
You're indicating out by his side, correct?
Yes,
All right. And the taillight would have struck his arm, right?
yes,
Not his torso.
yes,
Okay. So the full mass, the full weight of that truck hit him basically at the elbow. Is that right?
No,
Missing his
no.
torso.
but I said it, yeah, from upper part of the arm
Right.
down.
that-
Yeah.
that elbow and the biceps.
I didn't see anything that shows an indication that this lower torso was struck, but
Okay. So his
not,
torso,
it's not saying it could not have been a possibility, but I just didn't see anything.
So his torso was spared from being hit, but the arm took the brunt, the full force of the vehicle, correct?
Like arm and shoulder, yes.
Okay.
Arm and shoulder. Okay.
And you said he then did a spin, like a sort of a pirouette.
He got spun around counter.
Stop, Alex,
Possibly the way it struck, it looked like it could have gone turned around counterclockwise.
Okay. So if he turns
Pirouette.
around counterclockwise, is he turning around in the air counterclockwise?
Yes,
Okay.
initially.
So he gets hit on the upper biceps, shoulder area, and down to the forearm, right?
Yes,
By an unbroken taillight, right?
yes,
In other words, it's nice and smooth. Nothing, no shards of plastic or anything broken at the time that it made contact with his arm, right?
correct.
Okay. So how did his arm get all cut up?
Because when his arm struck the taillight then cracked. And as the car is driving past him, the taillight could scratch it.
Oh,
So he gets hit by the car, not his torso, just the arm. The taillight cracks, and as it passes by, his arm stays with it long enough to get striations, those scratches that we see, those lacerations. I'm sorry, those abrasions that we see, right?
come on.
In a sense, yes.
And at the same time, he does a pirouette and flies 30 feet to his final point of rest.
I don't know if he did a pirouette.
Well, I'm using the word pirouette. He spun around.
He started rotating counterclockwise. I don't know how far he ran counterclockwise, but he started rotating. According to that, would push him to rotate counterclockwise. Whether or not he went counterclockwise all the way to his back toward the ground.
How is nobody laughing? How is nobody laughing? Is anybody laughing with me? I know this is not funny because this is real life. This is a woman on trial for murder who is facing life in prison. But am I the only one laughing here? Even Scott, my amazing moderator, who did 25 years on the job with NYPD, that comment went by so fast, Scott, but I have to find it. I am outraged. People of Massachusetts, you should be outraged. This is a farce. This is a joke. They are prosecuting a woman for murder. And there's Pirouette has entered the chat. No broken bones to his arm. People are laughing and crying. The world is watching and the world is laughing and crying with us. If you are watching from another part of the world outside of the US, please tell us where you're watching from. I know you are. It was a triple Lutz. You spin me right round. Baby right round like a record, baby right round, round, round. I'm flabbergasted. They call it a spinorama in hockey. People are laughing out loud with a cringe. We have to replay it. We do. Thank you, G. Marie. Okay.
That's a point that he went
Because we need to get this entire monologue in all of its glory. Okay? Because the choreography by Alan Jackson is just as stunning. So if you're driving and you can't watch right now, pull over. I'm going to give you a second. If you're working and you're not at your computer and you're just listening to me in your headphones, go back to your computer because you need the video to get the full effect of this. Okay? Oh, my freeze frame is on point right there. I need to use that later in my screenshots. Let me just move this thing out of the way. Okay. Are you ready? This is real. This is not a joke. This is not a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is real life.
Plastic or anything broken at the time that it made contact with his arm. Nothing broken down to the forearm.
initially.
So it gets hit on the upper biceps, shoulder area, and down to the forearm, right?
Yes.
By an unbroken taillight, right?
Yes.
In other words, it's nice and smooth. Nothing, no shards of plastic or anything broken at the time that it made contact with his arm, right?
Correct.
Okay, so how did his arm get all cut up?
Because when his arm struck the taillight then cracked. And as the car is driving past him, the taillight could scratch it.
Got it. So he gets hit by the car, not his torso, just the arm. The taillight cracks. And as it passes by, his arm stays with it long enough to get striations, those scratches that we see, those lacerations, I'm sorry, those abrasions that we see, right?
In a sense, yes.
And at the same time, he does a pirouette and flies 30 feet to his final point of rest.
I don't know if he did a pirouette.
Well, I'm using the word pirouette. He spun around.
He started rotating counterclockwise. I don't know how far he ran counterclockwise, but he started rotating. According to that, would push him to rotate counterclockwise. Whether or not he went counterclockwise all the way to his back toward the ground, it seems like a most likely possibility.
Got it. Did you account for the fact that his arm is on a hinge?
Is what? Say again?
Did you account for the fact in this scenario that you just told the jurors that his arm is on a hinge?
On a
Called
hinge.
shoulder?
His arm is on a hinge?
Okay.
What do you mean, sir?
Okay, so the arm got hit. Didn't his arm just swing?
I said arm and shoulder area, so his arm could have been considered part of it.
Even if his shoulder got the upper,
Okay.
you're pointing to his upper biceps,
Mhm.
right? There's no injuries on his shoulder, not a single one, not even a bruise, right?
Like I said, it looked like to me it was from up here. I don't know how far I can up back here, but it was up here.
Well,
So
you're the one that talked about his injuries on his arm.
yes.
That's limited to about mid biceps, about mid forearm, correct?
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
No injuries on the shoulder, no injuries on the torso, no injuries on the ribs, no injuries on the back, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
So your theory is you got hit on the arm, took the brunt of the force from the taillight on the arm, stayed with the vehicle long enough for the taillight to explode, basically to shatter.
Exploded.
Then these striations get on his arm, abrasions. Does a pirouette, a spin, counterclockwise, and flies 30 feet in the air to his point of rest.
Yeah. It happened probably a little faster than that though.
And into the freeze frame. Oh, freeze frame. That's another good one. Look at the entire defense team. Just looking at this witness. I'm going to take myself off the screen and just full screen this for you. You can see Craig, my favorite AV squad guy, at his little TV tray table. Alan Jackson has his finger to his mouth. Liza Little is looking at him like, dude, you serious right now? Karen, with righteous indignation and absolutely entitled to look that way. And David Yannetti with his hand on his chin and his fingers, just like, seriously, dude. And even Paul O'Keefe is now looking down with a look on his face of, holy mother of God, is this really what we're hearing right now from the expert accident reconstructionist, the only one the Commonwealth has to prove that my brother, God rest his soul, was killed by Karen Reed's Lexus. Yep, it's real.
Yeah. It happened probably a little faster than that though.
Probably faster than that.
I thought you said he hit his head on the curb.
I said that's one of the possibilities of when you look at the roadway as he gets spun around kind of clockwise, it's a possibility that the curb is there, any blunt force object on the ground, as the ground is pretty blunt.
Well, except in your scenario that you just told us, he flew through the air onto the light dusting of snow, grass, and dirt.
I didn't say through the air.
Say that again.
I didn't say he got thrown through the air.
Okay,
Didn't
I'll
he?
use your word. You got projected. Like a
Projected doesn't mean it's not incorporating just the throw. Projected just means you get pushed forward. There's two parts of that. There's the air, then there's the ground. Like I said earlier, the tumbling, the rolling, whatever that part of the crash would happen. Projecting is just what we call what happens to a pedestrian post-impact with a crash.
Okay, so a couple questions. If his arm, elbow, took the brunt of that entire impact, how do you account for the fact that he didn't suffer a broken bone?
I don't know.
How do you account for the fact that he didn't have a fracture?
Objection.
Sustained.
How do you account for the fact that he didn't even have a bruise on the arm?
Objection.
That's sustained too.
They reproach.
Yes.
This is the only witness for the Commonwealth that is going to try to prove that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. Therefore, all of these questions about the injuries sustained, how can you account for the fact that he didn't have a broken bone? How can you account for the fact that he didn't have a bruise on his arm? How can you account for the fact that he didn't have a fracture? All of these are completely proper questions, and Give me a break. See how far this goes. They haven't taken their morning break,
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
The
and
truth
we're
is,
behind.
Paul, you know, having investigated auto pedestrian accidents in the past, that John O'Keefe's injuries do not look anything like an automobile pedestrian accident, do they?
Yes, they do.
Isn't it true, Trooper Paul, you came to these opinions and conclusions because Trooper Proctor told you to come to these opinions and conclusions in furtherance of his investigation?
That is not true.
That's why you have these opinions and conclusions that just don't make sense, correct?
That is not true.
And you're just trying to fit a square peg into a round hole.
Objection.
Sustained. All right, jurors will take the morning recess.
Well, that was fire. That was fire. I'm going to play the end of the monologue again. Isn't it true you reach these opinions just because Trooper Proctor told you to? Isn't it true? He says he's investigated at least 55 pedestrian cases. Okay, let's listen to this again. He was hard to hear because he walked away from the mic.
Yes.
The truth is, Trooper Paul, you know, having investigated auto pedestrian accidents in the past, that John O'Keefe's injuries do not look anything like an automobile pedestrian accident, do they?
Yes, they do.
Isn't it true, Trooper Paul, you came to these opinions and conclusions because Trooper Proctor told you to come to these opinions and conclusions in furtherance of his investigation?
That is not true.
That's why you have these opinions and conclusions that just don't make sense, correct?
That is not true.
And you're just trying to fit a square peg into a round hole.
Objection.
Sustained. All right, jurors will take the morning recess.
Okay, they're taking the morning recess.
And I'll see counsel at sidebar about scheduling.
Scheduling. Okay. That was fire. That was fire. This morning, my friends, has been fire. If you missed it, I'm so sorry, but this is maybe one of the best days of testimony and cross-examination thus far. We watched Trooper Joseph Paul of the Reconstruction team or unit or lead guy or case officer or whatever the hell he is. We watched him skewered on the stand this morning. Skewered. Absolutely skewered. Except, hold on a second. Wait, is this the end? Okay, fan is up. The break is already over, so let's jump right to post break. So maybe we can catch up a little bit before we go to questions. Hold the questions. His parents, I don't know if Mr. O'Keefe is there today, but Mrs. O'Keefe left the room during that last skewering. This will be redirect.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Good luck rehabilitating this one. You should just say nothing.
Now, with regard to your testimony as far as that triggering event, or the two events on 12,629B, you testified that that was consistent with the pedestrian collision, is that correct?
That's correct.
Again, if you could tell the jury, why is that consistent with the pedestrian collision?
The one specifically with the speeds and everything that we're referring to.
24.2 miles per hour in reverse for about
Right.
62 feet.
Okay, yeah. So why I think that's consistent with a pedestrian strike is because of the sudden change in the speed. It drops down by half mile per hour. The accelerator pedal is staying constant at the same percentage, and the steering wheel angle also turns to the right.
Now, your overall opinion,
Anybody think the jury is paying any attention to this right now? Do you think they went back to the jury room for their morning break and just laughed over coffee and donuts? Like, do you think anybody is paying any attention at all? I wish I was in the courtroom today. Today is the day I wish I was there. But Friday was great too. But this is actually, it's probably better that I'm watching it on TV because I can really look at his face. When you're in the courtroom, it's really hard to see the witness, especially from where I was sitting. So we're here for it.
It's based on what you did as far as your reconstruction, correct?
Yes.
Is there other information that you had at your disposal in formulating your opinion?
Like from other reports and stuff?
Yes.
Yes.
And that would include physical evidence, is that correct?
Correct.
And that would include witness statements, correct?
Sustained as to form.
What, if anything else, would that include?
The roadway evidence, witness statements.
In witness statements, would that also include statements of the defendant?
Correct.
Are you aware that the defendant indicated in a statement to troopers that she conducted a three-point turn in the area of
Objection.
Fairview Road?
I'm going to allow
There's an
that.
objection.
Yes.
And what you observed in that triggering event is that from that mileage, is that consistent with the defendant's own statement?
Yes, it is.
Now, let me ask you a little bit, if you could, again, for the jury, clarify the difference between what you termed as an area of impact versus a point of impact.
Yes, an area impact is broader. It's a bigger area. Point to impact would mean something as obviously right there. That would be the area impact.
If I could ask, the cell phone that was located under Mr. O'Keefe's body, that location, is that also consistent with the linear path that you were testifying about earlier?
Yes, it was.
And do you know whether or not that cell phone was in his hand or in his back pocket or somewhere else?
I do not know.
As far as let me ask you this. You were shown some photographs of some taillight pieces near a fire, correct?
Yes.
As far as the area of impact, that was, from what you determined, that was Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker, is that correct?
Yeah, it was within that. What I've had for no initial evidence, I said the area impact was a star in that area prior to the
I'm
sneaker.
sorry,
So what I was saying was the area impact was prior to the area the sneaker was. It was in that path, just prior to that area.
And why did you determine that it was in that area?
Because that is the first point of evidence.
Huh.
And this first point of evidence in relation to what and sort of how the evidence was configured as it was evident to you.
How was it pointed to me? It was the first point of evidence away from, for the furthest point was evident at that time that knew away from the pedestrian.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can't wait for redirect. He keeps opening more doors.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 58. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I publish that to the jury,
Okay, what exhibit number is it?
58.
Thank you.
Pulling out exhibits on. Oh, I guess it's this something we've already seen, probably.
Do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
There's 34 at Fairview to the left side, and this is the fire hydrant.
And as far as these photographs and the photographs shown to you by Mr. Jackson on cross-examination, do you know when those photographs were taken?
I do not know specifically at what time those were taken.
You don't know if those photographs were taken on February 3rd of 2022?
Nobody knows. Could you believe that?
Objection sustained.
Okay, could you believe that, Lally? Could you believe that Lally says that? He gives him the answer. Wow. Listen to that question. He doesn't know when they're taken. And then Lally says, do you know that they were taken on such and such a date?
I do not know specifically at what time those were taken.
You don't know if those photographs were taken on February 3rd of 2022?
You don't know if those photos were taken on February 3rd of 2002? His questioning is so outrageous, so improper, and such BS that it gets more outrageous with every redirect.
Objection.
Is the objection sustained?
Now, Trooper, if you could, using the laser pointer, I know you've done this on the diagram, but if you could use the laser pointer with regard to what's on the screen as Exhibit 58, direct the jury's attention to where you believe the area of impact to be between the defendants, Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe.
It's probably somewhere out here.
Probably somewhere out here.
And as far as that,
And no one's going to clarify for the record where he's indicating on that photograph with his fancy laser pointer. Probably somewhere around here. Lally doesn't say indicating, to the right of the fire hydrant on the roadway.
linear path that you were talking about from the area of impact, where did that go from and where did that go to?
So I say, so from, I think it's from around like this way.
Probably like this way. Nobody's clarifying the record.
May I approach this for tree here?
So John was standing in the middle of the street. Leading is never called out in this case. Somewhere out here, somewhere out there, somewhere.
Now, Trooper, if you could explain to the jury.
Yeah, didn't he just change the point of impact again?
We're describing as Mr. O'Keefe's post-impact movement, starting sort of with the point of impact between himself and the SUV to the point where he comes to final rest on the lawn.
Yes, so he was struck along the right side in the area of his arm, and then he was in post-impact with the Lexus. He rotated counterclockwise and eventually hit the ground and came to final rest.
Rotated counterclockwise. Which way was he facing when he was hit? Like, we can't even figure out counterclockwise because we don't know if his back was to the car or his front was to the car. If his back was to the car, counterclockwise would be to the left. If his front was to the car, my brain is mush.
Based on your understanding of the weather conditions, was frozen at the time, is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Lally.
Yes, sir. So as far as anything in your testimony about Mr. O'Keefe's actions, does that involve a pirouette?
No,
Pirouette.
There's a rotation, is that correct?
correct.
And as far as 30 feet
We need a pirouette emoji.
in the air, do you have any opinion as to whether or not he flew 30 feet in the air?
I do not have any evidence that he would have flown 30 feet in the air.
And so as far as from your training experience when it comes to pedestrian collisions, are you able to determine or calculate how much distance someone is in the air and how much distance someone sort of rolls or tumbles to their final resting position?
Say it again.
From your training experience,
Yes.
based on this collision, are you able to determine how far Mr. O'Keefe was traveled in the air versus how far he traveled tumbling or rolling after he hit the ground?
I do not have a calculation for this specific style of pedestrian crash due to the side swipe.
Oh, it's a very
So if I did, I could use the formula. It would just vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle.
Oh, so you think she was going faster than 24.2 miles an hour? Or if you used the calculation, it would vastly underestimate the speed. So she might have been only going 3 miles an hour if you used the calculation, but that doesn't jive with the data that you got from the Toyota tech system. So you can't use that calculation, but you really don't even know what the calculation is anyway. So there's that. Mama Ames says, just a reminder, this is the best the Commonwealth has, folks. I can't even speed this up to 1 1/4 because they both speak so quickly that it would sound like the chipmunks. This is on regular speed.
Let me ask you a little bit about, you were talking about the Searle pedestrian throw formula, correct?
Correct.
And that's something developed in the course of physics specific to Reconstruction by someone named Dr. Searle, correct?
Correct.
And that's SEARLE, is that correct?
That is correct.
And with respect to Dr. Searle's formula, why is that inapplicable in sideswipe collision versus some other type?
Because it takes in, it's looking for more, it's not so much the formula, it's how much projection efficiency that would occur, how much percentage of the speed of the striking vehicle would have happened. In order for the formula to work, the more of the body would have struck the vehicle, the more efficient the outcome would be in the speed.
In the center of mass that you were talking about, sort of in the collision sequence, what, if any, role was that played in regard to your ability to do that calculation?
It would just, like I said, it would underestimate the speed of striking vehicle due to a center mass not within the rear of the vehicle.
And not to twist your words or anything, but as far as when you say underestimate, that would not be an accurate reflection of the defendant's vehicle speed, correct?
Correct.
He's boring me already. One of our amazing moderators, Little Cupcake, had a birthday over the weekend. Everybody say happy birthday to Little Cupcake. Happy birthday, Little Cupcake. I love you. I love you with all of my heart. This guy's boring me to tears.
Now, you were asked some questions about the glass and indicated that there are a number of reasons why the glass would travel with him, being Mr. O'Keefe. Can you explain what those are?
Yeah, the glass could have struck the vehicle also in that same way. Could have still been attached to his hand and still gone with him in the same way. It could have been attached to his body in midair. That's the multiple ways that the glass would have stayed with him.
Multiple ways, all kinds of ways.
Now, in speaking of collision sequences, particularly collisions involving multiple vehicles.
Multiple vehicles.
Vehicles are fixed with bumpers, correct?
Correct.
Multiple vehicles. How about two vehicles? If you're going to start talking, now he's going to start talking about the video outside of One Meadows. We'll see how far the judge gets. There's going to be a huge objection here. If you're ahead in another stream, please don't spoil it for us.
What's the purpose of a bumper on a vehicle?
To help absorb the
Scope,
Yes.
Yeah.
sustained.
Outside the scope.
Your Honor, if I
Sorry.
may, I don't believe it is.
So why don't we come to sidebar?
Good. Go to sidebar. It's outside the scope. So here's the thing on redirect. Look at Paul O'Keefe. He speaks for all of us with that. If you're watching, his hand is, if you're not watching, sorry. His head is in his hand. He's covering his eyes. And we don't know what he's thinking, but we can guess. I'm sorry. I am so sorry for the O'Keefe family that they have to sit through this, that they have to listen to this. And based on the report that they've probably seen from this guy, they had no idea that his testimony was going to be such a train wreck. And it has to be so painful for him. And his wife, who was good friends with Karen, she testified to that. And for his parents. And especially for his niece and nephew that he was raising. This is a tragedy. This is an absolute mess. And this is the travesty of justice right here. Because this family will likely never see justice because a proper investigation was never done in the death, murder of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. It was never done. Wow, he looks devastated, right? What do you think? And look at Aaron, his wife, looking at him like, are you okay? He looks devastated. And this girl, who I think is the wife of John's former partner, he's been banned from the courtroom for banging into Karen in the hallway, I think, right? So he's not allowed to come in the courtroom anymore. What's his name again, you guys? Carl Dougal or something? That's his wife in the white blouse. He looks broken. Jackie Dougal. Let's fast forward until sidebar's over. We are.
So I'm sorry again, if I could ask you, what is the purpose of a bumper on a vehicle?
It's there to help absorb energy from a collision.
And with reference to the scratches that you were asked about on the vehicle on sort of the right rear quarter panel, what, if any, relationship does bumpers or their interaction have to your opinion as it relates to that?
Sorry, say it again.
Back to what you just testified about bumpers, you were
Yep.
also asked some questions about scratches on the right rear quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, relationship does the bumpers on the vehicle and sort of their intended purpose have with relation to the scratches that you observed?
So the bumpers on the side was more of this wasn't more of a direct on hit with the bumper. It was more of the side scraping of the paint or the bumper.
Now, the presence of Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on the taillight, is that consistent with a pedestrian collision?
Yes.
Now, as far as the glass,
I got to hear that again. The taillight is consistent with the presence of his DNA on the taillight. Okay, wait.
Of the paint or the bumper.
now, the presence of Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on the taillight, is that consistent with a pedestrian collision?
Yeah. Even though the pedestrian is wearing long sleeves and jeans. Okay.
Yes.
Now, as far as the glass not matching, are you aware that the lab's actual findings were that the glass on the bumper and the glass on the roadway was just not found to be consistent with each other? Is that your understanding? If you know.
I don't know.
And were you also aware that the lab's finding was that the glass on the bumper was consistent with the glass on the road?
I'm
Glass
not
on the
sure
road?
what the lab said.
Now, in order to construct your diagrams, your testimony, I believe, was that you had used cert diagrams in the process of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could turn back to that 12629B, the mileage from the tech stream data.
Yes.
The
Not blood.
3-point turn that you observed and the 24.2 mile per hour straight line for approximately 62 feet. How far apart time-wise within that particular triggering event were those two incidents?
8 minutes.
And as far as any of the other tech stream data that you observed, was there any other triggering event that included the 3-point turn?
No.
Now, as far as the defendant's path of travel, is it your understanding that that was obtained from a multitude of different witnesses?
Multitude.
Yes.
Now,
Multitude.
with reference to, you were asked some questions about the defendant's cell phone. As far as GPS locations, were you aware that the defendant's cell phone wasn't able to be accessed until by law enforcement until 2020?
Yeah, objection.
Sustained.
Were you aware that the defendant's cell phone had GPS locations turned off on the defendant's cell phone?
I'll allow that.
What?
I was not aware.
Hold on, I gotta hear the question again.
And the cell phone had GPS locations turned off on the defendant's cell phone.
The defendant's cell phone had locations turned off? Most people do have locations turned off on their cell phones because they don't want, when they post pictures to social media, they don't want their location tagged. We've all been taught to turn off our locations except for specific apps when we share locations with our family. So I don't know what smoking gun he thinks that is.
The defendant's cell phone had GPS locations turned off on the defendant's cell phone.
I'll allow that.
Shouldn't be allowed.
I was not aware.
Now, as far as placing the vehicle during that triggering event, 12629B, did you use key cycles to put it back at that location at that time?
No, I didn't.
What did you use?
I looked at the odometer mileage.
Okay, I have a question for you, chat, because you've probably been paying attention more closely than I have during the testimony. But has any witness before this one testified to Karen Reed's GPS location on her phone being turned off? I have not heard any testimony about that. And Lally just got that in by a question to this witness who didn't even look at her phone and said he didn't know that. Did anybody testify to that yet? That Karen's GPS location was turned off on her phone? No, right? Nope. But now the jury just got to hear it through a question from Lally to which this witness does not even know the answer. Highly improper. Wrong witness. It's never been testified to, right? Okay, I didn't miss it. Wait, did he say the victim's phone or the defendant's phone? Hold on. All right, let's take this back a second. No, the defendant's cell phone had GPS locations turned off. So no, defendants. Karen Reed's. Facts not in evidence. That's right. Thank you, Micha. He just snuck that in with a witness who was not aware. Okay, great.
Vehicle during that triggering event, 12629B. Did you use key cycles to put it back at that location at that time?
No, I didn't.
What did you use?
I looked at the odometer mileage
And why would you look at the odometer mileage over the key cycles?
because I can physically see the odometer mileage at the vehicle at the time of my inspection.
And why would, well, let me ask you this. In your opinion, as far as that is concerned, sort of backtracking to a specific location, which is more reliable, the odometer or the key cycles?
I would say the odometer mileage.
And why is that?
Like I said, you can physically see it when you turn the car, and I know that's the odometer mileage that it's reading on the dashboard.
And every
So
key
it's not the
cycle, is that
software?
necessarily recorded within the text stream data?
No,
And why not, sir?
it only records stuff that related to the triggers.
They don't what?
They only record stuff that is related to the triggers.
Oh, okay.
As
Only
far as
records stuff
counsel's
that's related to the
hypothetical,
triggers.
With regard to the key cycles,
Triggered.
is it your opinion that that hypothetical is accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate,
And why so?
because it also be you also add the odometer mileage onto the key cycle. So those key cycles and odometer mileage are on the same trigger, and plus the data seems consistent with everything else that's going on with this collision.
Now, fair to say that you were not outside of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, sometime around 12:20 to 12:30 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so fair to say that you don't know exactly how Mr. O'Keefe and or Glass or anything that he's holding interacted with the defendant's vehicle at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
I do not.
And so based on your training and experience and the number of pedestrian crashes that you've investigated, again, if you could, one last time, just describe to the jury how you believe the vehicle interacted with Mr. O'Keefe.
Before we get to that, because that I know is going to be a fanciful answer, I just want to go back to what he said, 12:30. Hold on. Now, it was fair to say you were not outside of 34 Fairview.
Not outside of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, sometime around 12:20 to 12:30 a.m. Is that
12:20 to 12:30 a.m. Now he's changing his theory again because in his opening statement, Lally said the accident, the impact occurred at 12:45 a.m. 12:45. Now he's mid-trial changing his theory to 12:20 to 12:30 a.m. Based on what? The jury doesn't forget. We didn't forget he said 12:45 in the opening. Now it's 12:20 to 12:30 based on what? Newly discovered evidence that you forgot to turn over to the defense? Kind of like the mirrored video and other nonsense. He said 12:45.
correct?
That's correct.
And so fair to say that you don't know exactly how Mr. O'Keefe and or Glass or anything that he's holding interacted with the defendant's vehicle at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
I do not.
Yeah, and Colin left at
So based
12:10.
on your training and experience and the number of pedestrian crashes that you've investigated, Again, if you could.
All
one
55
more
of
time,
them
just, Describe to the jury.
that you've
how you
investigated.
believe, The vehicle interacted with Mr. O'Keefe and why?
Objection.
Sustained. It's asked and answered.
Good.
With reference to what
Doesn't
you
get to talk about the
described
pirouette again.
As far as the interaction between Mr. O'Keefe and the vehicle, why is that your opinion?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Based on the evidence from the vehicle, based on
There is no
the
evidence.
injuries to John O'Keefe, the tail light appears to be broken and it's sharp plastic pieces that could have ripped his arm, and also the dent with the scratches above it is consistent with a hand holding a glass and the glass on top smashing on the vehicle, and the hand smashing the vehicle. You can see there's a line between scratches and a dent there.
So his hand dented the car, but there's no broken bones. Yeah. Right. Wouldn't Ryan Nagel have
That just told me.
seen all of this? Because didn't he pull up at like 12:23? Yeah, you're right.
Very briefly, I just want to make sure I clear something up about the key cycles. You're not suggesting that every key cycle in the history of the car is on this page, correct?
That's correct.
I'm pulling up Exhibit 591.
Okay.
That indicates key cycles that have triggering events, correct?
Yes.
Triggering events are something that the manufacturer includes in basically a list of items that will be a triggering event, correct?
Yes.
It's a list of items basically for mechanics to figure out if there's some unusual driving or unusual event with the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But the key cycles go in order. They're numerical, 1 through whatever.
Correct.
Yeah. Excellent.
And the hypothetical that I gave you on cross-examination, with those driving incidents, each one of those would represent a key cycle, correct?
I don't, so in your hypothetical, I mean, assume that it should create a key cycle, but that you can't just say that key cycle is from that, because I didn't just use key cycles. I used the odometer mileage on top of it. So you have to have key cycle and odometer.
Right.
Checks and balances.
So when you testified on direct examination, you said your analysis, this was on Friday, before the weekend. By the way, over the weekend, did you watch anything on, I don't know, YouTube or any social media?
No,
Nothing.
no,
No. Did you have any conversations with Mr. Lally about these key cycles and problems?
no,
Did you have any conversations with anybody about the issues with the key cycles?
no.
Did you realize at some point between Friday and today that I was probably going to ask you some questions about key cycles?
Objection.
Did you realize that yourself?
I assumed you would ask me loads of information.
So on Friday, you didn't mention that your analysis was based on mileage, did you?
Objection.
Sustained.
On Friday, did you mention that your analysis was predicated on mileage?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar.
Did you watch Court TV? Somebody said. Wow. Serene says, I never realized my Toyota has a key cycle.
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Paul, on Friday, you indicated pretty clearly that your analysis was based on the key cycles, starting at 1164 when you started your testing, and 1162, which was the key cycle you claimed on Friday was at 34 Fairview.
It wasn't based on it. That's how I describe it. I said key cycles. I based it on they were close within proximity to each other, but I've always said it's key cycles and odometer mileage, plus all the information within the triggers themselves. So it wasn't just one of the other.
And you said on Friday that once you started your testing in 1164, it was 2 cycles earlier that had the triggering events, meaning 1162, that you claimed were at 34 Fairview.
Yes.
But in the hypothetical, if there were 4 events, 4 driving, 4 key cycle events between 1164 and 1159, it could not have occurred at 1162, correct? 34 Fairview, in my hypothetical.
In your hypothetical, if it recorded a key cycle, then your hypothetical is correct.
Right. And last question, if you got the route of travel incorrect, if your presumption of the route of travel was incorrect on that vehicle in the days earlier, then your mileage would be incorrect also, correct?
Mileage from what? The odometer or from
The odometer reading.
the odometer reading is odometer reading. It's 36.
My point is your analysis that's based on the odometer reading. 36 miles here, 12 miles there, 2 miles here, 5 miles there. If you got the route of travel wrong and the route of travel was different, your assumptions about the odometer readings would be incorrect as well, correct?
So what I'm
If you got the path of travel wrong.
so what I purposely put down a range on my Google images showing, because I couldn't tell you her definitively route of path for every single way, but I know that it's possibly a possibility that she could travel 36 miles within those locations that she traveled post leaving Fairview Road.
Or if that mileage was put on at key cycle 1162, then that would mean the vehicle would already be in Massachusetts State Police custody, right?
Mm-hmm.
Objection.
So that's beyond the scope.
That's all I have.
It's all right.
All
The
right,
jury
Mr.
heard it.
Lally?
Just very briefly. The range that you came up with for the defendant's path of travel, does that fit with the path of travel, the odometer reading, putting the defendant's vehicle in the area of 34 Fairview Road when it does the 3-point turn, and then 8 minutes later when it travels 24.2 miles per hour in a straight line in reverse for approximately 62 feet?
Objection. Like,
Nothing further.
talk about
All
leading.
right, you are all set.
You are all set. Good luck to you, sir. Let's see the look he gives AJ on the way out. Hold on. I'm going to take myself off for a second. Because the look on the other day was fire.
All right, so jurors, we're going to take another short break to set up some things.
Oh, they're not going to show it.
All rise for the court, please.
Oh, they're not going to show it. Oh, man. All right, so they take a short break to set up some stuff and things and stuff. We heard a lot about stuff and things and stuff during that witness's testimony, and that was crazy. We're almost at real time, so let's go to after they set up the things and stuff. Here we are.
All right, your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Mr. Ian Whiffin to the stand.
Oh, here we go. This is their Celebrate guy in Canada. He's going to talk about the hostlong to die in
And
cold.
Mr. Lally,
search.
you just need to tell me when I need to give that instruction.
Yes, sir.
And he's going to, I think they want to show a PowerPoint presentation because that was one of the motions in lemonade that we watched. They are called motions in lemonade. Closed captions called them motions in lemonade, and we stuck with it.
You shall give to the court in the. Okay. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you shall give to the court in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
And if it's at all helpful, that microphone before you is adjustable. You can put it in any direction you wish. Just try to keep your voice up. Okay, sir?
Thank you.
Now, sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, it's Ian Whiffin. So IANWHIFFIN.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm currently the decoding product manager at Cellbright.
And what is Cellbright?
Cellbright is one of the world leaders in mobile forensics software.
And when you say forensic software, can you explain to the jury a little bit about sort of what is forensic software and how is it used, specifically your Cellbright?
Yes, so forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, cell phones primarily, to extract that data and to allow examiners to parse and decode that data to make sense of it in a more user-friendly way so that a report can be created for investigators.
Now, sir, if I could ask you just a few questions going back to some of your educational and prior work experience with starting sort of with your undergraduate work, what, if any, where did you go to school and what, if any, degree did you receive there?
Okay, I didn't get a degree. I'm originally from the UK, where I did qualifications in computing, a higher national certificate in computing, and then joined the police in 2004.
And what department was that, sir?
That was response work. So South Yorkshire Police as a response officer.
And where did you go from there?
In 2009, I immigrated to Canada, where I was able to continue policing with the Calgary Police Service, where I spent approximately 4 or 5 years, again, working patrol before moving to the digital forensics team of Calgary Police.
And with respect to moving to that digital forensics team, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to that area?
So once I had made it into the digital forensics, I was sent to Ottawa for 3 weeks to do a foundational computer forensics course, covering all manner of digital forensics to begin with. Throughout my 8 years with Calgary Police, I did constant courses each year to keep information updated, including a 2-week course, again, at the Canadian Police College in Ottawa, specifically about cell phone forensics. And then also during that time, additional courses for extracting data for interpreting internet artifacts or any other kind of information found on a phone or computer.
And following that, where did you go from there?
In 2020, I left Calgary Police Service and began working at Cellbrite as the senior digital intelligence expert, where I would use my knowledge of the forensic community to assist the developers with creating and maintaining a program that examiners would want to use. And finally, about 2 years ago, I moved to the decoding product manager position.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what it is, what your role is, and what is it that you do for Cellphone?
Yep, so right now in the position that I'm in, again, I use my knowledge of the digital forensics landscape in the community. I talk with users about their daily challenges, what applications are causing them problems, what they need to get access to, what they need to understand. And I take that information, create a priority list, and then determine with our developers what we will tackle, how we will tackle it, and how it will appear to the end user.
Now, with regard
I'm going to pause for a second to point out to you the critics on the Karen Reed is a witch, fry her, throw her in the water. If she sinks, she's a witch. If she floats, if she sinks, she's not a witch, but she's dead. But if she floats, she's a witch, so kill her. Because we're back at the Salem witch trials. This is the witness that they are of the opinion will blow this case wide open. They have been telling you for as long as you've been caring to listen that this guy invented the program at Cellbrite that is used. He's a focus group guy. He just told you that he talks with users of Cellbrite to determine what apps they're having problems with and what the problems are, okay? He's lovely. He has an adorable accent. He's originally from the UK. He doesn't have a degree. He didn't go to college, but he has a certificate in something. I forget what. Joined the UK police force, a police force in the UK in 2004. In 2009, he emigrated to Canada, where he joined the Canadian, I don't know if he said Mounties, I'm not sure, but he joined the Canadian police for 8 years. He took a 2-week course in cell phone forensics. And by 2020, he was employed by Cellbrite. As a senior digital intelligence expert, he is a product manager who talks with users of Cellbrite to find out what their problems are. Okay? Are we picking up what we're laying down? He's troubleshooting with customers all day. Unless there's something else that I'm missing here, it's like conducting focus groups. What are your problems? How can we solve them? Listen, I'm going to play that back one more time. The daily challenges of the users. He talks with users about their daily challenges. Okay? This has nothing to do with whether Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car. This witness is brought in, I think, solely for the purpose of saying that Jen McCabe's phone did not search Haas Long to die in cold at 227. So again, here's what he does for Celebrate. Listen up.
That you do for cellphone.
Yep, so right now in the position that I'm in, again, I use my knowledge of the digital forensics landscape in the community. I talk with users about their daily challenges, what applications are causing them problems, what they need to get access to, what they need to understand. And I take that information, create a priority list, and then determine with our developers what we will tackle, how we will tackle it, and how it will appear to the end user.
So when you call Apple for support and you say, my computer's frozen, what can I do? And they walk you through your problem and figure out how to help you. That's what he does. And he makes a list of priorities. And I'm sure it's a wonderful job and he's providing a service. Maybe he's well paid. I don't know. Seems like a lovely man. But it does not seem like he is the expert that they made him out to be. So, but let's listen.
Now, with regard to your education in this area, what, if any, certifications do you have?
No specific certifications. I've done the Cellbrite coursework since joining.
No specific certifications, but he's done the coursework that Celebrite gives him, the videos, the training videos. He's got no certifications. Did Lally do any due diligence into this witness's background before they sold him as the guy who invented the software for Celebrite? Were we being gaslit on that? Am I wrong? Isn't that what we've been told? That right, no developer experience, not even a certification, but he watched some training videos with Celebrite. Okay? Isn't that what we've been told, you guys? Yeah? Bueller? Anyone? He's done some videos since he got hired there, like the training videos that people have to. Anytime you join a new company, I would imagine you have to do videos, right? Training videos. How to use their system, how to enter your stuff into Salesforce or whatever. No certifications.
Any certifications do you have?
No specific certifications. I've done the Cellbrite coursework since joining Cellbrite, but other than the 3-week course in Ottawa, and then again the 2-week course in Ottawa, I don't have the SANS training or any of that kind of training certifications.
A 3-week course and a 2-week course.
And
I need a voir
in
dire.
addition to your work with Cellbrite, what, if any,
AJ, if you can hear me through telepathy, demand a voir dire of this witness. They are trying to introduce him as an expert. Hello? This is insane. Maybe they're just going to let it go and be like, this is laughable, and we all see it, right? Remember when Lally said laughable on Friday? That it was laughable? That the defense wanted to exclude that testimony from Trooper Paul? This is laughable.
other areas of the field have you worked?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase that?
Sure. Have you
Did you
given
invent
any
the software?
certifications? Have you published any work in relation to this area?
Yes. So since working as an examiner, I identified that there were times that I needed to parse artifacts from applications that the main vendors didn't support. In response to that, I would do my own research. That research turned into a selection of digital forensics tools, and I created a website for myself to share that research, to share those tools with the community.
He created a blog. He created a blog, my friends, to share his theories and knowledge on Tumblr. Really? Really? Okay. He's a self-appointed expert, just sharing his theories with people on Reddit and Tumblr and MySpace, maybe. I don't know. Is it just me? Hello, Rosie from Northern Ireland. It just keeps getting worse. Holy mother, for the love of the traveling Mary. Listen, he created a website, a blog.
Into a selection of to that, I would do applications that the main vendors didn't support. In response to that, I would do my own research. That research turned into a selection of digital forensics tools, and I created a website for myself to share that research, to share those tools with the community.
A
And
self-published
directly
website.
related to that, I have published articles related to accessing data on phones, related to SQL databases, related to various other artifacts, primarily locations.
Some ideas.
Now, over the course of your work, have you had occasion to testify in other courts in relation to this specific field?
Yes, related to digital forensics, I've testified approximately 20 times, mainly in Canada, but also once in Michigan, once in Australia, once in the UK.
Now,
So he started a business
as
for
far as,
expert testimony.
questions that come into your company with relation to interpretation of data, other sort of general forensic questions. What parts of the world do these questions come in from, and how widely used is your product?
So the product is used globally. There are a select number of countries that we don't export to, but generally, if a police service is interested in digital forensics, then they're using at least some of our tools. We operate an email address which is open to any user called Stumpers. And the idea is that users, if they come across a artifact that they can't explain, they can email to myself and some of my colleagues, and we can research that artifact, and we can try and give them an answer as to say why the artifact's there and how it should be interpreted.
We try to research it. We try to. So we try to. And if we can, we let you know. So is this his own business that you're talking about now? This Stumpers email, or is the Stumpers email through Celebrite? Sounds like it's his own website doing this for fun to help people. It's kind of like when something's broken in your house, right? And you go to YouTube for a video on how to fix it, or something's broken in your car and it's an older car and you don't know how to fix it. So you go to like a chat room on the internet, and there's a mechanic there who for fun in his spare time will answer your question. Like, check this, check that, when you don't have time to run through a million things, right? That's kind of like what this is, I think.
Determine there as far as an artifact, if you could please explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that term is and how it's used within your specific industry.
Yeah, so I would refer to an artifact as essentially any piece of data which I've recovered from the phone, which is of interest. It could be a web history visit. It could be a text message. It could be a photograph, any piece of information.
Now, sir, turning your attention to September of 2023, at some point in that month, were you contacted by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office and the State Police in regard to this case?
Eventually, yes. Initially, I was contacted by a member of Cellbrite.
And if you know why was that initial, as far as...
Initially, he was contacted by a Cellbrite member who said, we're not getting involved in this, but hey, if you want to do this as your side gig, they're looking for an expert in Cellbrite.
The initial contact, initial request from Cellbrite, can you speak about that?
My understanding was there was an artifact found on a device, and people were looking for an explanation as to how this particular timestamp was relevant to the case.
Now, if you could explain to the jury sort of what were you provided and what were you asked to look at?
So the original question is just basically, how can we explain this 227 timestamp?
Please.
I spoke to my colleague and requested if he could contact the investigators and any information that they could share about where this particular timestamp was found so that I could investigate it.
Okay, did you catch that? He was contacted, and the question was, how do we explain this 2:27 a.m. timestamp? How do we explain it? How can we be creative in our explanation of saying maybe 227 did not happen. Right? See, that's the end game. The end game is, how do we explain it? Can you think of something?
I was advised at that time that the case had already been uploaded to our own support network. So the full extraction of the device in question was already in Cellbright's possession. And I was able to access it from there and start to examine what the issue was that was causing the confusion.
Now, with reference to this issue, can you describe to the jury, just in general terms, sort of what this issue was?
Yeah, so the issue, as I was led to believe, is there was a timestamp for a web history artifact of 2:27 and 40 seconds AM local time, which would be UTC-5, and it didn't make sense to the investigators. And the question was, is there any other interpretation for what this timestamp could mean?
And so essentially you were asked to explain the timestamp and how it came to be,
Yeah,
correct?
how to debunk
Correct.
it. Right, Rosie?
And as far as this particular issue, has this arisen in other instances? Have you been asked the same question or similar questions in regard to this type of artifact?
Yeah, several weeks later, so probably around December time last year, I was contacted by a police investigator in Austria with a very similar question, but related to obviously a different internet search. And about a week later, the defense expert in the same case also contacted me asking the same question. The defense expert in that case was able to provide the database, and I was able to provide the answer.
Congrats. You've worked on other cases? What was the point of that question in Austria? Congratulations. I'm glad for you, but why does Lally want you to talk about that in Austria? You were able to help. You were able to help in another case. So therefore, your opinion in this case must be 100% right.
Now, as far as the full extraction, is that the entirety of what you looked at in this instance, or what, if anything else, were you provided with in regard to your review and your analysis in this case?
So I did work with the full extraction, but my interest was focused on just the web history artifacts.
Right. Of
So
course.
what, if anything, did you find with regard to the web history artifact?
So the 2:27:40 timestamp was correct insofar as that is the time that is shown within the database. It was indeed a deleted record, but the interesting thing was why the timestamp said 2:27:40. And I did some testing on this and discovered the reason why 2:27:40 was actually listed in the database.
And deleted.
Even though that's not the time, in my opinion, that the search was conducted.
And what is your opinion as to when the search was conducted?
There's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27 40 seconds. And there's plenty of evidence later on in the day that shows that particular search was conducted at 6:23, I believe 51 seconds, and then a similar search at 6:24 and 18 seconds, I believe.
No, I think you've got that backwards. I think a different search was made at 6:23, and then at 6:24, it was the same search that reverted back to the Hostlong to Dying Cold. But if that's your testimony, then you're going to get killed, because then the last search that wasn't the same as the 2:27 search is the one that should have reverted back when you closed the tab, right? Because that's what Jessica Hyde said, right? Oh my gosh, I can't believe I just verbalized that.
And before we get to that, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Right? Ding, ding, ding. Thank you, Java Time. Spot on.
Yes,
Do you recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This was the internet history, the history.db database table showing activity from the morning of the 29th of January 2022.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll seek to introduce and witness the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
Cue the sirens. Usually they don't come when the civilian witnesses are on the stand.
Yes.
Your if I may, with court permission, to republish it for the jury.
Yes.
Kick the door in, Ozzy. Kick the door in. Oh, maybe we'll catch
I
up.
do, yes.
Well done.
Now,
Oh,
Mr.
no.
Whiffin, do you recognize what's up on the screen now as the exhibit you have before you?
I do, yes.
And Ms. Whiffin, there should be a laser pointer on the desk next to you. What I'm going to ask you to do is, if you could, using that laser pointer, explain to the jury what we're looking at in this exhibit and what, if anything, of significance you observe within this exhibit.
All right, I'm going to just pause this here so we can look at it together as I practice my British accent. Now, I'm going to full screen this, but I hope you can let me know you can still hear me while I'm off screen. If we look at this, 1:29:22, it is after midnight, 42 minutes, so 12:42 a.m. It looks like there was a Hockomock Sports search. That is Hockomock Sports. 12:42:31 again. Hockomock Sports. Looks like she's, maybe navigating around in those as such areas as Hockomock Sports. Those were all made at 12:42. See that? Visit count 4, visit count 65, visit count 30, visit count 40. So remember when Jen McCabe testified that the reason she looked that up was because her daughter was invited to play at a team, play with a team that she had never, she didn't know anything about the team, so she had to Google it, right? Well, if that's Hockomock Sports, she's already been there 46 times, 40 times, 65 times, 4 times. And then again, at 1:59 and 50 seconds, she's looking at Hockomock Sports again, and 1:59 and 58 seconds, Hockomock Sports. But let's hear what he has to say about that.
Okay, of course. So this was a table I created based on the data from the phone. The first column shows the local time of a record that was written to the history database. This is a database which is tracking all web pages which are loaded as you use them. The second column starts with the URL, so the Uniform Resource Locator. So what you would type in or how the browser knows which website you want to visit.
Uniform Resource Locator. I was today years old when I found out that that's what URL stands for. Uniform Resource Locator. Excellent. We're learning something.
The title is part of the website which is loaded. One of the top attributes of the website will load the title. Visit count relates to an internal counter within Safari, which just tracks how many times a particular website is visited in order to make suggestions to you down the road. And then finally, the last column shows the source of this information. So history.db is the name of the database. History_visits is the name of the table. And then the number is the unique identifier, which is assigned to that particular record in consecutive order. So every time you add a new record, that number will increase by 1.
Mr. Whiffin, probably a couple of foundational questions that I should have asked you first. My apologies. With respect to the cell phone extraction that you were provided, that was from a individual named Jennifer McCabe. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And fair to say you don't know Jennifer McCabe, never met her, don't know anything about her?
Correct.
And as far as a extraction is concerned, if you could please explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that is. What is an extraction?
An extraction in this case, all of the files and folders had been extracted from the device, saved on a computer in a zip file container. So essentially in a way that is as close to the original from the device as possible.
And again, what is your title specifically with Cellbrite?
It's Decoding Product Manager at the moment.
And so what, if any, relation does what you do have with relation to an extraction and how that's, what's sort of the relationship between what you do and a Cellbrite extraction?
So once the extraction's been extracted and we have the zip file, then Physical Analyzer is the tool that Cellbrite creates to allow examiners to look at that extracted data in a meaningful way. And my role is somewhat shaping how examiners will see that data when they open up Physical Analyzer and look at the extracted data.
And how does your role play into that? What is it that you do what, if any, relationship does what you do have to do with how examiners will view something from a Cellbrite tool?
Again, so after being an examiner for 10 or 11 years, I've got that kind of understanding of how examiners work. Being someone who also writes my own software and does my own research, then I can kind of cross that void that usually exists between developers and examiners and help both parties try to come to a meaningful conclusion.
How much are you being paid, sir, for your testimony today?
Shrink that just a little. Or zoom out a little. Now, again, Mr. Whiffin, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed depicted in this particular case.
Yeah, so the lower two records, which are highlighted in green, are two records which occurred at 2:27 and 42 seconds local time. So 2 seconds after the Google search had allegedly been made. And then the second record is 5 seconds after that at 2:27, 47 seconds. Both those URLs relate to a website of hockamocksports.com.
Okay, wait. So at first when she's looking at this 1242, she's sitting around looking at Hockamock Sports while she's still at, well, she would have been at her sister's house by then, right? 1242, around the time that Officer John O'Keefe may or may not have been murdered. We really don't have a time yet, but during that time, she's visiting Hockamock Sports, looking at the standings, all around 1242. Then again at 1:59, which is allegedly after maybe she got home. And at 2:27 again, looking at the standings on the Friday's schedule at 2:26, at 2 a.m., 1:59. A lot of other stuff going on around that time too. Her text messages to her sisters, some phone calls, some other things. Can't wait to see what comes next. Let's see.
Now, if you could explain to the jury, what is a contiguous identifier?
Bam, 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 bam. So here, 2:27 Hockamock Sports, 2:27, 2:27, 2:27. And then again at 10:33 a.m., she's back at Hockamock Sports again. Where are all the Haas long to die in cold searches? Right. Thank you. Thank you, Gert G. Margaret. She said she only searched it at home in bed, but she was searching it while she's at her sister's house, if we believe this. And she didn't search anything else in between 2:27 and 10:33. Where are those 6:23 and 24 a.m. searches? Okay. I want to hear his explanation, so let's give him a chance.
So again, every SQLite database will assign a unique contiguous identifier number. So again, the very first record created will be given a record ID of 1. The second record will be 2, and so on and so forth. Those numbers are never reused. So if I was to delete record 3, that record number will never be reused, and I can see that there's a gap and deleted data in that database.
Kind of like the gap that existed in the key cycles, kind of like that.
If you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training.
Yeah, a SQLite database, essentially it's a series of tables. It's a way for data to be stored, again, in a meaningful, organized fashion that can be queried, can be examined, can be filtered, searched, etc. It can be useful for anybody who wants to get data from an organized file. Organized crime?
Now, with
Family?
reference to the searches that you observed within this particular web history, what, if any, relationship did the contiguous identifiers, sort of the range, what if anything, did that tell you?
Sorry, can you rephrase that?
What, if any, observations?
Oh,
did
he
you make
created
as far
this.
as, Those contiguous
Oh,
identifiers.
this is not any-
Range they had in relation to the web history that you observed.
Okay, so within the history.db file, there were no missing numbers from the beginning of January, essentially, until early February. That told me as an examiner that no records have been deleted during that time.
No records of Hockomock Sports, particularly, or perhaps of any searches, or this is just something you typed up, right, on the rando, just, you know, bollocks. Come on now. He typed this up. This is his own spreadsheet. This is not even from any sort of extraction software. What are we doing? Is this really Vet Girl? Is this
Thank you.
not an actual extraction? This is, he created this. Okay.
I do, yes.
I thought I was
You recognize that too.
tripping.
This is the browser state record, which identified a search at 2:27:40 a.m.
All right.
Search again, Your Honor.
Yes.
Almost. We have no objection.
All right. Of course, there's no objection because this is bollocks. The rain in Spain stays mainly in plain.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Here we go. Cheerio. What is it?
Now, sir, directing your attention to the screen, is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
It is,
All right.
yes.
And just so you know, I'm not making fun of any British accents. I envy them, actually. All right, here we go. 1:29:22, 2:27 a.m. Haas long to die in cold. Origin unknown. Yeah, the origin is unknown. Definitely. Deleted. Yes, it says yes. All right, let's see what he has to say about this.
And if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this exhibit, and what, if any, information you're able to sort of glean as a forensic examiner with relation.
Okay, so this is a searched item exhibit. It's technically a derivative of a different exhibit that we find on the device.
Oh.
So we found what we consider a web history record. So a web history record would just mean we have a URL that was visited and potentially a timestamp and a title. Searched items looks at all of the web history items that we've found and tries to identify were these actually searches that were conducted.
All right.
So for example, if you were to do a search on Google, you'd see that the website that you're taken to is google.com query, and then it contains the query string that you've typed in. We extract that information, we extract that query and provide it to the user as a searched item. In this case, I can see that it came from the browser state.db WAL file. The search query itself was Hoss long to dying cold, and it shows as a deleted record.
Now, with respect, I think you've used a couple of different terms within that as far as a knowledge C database. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
I don't recall saying knowledge C, but I can explain what knowledge C is in this case.
If you could, please.
Yes, the knowledge C database is at the heart of iOS. It stores lots of information about the activity on the device at any given time. Things like when the backlight's turned on, when the device is unlocked, what application is in focus at the time and how long it's in focus for. And important to this case, which website's on screen at any given time as well.
Remember all that from
When you
Murdoch.
say, when a website is in focus, can you expound upon that as far as what exactly do you mean by when you say in focus?
So in terms of iOS itself, when it's in focus, it would be the primary item that's visible on screen. So with iOS, you can have applications in the background that you aren't using, but the one that you are currently using is considered in focus, taking up the entire screen.
I believe you had used the term as far as a browser state DB, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and how it relates to it?
Browser state DB is just the name of the database, the name that Apple gave it. It's gone through some changes over the last few years. For example, in iOS 14, it did store the state of the tabs that were open within a browser. In iOS 15, there was a significant change, and the only time that records were written to the database is when the tab was closed. So a significant difference in that it doesn't show you what's currently open, it only shows you what's previously been closed.
Now, this search here, what, if anything, did you observe as far as this record in relation to the history DB related to the search?
This record is not mentioned at all within the history.db database.
And what, if any, missing records from this time frame did you observe either?
There were no missing records in the history.db database. Within this time frame, within the browser state database, there were 3 deleted records.
Oh,
When you say deleted records as far as your Cellbrite tool is concerned, what exactly does deleted mean?
These are records that have been deleted, not necessarily by the user, potentially by the system, but they are considered deleted records that we're able to recover.
What are some of the ways that something might be deleted by the system, and which are you talking about, the phone, or are you talking about your tool?
The phone. Our tool is designed as a forensic tool. It's not going to edit, delete, or affect the data in any way, just present what is in the extraction. But there are multiple times on an iOS device or an Android device where cleanup essentially happens, and we start to lose data after a certain amount of time.
Now, with respect,
Boston mom for the win. Take his testimony all within reason. Boston mom for the win. Congrats.
ask this for a moment. With respect to Cellbrite, as far as the tools, have there been a variety of different versions of those tools as far as conducting that forensic extraction?
Yes, so Cellbrite Physical Analyzer has been available for approximately 12, 13 years in various versions.
And what, if any, differences are there between, in general terms, between, say, an older version versus a newer version?
Obviously, in the digital forensics landscape, whenever a provider creates a new feature, we have to change our code to adapt to what they've now introduced. There can be research that has been done, so we now learn new things, and we add support over time. So something can be supported in this new version of Physical Analyzer that may not have been supported or even existed in a previous version.
I do, Laura.
Now, with respect to your work in this field, what, if any, tools have you designed and or created or something to conduct this type of work?
Aside from Physical Analyzer?
Yes.
Okay, so I have my own tool called Artex, which I've been working on for around 5 years, since being an examiner myself and struggling to pass any particular application that I needed.
Struggling. He's struggling. The struggle is real, my friends. The struggle is so real that he started his own application. This is a startup. That he invented. And now he's going to try and get the jury to believe that his startup, because he was struggling, should be relied upon in this murder case. Let's just take that back a sec. Artex, that's his own software.
Aside from Physical Analyzer?
Yes. What, if any, tools have you designed and or created or something to conduct this type of work?
Aside from Physical Analyzer?
Yes.
Okay, so I have my own tool called Artex, which I've been working on for around 5 years, since being an examiner myself and struggling to pass any particular application that I needed. So I started to write my own tools, and that's the one that is one that I still maintain on the side in my own time, partly for my own knowledge, but partly because I think it's still introduces some fantastic features which aren't available in any other tool for research purposes. So yeah, I continue to write this tool to this day.
Fantastical. It's fantastical. And he continues to write this tool because it's not even finished yet. It's fantastical.
And could you just say the name of the tool?
Artex. A-R-T-E-X.
Thank you.
Now, with regard to the situation depicted in the exhibit up on the screen, what are some of the reasons why this may occur, or why this may read as it does?
Sorry, is it deleted?
Yes.
Oh, the record itself has been deleted. As I said, the reason why it's deleted, through my testing, I've only found 2 ways that kind of record can be deleted by the user. And I don't believe either of those ways was actually utilized on this device.
Oh, we can tell you the reason why it was deleted, Mr. Whiffin. We can tell you the reason why.
And what are those two ways?
The user has the option to selectively delete history items. So you can delete either one at a time, or the entire day's content, or the last 2 days' content. Or you can delete.
But Gemma Cabe said she didn't even know how to do that. And she never deleted any searches from her phone. And this witness is telling you, they're expert, that you can. You can do it. You can delete one search. You can delete a whole day's worth of searches. You can delete 2 days worth of searches. Probably even more.
All content altogether. Now, if all content had been deleted, we wouldn't have found any information on this phone at all related to web history. So I was able to discount that one quite quickly.
But you can't discount that she didn't do it, right?
I guess, moving to what you had just said, why is it that you don't believe that either of those two methods of user deletion occurred in this context?
Objection, may we approach, please?
I'm sorry?
I said objection, may we approach?
Yeah,
Okay.
we heard him. May we approach, please? There's an objection. This is his own program. How can we buy Artex? Anybody want to go to his website, artex.com? Let us know what goes on there. He's advertising for his own company. But he did say it can be done, but he doesn't believe that this user deleted it, but it can be done. And he's going to say on cross, she deleted it. It was deleted. It was at 2:27 and it was deleted, I think. Maybe crying for mercy by the time this whole thing's over. Oh, lally, lally, lally. This is a good time for a round of lally flop. Lally flop, ooh, lally,
We're
lally,
moving on
lally,
from that
lally
for a
flop,
moment. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
lally flop, lally flop. Ba-dum, bum, bum. Lally flop, ooh, lally, lally, lally. Ba-dum, bum, bum.
You recognize that?
It's a document that highlights both the search terms that were found in mobile safari.plist and the method of searching.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm also seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit. No objection.
Okay.
It's like, go ahead. This will be Yanetti's cross. So yeah, go ahead, introduce him. I don't care. No big whoop.
May we publish it to the jury?
Okay.
Ms. Whiffin, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit?
I do, yes.
You did use a term in there, I believe, called a key list. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean and how it relates to what you're about to talk about up on the screen?
Yeah, so a P list or a property list is Apple's way of storing serialized data. That essentially means a list of data with names and values.
And sir, if you could, again, using that later point, direct the jury's attention to explain sort of what we're looking at and what, if anything, of significance you observe in this.
Stop. I'm going to stop this. I'm going to enlarge this to point this out to you. Okay. This is so interesting. At the top of the screen, there's a term search for BPD and John O'Keefe, and that is dated January 30th of 2022. Okay, the day after at 1:06:48 p.m. She's searching BPD and John O'Keefe. Actually, sorry, because the UTC -5 time, the US time code would be at January 30th, 2022 at 8:06 p.m. On the 29th, the only two searches listed on here are how long TI die in CIKD at 6:23:51 a.m. and the Haas long to die in cold at 6:24:18 a.m. There's nothing before that. It is only those three searches, and it says at the bottom, this plist file does not save all history items. Rather, it only saves the searches conducted via the Safari search URL bar highlighted in red on the image below. So let him explain what that says, but I read it to you.
Particular slide or tape.
Yeah, so again, this is a table I created from the data
Oh, he created
within the
this.
mobile Safari.p list.
Got it.
The term
Typed
shown
it up.
down the left is what the user would have typed in to the search bar. Sorry, I keep blinding somebody. The search bar in the bottom of the Safari browser window. The UTC time is the time which is actually recorded within the P list. It's recorded as a string, so just text as it's presented on the screen there. And then I converted that and subtracted 5 hours to bring it into local time around Canton.
Yep.
Now, aside from this, just for a moment, with regard to
Why is she searching but BPD and John O'Keefe the next day at 8:06:48 p.m.? Is it because she wants to see what the world knows? What's being reported? Interesting.
are you familiar with what's termed as a private browsing mode?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and how it relates to this?
Yeah, so private browsing mode is a setting that you can set on iOS devices, or primarily most devices, that prevents any of your browsing activity being recorded. So it won't save the searches, it won't save the navigations, it protects everything so that it can't be found later on.
Can't be found.
And what, if any, relation did that have to what your analysis of the extraction of this?
If these searches had been conducted while in private browsing mode, these searches would not exist within this file.
Isn't there a whole class action right now? In fact, like Law and Crime has a sponsor. Like, if you think that you were duped by incognito mode because your searches were really recoverable, isn't there a whole class action suit right now? Because if she was in incognito mode, he wouldn't be able to recover it. Okay, that's interesting. Gotta hear that again.
Relation did that have to what your analysis of the extraction of this?
If these searches had been conducted while in private browsing mode, these searches would not exist within this file.
So is it your opinion that they were not conducted in any kind of private browsing mode?
Correct.
Now, you also familiar with the term as far as failure to load?
Yes.
Failure to
Explain
load.
that to the jury and how that applies to this.
Yes, so obviously whenever you try to visit a web page, there's a stream of information coming from the web to the device, which then renders onto the screen. At the completion of the load event, there's a function effectively which runs.
Load
and
event
that records the
has entered the
visit
chat.
to the history database. If for some reason the page doesn't load and it shows up with an unable to load message, so for example, you don't have an internet connection at all, that unable to load will be recorded. If, however, the device stalls and it just sits kind of waiting to load, nothing gets written to the history database. And if you were to close the browsing window prior to the page completing its load event, nothing will be written to history.
Would that
You know what's going to be written to history? This case. This sham of a prosecution of Karen Reed for murder. That's going to be written to history. And you all and we all have a front seat to this. Everyone say hi to Sharon. Everyone say hi to Sharon. She says, I'm alone most days, so I'm glad I'm found your channel. Sharon, we're here for you. Welcome, Sharon. Welcome. This is a great place to be. Right, guys? CBC, were they engaged? Was there a ring? No, Karen and John were not engaged. I think that's what you're referring to. We have a front seat to history right here, folks. And it's looking pretty grim for the Commonwealth, in my opinion. As always, my opinion.
be written to somewhere else within the phone as far as any other storage areas?
Technically, the only place I found would be the browser state.
Now, with regard to the plist files, does the plist file save all sort of history items or no?
Primarily, it's used to save preferences. So you'd have a lot of information in there if it's using light mode or dark mode, or when you want tabs to auto clear, that kind of information. But it also records several days history of searches. The actual number of days searches, I actually don't know.
And what, if any, relationship does that have with regard to the search bar that's located on the bottom of this table?
In order for the search item to be saved to the mobile Safari P list, you need to actually type it into this particular search bar. If you were to just visit google.com and start typing into the Google search bar, it will not be recorded within the mobile Safari.p list.
So maybe that's what
And so
I
what,
use
if anything,
Google.
were you able to determine
Okay, I have an iPhone and I use Google. I do not use Safari ever. I hate Safari. Google is my go-to browser. Anyone else? So he wouldn't find it if it was a Google search, correct? That's what he just said.
about those two searches with regards to what you observed here?
So in these particular two searches were conducted at 6:23:51 and 6:24:18 respectively. They were searched using the search bar that's built into Safari. The fact that they didn't exist within HistoryDB and that there were no deleted records from history.db leads me to believe that they never successfully loaded.
Leads you to believe.
Yes.
Ding, 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 ding. Sharon, welcome to the fam, says Linda Lou. No, I don't know. I don't use Safari ever. It is not my go-to for anything. I just don't like it. It's outdated.
That new document that I just handed you, do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This was the additional, the items from the history.db, I believe.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Objection.
Okay.
We have an objection. No, we have an objection. So here's the question. If she made this under Google, if she made the search under Google, you wouldn't find it, correct? That's correct. Thank you. I have no more questions. I mean, sounds good to me. Let's say you.
History.db list. So the
Exhibit.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Thank you.
Whiffin,
Wait, hold on. Okay, sorry.
may I return to the witness?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Thank you.
Whiffin, if you could just repeat exactly what that is in the next exhibit.
Yeah, so it's a comparison between the search terms found in the P list, so the mobile Safari P list, and the search terms found within the history.db database.
So the items contained within this table are items that were contained within the extraction that you examined, correct?
Correct.
And Your Honor, with court submission, if I could display that for the jury.
Yes. Yes.
AJ, pull up, bang, bang. Changed your name for the trial, AJ.
And Mr. Whiffin, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, just describe to the jury what we're looking at in this table and what, if anything, is significant between sort of the two sources of information.
All right, we're going to stop and read. We're going to stop and read. So here's the PLIST term. This is, something that he created. He created this. And then at the bottom, it says this list is not exhaustive. Oh, wow, this is interesting. Wow. Okay, so going back, the earliest thing, this is not exhaustive. On 1/27/22 at 16:49, she Googles raining men. Maybe not Google's, maybe this is Safari. Then at 1/28/22, this is a search for Annette, OKOH, and basketball. Antoinette, OKOH, and basketball. Sorry, Antoinette, that you've been brought into this trial. But she Googles that on the 28th, okay, at 23:38, which would be what, 11:38 p.m. is when she's Googling this basketball search for the team that her daughter was invited to join, that she said she was searching for in bed at 2 a.m. But this says it's at 23:38 on the 28th. So that's before midnight, right? Help me with military time, folks. She's conducting a search for, and this skips now. This skips from January 28th to January 30th. BPD and John O'Keefe search, which we saw the 30th at 8:06 a.m., I guess. January 30th at 12:14, she's searching for Apollo Pizza because now one of her besties was killed, but now she wants pizza, Apollo Pizza at 12 at noon, you know, the next day, the 30th. February 1st, she's searching for Canton High School. These are all Google searches, it says. She's Googling John O'Keefe on February 1st, which is the day. This is 11:23 p.m. That was the day that Karen Reed was arrested, to see, I guess, what's going on there. And then again, she's looking for John O'Keefe's obituary on the 2nd, the day that Karen Reed is arraigned at 10:55 p.m. And then she's searching herself. She's self-Googling Jennifer McCabe on February 2nd of 2022 at 11:30 p.m. Again, it says this list is not exhaustive. Yep, she did. She did. Michelle says, hold on. Jen said she Googled Raining Men on January 29th. She did. She made a whole point about it. Whole point about it. Because she wanted to show everyone the funny video because her sister sometimes always drinks too much and does It's Raining Men. And she had to pull up the video and she made a huge point, right, my friends? She made a huge point of talking about that whole cute little Raining Men story and her sister who drinks too much on the 29th while she was at her sister's house. This says the 27th. Okay. Then it says that basketball search was made not when she was in bed. No. Before that, when she's at her sister's house. No, the 28th. Sorry. The 28th would have been 11:38. She would have still been at the waterfall when she's making this search, right? Mm-hmm. See what I'm saying? Okay, let's see. See what he says about it.
Okay, so the first list, the P list term, shows the term within the mobile Safari.p list, excluding the two that we've already mentioned, which are of note. And the first timestamp column shows the timestamp according to that P list. The history item shows the search term as recorded in the history database. And then we have the timestamp as per the history database. So the purpose of this document was to show that we have a search for Raining Men and a history item related to the Google search for Raining Men.
Jen McCabe lied on the stand. This proves that Jen McCabe lied. If they can't use this as a shield and a sword. They can't say this is accurate. And they can't say what he's testifying to is accurate and his methods are accurate and he's our expert. And not say that Jen McCabe lied on the stand when she said she made It's Raining Men search on the 29th after midnight when she was at her sister's house. She Googled it on the 27th and she Googled that basketball team that her daughter was invited to join, not when she was in bed at 2 a.m. after she got home, as she testified to on the stand. The feds are watching. The feds are watching. That's all I'm going to say about that.
And they show within a second of each other. Again, the next one down, Antoinette Ock and basketball and the associated Google search. And again, the timestamps are within a second. This list was non-exhaustive. There was...
So the timestamps are within a second. That's how accurate they are, okay? The feds are watching.
Hundreds of examples within the history.db, but limited examples within the mobile Safari P list. And as I mentioned, the two searches of interest, the how long to die in the Kikdi and how long to die in the cold, didn't exist within the history DB at all.
Oh, because she deleted them?
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Yeah, you can take that down because Jen McCabe has committed perjury.
Now, sir, if I could ask you just a little bit now about the browser state.
Jen McCabe committed perjury, and it was here for all the world to see. He said it's accurate within a second, right? Am I wrong? Are you outraged? Because her testimony was scripted. She wanted to see the receipts on everything. Lally didn't show her the receipts on this, that their own witness was going to come in and debunk her testimony and all those Google searches that she lied about making. and the times she lied about making, is anybody going to validate me? Does anybody agree with what I'm saying here? What the actual F did we just see happen? Wow. 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 That was her testimony. I know, we watched it together and we listened to it several times.
State DB. Again, can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how it, if at all, it plays a role in your analysis?
Yep. So initially, pre and including iOS 14, the browser state database would show all tabs that you currently had opened. So as soon as I go into my browser and open a new tab, a record is created. It includes information such as the time that I opened the tab or the time I last viewed the tab, the current URL, which is being displayed within that tab. It shows information whether it's in private browsing mode or not. So in that kind of case, in iOS 14 and below, we're able to see current private browsing records and subsequently recover deleted ones. But in iOS 15, things changed. The record was no longer written as soon as the tab was opened. It was only opened when the tab was closed. Sorry, the record was only created when the tab was closed. That meant that our ability to recover that kind of history was significantly lower. It means that it no longer makes use of the private browsing field because now private browsing records simply are never written to that database. So now we can only really see a list of all of the tabs that have been closed, not which are currently open.
Now, with regard to the browser state DB, is there something referred to as a last viewed timestamp?
There is, yes. That's one of the fields within the database.
And can you explain specifically with relation to that field, sort of what kind of information is kept there and what it means?
Yeah, so from my research based on this, that timestamp relates to the time that the tab took focus. So that's either when the user creates the brand new tab, when they switch between tabs and bring a tab back into focus, when they close a tab, which automatically brings one of the background tabs into focus, or if Safari has been completely closed and reopened, that essentially acts like almost a new tab, and the timestamp gets updated at that point.
Can you explain how an earlier timestamp could be associated from, say, tab is open, something is done, tab is closed, tab is reopened, something else is done, how that earlier timestamp could then be associated data-wise with the subsequent search? Opening of it.
I think I followed that. Okay, so if, for example, at 12 p.m., I create a new tab, I can do a search for whatever I want. And at that point, if I close the tab, then the record that gets created will show that I opened a tab at 12 p.m. and I did a search. Excuse me. However, if I open the same tab at 12 p.m., do a search, close it, like completely close down Safari and reopen Safari, that would also update the same timestamp to show that I'd opened it up again. What I meant to say at that point is that if I create a 12 o'clock tab, minimize Safari. I can leave it for several hours, for several days, for several weeks. The time difference is not really important. When I come back to it and open up Safari again from a background state, the time...
Did he just say the time of a search is not really important? Brian Walsh's attorney is going to have a field day with this guy. What? Okay, hold on.
Several days, for several weeks. The time difference is not really important. When I come back to it and open up Safari again from a background state, the timestamp is not updated. So it will still show 12 p.m. today.
Really?
And it will show whatever my most recent navigational event is. So I can search for something in 3 weeks' time using the same tab I opened today, and the timestamp will show today's time.
All right. I think this is a good place to take our break.
Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, we're going to, of course, ask you to stay with us, okay? As the jurors file out, you can file out behind us.
Thank you.
Court, all rise for the jury.
Wow. If anybody is ahead watching this on 14 different devices, can you tell me what time they're coming back from lunch? Yeah, I can't timestamp it as an earlier time. Exactly.
Could I see counsel regarding timing, please?
Can you tell me in the chat if she announced what time they're coming back from lunch? Because we're behind here a bit. 1:40? That's 1:34. We're not gonna break for lunch today because we're not gonna have time. Court is on a break. And hold on. We're just gonna roll right on through. We're gonna roll right on through to the other side. How do you feel about that, my friends? Mods, if you need a break, go take a break, please. Please do it. AJ, pull up, bang, bang. Amazed how AJ keeps his cool. I'd be thrown out. Thank you for the super chat. Tekulun, thank you for your super chat. Testimony is brought to you by Vandalay Forensics. Oh my gosh, I love Seinfeld and I love Seinfeld references. Thank you for that. Lori, Life 360 for the win. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships. You are so amazingly kind. Tiffany Wade, thanks for the 5. They truly are the kindest people I've ever met. Are you talking about the Reed family? Karen's parents? It was worth the drive from Alabama to see this in person. Only sad that I left the day you were there. Oh, Tiffany, you drove from Alabama to come and check it out? It's hard to describe, right? I'm sad I missed you too. Nina, thank you for the 5. Hey, Mel, it was great to see you and Mark on Friday in the courtroom. Question, why did they voir dire the trooper after he already testified? Thank you. That's why, because Lally wanted him to testify about the video of Karen hitting John's car in the driveway, and the judge decided no, because we never saw him testify about that. Emmy Lennon, thank you for the 20. Thank you so much. This energetic support to take on the injustice has such an impact for all victims Karen stands for. When Proctor reluctantly said yes to objectifying Karen, I felt a huge resounding shift for women. Thank you. Thank you, Emmy Lennon, for the 20 and for your comments. Fairy Raven, hello to Ireland. Thank you for the super chat. It was a wonderful surprise to see you there on Friday. I'll have to catch up on last night later today. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you for always being here and always participating. Thunder Road Queen, thanks for your super chat. This Kansas living room juror, all set to watch the circus. Welcome from Kansas. You know, that reminds me, remember those Kansas City fans that were found outside of the house of their buddy, dead, frozen outside, and maybe it was drugs, maybe it wasn't, but were the dead bodies that were found for those Kansas City Chiefs fans in the back seat, in the backyard of his friend's house, was that probable cause for a warrant to search that house? So are frozen bodies outside probable cause to search inside the house or not? I'm just curious. Because, these troopers said there was no probable cause to search the inside of 34 Fairview, but, no big whatevs. Thanks, David, for the 5. During direct, she said the 2nd of February on cross was corrected to the 1st, right? That was Maureen Hartnett. Going back to that, thank you. Double Trouble 247, thanks for the 5. It's like watching someone confess to a crime they didn't commit. I don't know which part of the testimony you're talking about, but I'm sure you're spot on. Hi, Melly. Thanks for the 5. Hi, beautiful. Thank you for streaming with us. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for coming in, Melly. Love having you here. Satai, thanks for the 10. Ignition key cycle number 1162 for incident. Just is not 2 cycles before MSP testing at 1164. Count how often the car is started after drive to 54 Fairview. Also, what car has sharp spikes on the taillight. Yeah, it's a Lexus with teeth. That's what we're supposed to believe. And I think they straightened that out on cross with regard to the numbers, right? JPC, thank you for the 10. He memorized all weekend. He should know these answers without having to memorize a narrative. Yes. Trooper Paul should have, but didn't. So there's that. Thank you so much. 230, thanks for the 5. When you get called in on class when you didn't do your homework, Trooper Paul. Liz Swift, thanks for coming in with a 5. House Trooper Paul chosen to testify, the Commonwealth sacrificial lamb. He was assigned this case and he was the lead, so he's kind of stuck with it. But really, they should have hired somebody else and just let him testify to maybe the basics of his investigation and left it at that. Like, that was a disaster. If you didn't see Trooper Paul's testimony on cross-examination, don't watch it now. Go back later and watch it because it's insane. And if everybody's here, let's hit the like button while we're all here together, because we have something like 6,100 people in the chat right now and only 2,600 likes. What? Everybody hit that like button right now, or I'm going to make you listen to Lally all day. I'm going to bring up Friday's testimony and make you listen to Lally again. Please hit the like button. It helps the algorithm. Susan, thanks for the 20. I'm exhausted because I was up all night watching you for days 23, 24, and 25 due to the fact that I was on vacation last week. That said, so proud to be a part of Melanie Little family. Woohoo! You give my family and I hope for justice. Well, that's why we're here, right? It's going to be a beautiful day for justice. Lena, thank you so much for your super chat. This seems to be an army of Teletubbies. Oh, I think we said that last week, didn't we, Lena? Benny Scotland, thank you. I know this guy is here to convince people Karen Reed is guilty, but I actually feel badly for him because he's out of his depth. He shouldn't have been called. I don't know if you're going back to, that was 9:53 a.m. So you're going back to Trooper Paul. And what about Ian Whiffin? Might be out of his depth this year too. We're going to have, this cross is going to be fire today. It's a whole day of fire. That's why we can't even break and teleport, because we're here for it. But please, please, please hit that like button. We're getting up there. We're up to 2,900 likes. So keep going. Don't make me punish you by turning off the air conditioning. Turning off the air conditioning. If everyone doesn't hit the like button, I'm going to play back the drone footage, where we'll play back the footage of Lally droning on about drones. Kamala, thank you for your super chat. Why did J.O. just stand in the cold and watch an SUV at 24 miles an hour come at him and not move? Can you make it make sense? No, I can't make it make sense. I absolutely cannot make it make sense. Doesn't make sense to me or to most of you. What are we watching? Outraged Mama Bear, I'm right there with you. Thanks for your super chat. He's stuttering so bad. New song to add, Stutter Joe. I can tell you're lying because when you're replying, you stutter, 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 stutter. Thank you, Outraged Mama Bear. Gringa, thanks for your super chat. Melanie, is there a strategy for saving the medical examiner testimony for last? I'm sure that's what I'd want to hear most. How did her taillight cause those injuries? Yeah. It's a strategy, not a good one, because we've already heard text messages between Proctor and his cronies talking about how they were trying to get the ME to change her opinion from undetermined manner of death to homicide, and joking about how, what did he call her, a nutbag or a whack job? He called her a whack job, and then he tried to pretend that he wasn't talking about the medical examiner, because he doesn't want to annoy her before her testimony and make her completely crucify him. So he pretended that he was talking about Karen Reed being a whack job again, but I don't think anybody bought that. Did you? Love is a 4-letter word. Thank you so much for the 20. My adult son was hit by a car at 20 miles an hour. He got a broken left shoulder, broken right knee, bruises, and road rash because he was wearing shorts, no cuts, and parallel scratches. Both shoes remained on his feet. I'm so sorry that happened to him, that happened to him. And I hope he's on the road to recovery. But yes, that's the kind of injuries that you're going to see. And I'm going to imagine that at 20 miles an hour, the car struck his knees, the bumper struck his knees, and he flew into the windshield. And that's what caused the broken left shoulder, unless he was projected down the road and had just landed on his shoulder. Either way. But again, there will always be lower body injuries in a pedestrian versus car accident. There just will. And I've been screaming this since I went on court TV for the first time in early January, and Jennifer Koffendorfer tried to make me look like an idiot because I didn't have a PhD and I wasn't a medical examiner. And how dare I say that these injuries were not caused by a car? Everybody thinks. In fact, court TV just asked me if I want to come on one night this week, and I don't know. I don't know about that. What say you? Should I say okay or should I say no? I'm a little depends on who's on with me. On top, thank you for the 5. I'm not only a member of the Hair Club for Men, I'm the president. Melly, as a science major, guessing isn't science. Thanks, Melly. Melissa Smith, love you, girl. Marissa Tomei is more qualified. I'm not an expert witness, but I played one in a movie. Yeah. Thanks, Melissa. Carla, thank you for the 5. Can I propose Snow Patrol's Chasing Cars to be added to the playlist? Seems appropriate. Yeah, that's a great one. I love that song too. No shade, but when Trooper Paul said he has an associate's degree, I busted out laughing in the supermarket. This whole testimony is so cringe. Kathy, thank you. Oh my gosh, Paula, thanks for gifting 10 memberships. We hit 50K last night during the stream and it was huge. So thank you, Paula, for your generous donation. And for everyone who has gifted a membership, welcome. I think you're going to like it here. Ben George, thanks for the 10. Tell me you're not a crime scene expert without telling me you're not a crime scene expert and stuff. Yeah, all the stuff. Sideswipe has entered the chat, says, what if any? Thanks for the super chat. Hi, Suzanne. Thanks for the 10. This is the perfect 10 from all judges. Yes, I am howling. Anna Isabella, thank you so much. Poland is here. Hi, Poland. Hello. World is watching. Penelope, thanks for the 5. I'm behind, but I'm literally laughing out loud. Girls at work wondering what funny show I'm listening to. Oh, you're listening to this funny show that is real life. It's real life. Sally, auto claims adjuster here. If I investigated a claim like they did, I would be fired for incompetence. Yeah. Yeah, I think we all would be. Let's do this now. We're getting the likes up, but we're not really where we should be right now. We're at 3,100 likes and 6,300 in the stream. So what would be so nice is if we got that up there. Don't make me put Lally on droning about drones again. Let's get up there. Let's also do this. Let's take a very, very quick ladies' room break. And don't worry, because if the stream starts, I'm going to be right back. So let's just take 5. Everybody take 5. Be right back. And we'll start it from the beginning. We're not going to miss a thing. Don't worry. Court is back. And we're on real time. Hope everybody had a nice little break.
Thank you. Maybe see the court back in session.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Oh, Mozzie's in Australia. It's almost 4 a.m. Mozzie, you're a trooper, girl. We love you.
Sir, showing you another document. You
Thank
recognize
you.
that?
I do, yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
This is the entire Google URL that was found on the browser state record. So broken down into each of its important sections.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost 60 years, so there is the next exhibit.
Same objection as before, sidebar.
Okay, there are a couple of different objections. I need to see it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, man. What do you mean you don't know what they're talking about? You should know what they're talking about. All right. Well, we're going to have to suffer through another sidebar. So let's take some questions while we're waiting, because now we're back on real time. Ben, thank you for the 10 recross. So you're saying a man's arm slowed down a 7,000-pound vehicle going 24 miles an hour by a half a mile an hour. Did you use any calculations to corroborate that conclusion? No, and he had no broken bones from it either. So there's that. Heather, thank you for the 10 in the video with you and Nat, the garage door where supposed dents were shown. Karen Reed's vehicle was 3 in Sallyport, not 4, but the vehicle is still next to the old car. That's interesting. I have to go back and watch that. Thanks, Heather. For those of you who don't know, I did a stream last night on Natalie Lawyer Chick's channel, and we had a grand old time. Lots of fun. And it's the first time we ever did a collab, but it will not be the last, because that was really, we had a great time. And I thought it was a great show, and I hope you guys did too. Solomon Landscaping, thanks for the 10. Always great analysis. Your wit helps us get through the most boring parts of the trial. I try, but you guys are fire with your
You are
comedy comments
unmuted.
too.
That will be the next exhibit. Thank you.
May I return to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
The public for the jury.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Whiffin, what's up on the screen now, is that what you have before you at exhibit 618?
It is, yes.
And if you could, again, using a laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what are we looking at in exhibit 618?
Okay, so the left side of the table is the entire URL that was recovered from the browser state record. What I've done is broken it down into each of its individual components and explained what each of those components means. So the very first row is google.com/search. That just tells the browser that we're going to the Google website and that we want to run a search. The second part, the Q equals, is telling the browser what the query term is. So the query term here is host long to dying cold. The little plus symbols in between is in place of a space because spaces can't be part of a URL. Next, we have the input encoding and the output encoding. Just explains what kind of characters to use and what language to use when you're accepting the search query and giving it back to the user. And finally, the important part is the and client equals Safari. This is something that just tells Google that this query is being done using the Safari client. Again, if I was to use Safari and just visit the Google webpage and type that in, or type a search in, that part of the string wouldn't be there. That's only there because I used the Safari search bar as part of the Safari application to do that search.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, sir, with reference to that, what, if any, relationship does that have to the information you were discussing just prior to the break?
Again, that confirms that this search was conducted via the Safari search bar feature that's part of the Safari browser application, the same one that caused the records to be recorded in the plist.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
You couldn't hear me because I was muted. That's why I didn't have my volume on when I was off. There was nothing for me to say at that particular moment. Commonwealth will rest on Friday. Is that what they just talked about for their scheduling? I mean, I know there's no court Wednesday because it's a holiday. Tomorrow's a voir dire day, so the jury doesn't have to come in. But my understanding was full day Thursday, half day until noon on Friday. Yeah, the camera should be in for us tomorrow for voir dire. Yeah.
Do you recognize that, sir?
No more days off. We are working, my friends.
I do, yes.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the live records from the browser state.db database.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Commonwealth to seek to introduce the witness.
No objection.
Right, thank you. So that's 6 minus 9.
May I return to the witness?
Thank you.
May I publish after the jury as well, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't know who's saying off Tuesday, back Wednesday. Wednesday is a federal holiday, so the courthouse is not even open. It's Juneteenth. The jury may be off tomorrow because they're going to do the voir dire of the experts. But Wednesday is definitely a court holiday, so I will go back and we will confirm that later. But let's stay on real time for now, eh? It's Juneteenth on Wednesday.
And do you recognize what's up on the screen now is what you have before you as Exhibit 619?
I do, yes.
Now, turning back to the browser DB database for this particular device, with regard to the timestamp and the last view time, what, if anything, do you observe in reference to that depicted in this, and could you direct the jury's attention to it?
Yeah, so this timestamp is the last viewed time according to the database itself. It's already been offset so that it's in local time. This particular table, we can see there are records missing. Between records 4025 and 4031, we have, 4025 and 4031, we have 4026, 27, 28, 29, and 30 missing.
Okay, so there's a bunch of missing searches.
The timestamps that we do have here, some of them are separated by as little as a second or two.
Okay, so there's a bunch of missing searches, but I want to go over these with you. You can hear me, right? Okay. So at the top here, January 29th at 2022 is a login to My School Bucks. That is school lunch accounts. I know that because we have that here too. So that's January 29th at 12:42 a.m. She's filling up her kids' lunch accounts. And then we've got Family's Toolbox at Canton High School. That may be something like where you can go on like the parent portal where you can go on and get your kids' grades. And that's 129:22 at 12:42 a.m. So again, she's like either on her way home. No, she's 12:45. She didn't leave there until 1:45. She's at her sister's house. Right? And then she's looking at basketball scores at Hockomock Sports on January 29th at 2 a.m. Okay, so she is looking at baseball scores. She's logging into PayPal on the 29th at 2:27 a.m. 2:27 a.m., which is the same time the Haas Long to Diane Cold search is made. She's logging into PayPal. Who is she paying on PayPal? At 2:27:31. And then at 2:27:33, she's logging into Eastern Bank. What is Eastern Bank? Is that a local bank in Massachusetts? Okay. Then the next search after that is not until the 31st, where she's logging into the meal train, which I'm assuming is for the O'Keefe family to bring meals. Sometimes they set up a meal train for people who are grieving. And then on the 31st, again at 8 a.m., she's searching Boston police officer John O'Keefe dies after being, and that's an article that she's looking at. It probably says after being hit by a car, by his girlfriend's car. Okay. All right. I have questions. Eastern Bank is there? Okay. Got it. But there's missing searches. Okay. So we've got 421 on the left side, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and everything after 25, between 25 and 31 is missing. And guess what time search 25 was? 2:27. And all those other searches are missing until January 31st of 2022. Oh, great. I can't wait to see if he's going to say she deleted all those searches. Interesting.
Now, with reference to the how long to die in cold, that was record 4028, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so based on records missing from this portion of the phone as far as that database, what, if anything, did you endeavor to do with respect to ascertaining one?
So first of all, the task was to try to recover the deleted messages. Oh, sorry, the deleted history records from browser state. So first of all, I was reading the deleted pages, essentially, to find the records that had been deleted from this current version of the page.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you another document. I'll ask you to do that. Up in the finish.
Yes,
And do you recognize that document, sir?
I do, yes.
So what do you recognize that to be?
This is the same data source, so it's still browser state.
Last term that you use, what does that mean? I'm sorry.
So typically there can be lots of different versions of a page within a WAL file. So you may
Just
have several
jumped.
page ones, several page.
Just jumped and I didn't do that, so I want to hear what he said again.
Yes,
And do you recognize that document, sir?
I do, yes.
So what do you recognize that to be?
This is the same data source, so it's still browser state.
Last term that you use, what does that mean? I'm sorry.
It was the feed.
So typically there can be lots of different versions of a page within a WAL file. So you may have several page ones, several page twos, and so on. What I looked at is doing is recovering the data where the records that I recover are different from each other. So if I recover the same record multiple times, I can ignore it. But if I recover the same record with a slight change, then I would show it in this view.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll seek to introduce it as an exhibit.
No objection.
Okay. Is it 6:20?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish that? Again, Mr. Whiffin, if you could, include the ways of corner to find it helpful to direct the jury's attention to what are we looking at here and what, if anything, did you uncover during this portion of your analysis?
Yes. So again, the very first column on the left is the unique identifying number. You'll notice that there are some numbers here which are repeated. This is, as I say, because the records are recovered from multiple versions of the same page. There was actually 16 versions of this record across 23 different versions of this particular page. These three had some difference. Primarily, it was what's called the tab order field, but that's the only difference that showed up across these three Host Long to Die in the Cold records. All the rest show the same URL, the same ID number at the beginning, or tab ID number, and the same timestamp.
Right, and all three of those are at 2:27 a.m.
There is no title shown in this particular record. Again, that speaks to the fact that this page didn't successfully complete loading. Otherwise, there would be a title of Google search costs long to die in the cold, as you saw on some of the other examples earlier.
What if it was deleted?
Now, sir, with respect to the table up here, is there any indication in regard to private browsing that you were talking about before?
No, in iOS 15, as I mentioned, if you are using private browsing mode, there is no records recorded in this database at all.
So the fact that that's not listed in this table, what, if anything, does that tell you?
Everything that was recorded in this database was conducted not in private browsing mode.
Now, with respect,
But again, is this his own software and this is his own table that he typed up on his own? Okay.
to your work within your field, are you familiar with a term called a session?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean and how it applies to this specific instance?
Essentially the life of the particular tab. So when I start a tab and I start to use navigation, I go to different websites. All of my navigation events would be considered part of the same browsing session, essentially.
So it didn't load. So what did she say? Matt, you Google it. Matt.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the knowledge C database for a moment. And again, if you could, maybe repeating just as far as, can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean as far as what is the knowledge C database in respect to the other databases you've been talking about?
Yeah, so far the bulk of what we've discussed, the history.db, the browser state DB, and mobile safari.plist are all particular to the Safari application on iOS. Knowledge C is much more global. It's much more ingrained within iOS. Everything is essentially recorded in there on iOS 15. So again, backlight activity, unlock activity, application state activity, and web usage activity is all recorded as part of Knowledge C.
May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
What a long, strange trip it's been. Harmonica says good is starting to rise over evil. Keep pushing with awareness, truth, and discernment, people. It's already been a long battle, but the more people that start to see, the quicker we'll get to world peace. Hit the like button. It helps the algorithm. It pushes the stream out. Jody says it's in the write-ahead log. It was typed. Right? Ree said they did not look at Matt's phone.
Showing you another document, we can just review that for a couple of minutes.
Yes,
And do you recognize that document, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that?
This is a document I created based on the Knowledge C web usage records.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce and exhibit. No objection.
Thank you.
Matt is an IT guy, right, Amy Lou?
Jury.
Yes.
For you as the next exhibit.
I do, yes.
And if you could, again, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to scroll down just a bit to the green tabs. Thank you. Now, if you could, sir, again, using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's, well, first, can I ask you, what is it that we're looking at in this exhibit?
Okay, this is a particular, what's called a stream within Knowledge C. A stream is basically all like information being grouped together. So in this particular case, the stream is related to Safari, and it's telling us what web page was visible on screen, what time it started and what time it finished.
Now, with respect to this particular tab, there are portions that are highlighted in green and portions that are highlighted in blue. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what the portions highlighted in green represent?
I highlighted the sections in green due to their timestamp. So typically these items last between 2:27:37 a.m. and 2:27:53 a.m. So around the time of the Google search, if you were to believe the browser state.
And with respect to the items highlighted in blue, what if any, what are those?
The ones in blue are the actual Knowledge C records that show when the Hoss Long to Die in the Cold and the How Long to Die in the cont'd web pages were actually visible on screen.
So they didn't load at 2:27, but they were actually visible on screen at 6:23, 6:24. This is all of his own making, right? He made this up and he typed this up himself, right? Am I lost here? This is a cherry picked list. I don't even know what this means. So she's watching YouTube, according to him. If you scroll back up, she had a YouTube video on at 2 something a.m. I mean, this guy's almost going to be like the Celebrite whistleblower. Like, it's a big scandal. Celebrite's going to become unhinged. Their stock is tanking right now. Every law enforcement organization that has a contract with Celebrite is selling. Whoever the competitor of Celebrite is right now is the only one doing a dance. But I'd like to know if anybody's watching the stock price of Celebrite, if it's a public company, if it's tanking, let me know.
From this, what if anything were you able to ascertain as to the searches or the time associated with the searches from your analysis here?
At 2:27:40, the only websites that were visible on screen were related to Ozone Basketball and Hockomock Sports, and that the How Long to Die in the cont'd first appeared on screen at 6:23:56, and Hoss Long to Die in Cold first appeared on the screen at 10:33 a.m.
How long to die in the
Those two
cont'd?
searches,
I like that.
from your review of this traction in this device, never appeared on the screen prior to 6:23 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
But it did because we saw it. We saw it in another extraction
Now-
using actual software, not your software.
From all this, sir, what, if anything, were you able to conclude with regard to these searches?
So essentially,
Essentially,
ignoring the browser state timestamp is
Let's ignore
important
it all.
because that is not a reliable timestamp to show when that URL was visited.
oh boy.
We have
Oh boy. You got to ignore the timestamp because that's not accurate. Oh boy. Every defendant who's in jail that is watching YouTube right now, take note. Hire this guy to come in on your appeal or your pending criminal case because he's saying you can't trust it. You can't trust the timestamp. It's not accurate. Listen up, peeps. Defendants, defense attorneys everywhere. Got to rewind that a second.
mobile.
From all this, sir, what, if anything, were you able to
What if
conclude
anything?
with regard to these searches?
So essentially, ignoring the browser state timestamp is important because that is not a reliable timestamp to show when that URL was visited.
It's important to ignore the timestamp, the browser timestamp, because it's not a reliable timestamp to show when that URL was visited. Got that, everybody? Brian Walsh's attorney, are you listening? And here's what's kind of funny about this. Tell me, chat, if I'm wrong. I know, Suzanne, you must know, but Brian Walsh's attorney is Kevin Reddington, right? Brian Walsh case was handled by Michael Proctor and is also pending, I believe, in Norfolk Superior. Is Kevin Reddington also Jen McCabe's attorney? So Kevin Reddington, as an attorney, Kevin Reddington represents someone in this case, one of the third parties. How is Kevin Reddington going to argue in Brian Walsh's case? No, we can't roll. I mean, and he represents Jen McCabe also, right? Okay, so I guess this is doubly good for him, right? It's doubly good for him because he represents Jen McCabe and he wants these Google timestamps to not be accurate for Jen McCabe. And he also wants them to not be accurate for Brian Walsh. So he wins, he doubly wins. Okay, he's not Brian Walsh's attorney? I'm sorry, Lindsay Clancy? Hold on. I think he's Lindsay Clancy's. He's somebody else's, maybe not Brian Walsh, but I think he's Lindsay. He represents another big defendant. I'll find out. I don't want to misspeak, but I will find out. He is Lindsay Clancy's attorney. Thank you. Remember Lindsay Clancy? I think there's some Google searchers involved in that case as well. Thank you. Thank you for helping me. Okay. So this is good for Kevin Reddington, maybe.
We have mobile Safari.plist record searches that show 623 and 624. And we show the same searches with very similar timestamps within half a second as showing up on screen in Knowledge C for the how long to die in the Kikdi. And the how long to die in the cold was actually several hours later, which took a little bit more explaining, looking at Knowledge C and when the applications were opened up.
Now, with respect to your view of the extraction of the device around these times, were you able to ascertain as to what time this particular device connected to a Wi-Fi sometime after 2 a.m.?
I actually didn't look at any Wi-Fi connection information.
He didn't look at any connecting Wi-Fi information on.
I actually didn't look
To a Wi-Fi as to what time this particular device connected to a Wi-Fi sometime after 2 a.m.?
I actually didn't look at any Wi-Fi connection information.
That's not what Lally wants to hear. Oh, he's stumped now, Lally. He's like, what?
And with respect to 2:27 in the morning, 2:27 a.m., what were the websites that the device had visible, and what were the websites that the device was connected to at that time?
So according to the Knowledge C records, which were mostly also reflected within the History DB as well, it was the Hockamock Sports, YouTube, Ozone Basketball, and that's it for the main domains.
Now, with regard to the Wi-Fi connection, is your memory exhausted as it pertains to that?
Yeah, I don't remember looking at Wi-Fi history.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
Is your memory exhausted? Remember when the witness said, my memory's exhausted? Because that came from Lally. And I think the defense started adopting it. But apparently he did look at the Wi-Fi connections because Lally just asked him, is your memory exhausted with regard to that? So now he's going to get to show him his report. Just jumped again, and that was not me. That was the feed. See if he tries to read from his report like that Trooper Paul did. His cheat sheet. Bless you.
Of the extraction.
Is your memory exhausted?
So, Mr. Whiffin, from your review of the extraction report in regard to this device of Ms. McCabe's, about what time was the connected to a Wi-Fi network called McCabe?
I believe it was 0207. I didn't actually remember the timestamp just then.
And with respect to the disconnection from that, do you know when that was?
I can't recall.
Look at your report. Isn't that why you showed him? Isn't that why you showed him his report? Because his memory was exhausted.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Lori says Google can celebrate deleted messages be recovered. Their own website says it
Sir, if you can, from
depends.
looking at your report, if you can just indicate to the jury as far as the Wi-Fi connections with.
Okay. The Wi-Fi was connected at 0212 and disconnected at 0539. There was no further Wi-Fi activity until 11 a.m.
When she came back for her interview
Yes.
with Proctor. Wow. Fine.
Write-ahead log. Now, sir, are you familiar with something called a write-ahead log or a wall file?
I am, yes.
And if you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and how it applies in this specific case.
Yes. So a write-ahead log is essentially a temporary store for database pages. When I'm talking about database pages, it's not something that the user ever sees. It's part of the structure of SQLite databases. Just as chapters in a book can span multiple pages, data in a database can span multiple pages also, and it's not necessarily in the expected order. It's up to the database application to find those pages and order them correctly in order to display the data to the user. The WAL file, on the other hand, it still contains pages, but they're organized in frames, essentially. And a frame is the same as a page, but with additional information at the top that identifies what page it is. So I mentioned earlier that it's possible to have multiple versions of the same page within the WAL file. That's because every time I write a record to the database, a new frame is created and the page is updated. So for example, if I was to have a new database, create a record, a new frame is created with page 1, and it adds my record. As soon as I add a second record to that database, a new frame is created again. So I now have frame 1 and frame 2. Both of those frames would contain a version of page 1. The first frame would contain only record 1. The second frame would contain records 1 and 2, and so on. Forensically, where it gets interesting is on the edit or deletion of a record, because the same process is applied. So now a new frame is created. The page number is the same as previously, so we'd still have a page 1. But now only the records that I don't want to delete are copied across. So I could end up in a situation where I have 4 versions of page 1. One has record 1, one has records 1 and 2, one has records 1, 2, and 3, but the most recent version of the page only has record 1 and 3, for example. Now, a normal piece of database software will only look for the most recent version of the page, so you would only see records 1 and 3. The forensic software can look at all previous versions of the page as well, and that's how we're able to recover record 2 in that instance. And that's essentially how we were able to recover the browser state record from WAL.
Now, sir, turning to that issue as far as deletion, what, if anything, well, let me ask you this first, just before we leave the WAL file. So with regard to the WAL file, what, if any, relevance is there that certain data only exists within the WAL file?
So again, if I create a record that's in the WAL and delete it before it gets committed, which means when it gets merged into the main database, then it exists only in the WAL. It could be that it's a brand new record that just hasn't been written yet, or it could be one which was deleted from the database prior to the commit occurring.
When you say commit, what exactly?
Commit.
What does that mean?
Commit's a process where essentially the database looks at all of the most recent versions of each page in the WAL file, copies them out from WAL and puts it into the main database, and then deletes the WAL file altogether. So at that point, we lose the ability to recover data from WAL because the WAL doesn't exist, but we have all the most recent versions of the page.
At that point, we lose the ability of the
So
jury to
turning
pay attention.
the content
At that point, we lose the ability of the jury to pay attention because by that time, they are hypnotized into or lulled into sleep. And I don't know if Jessica Hyde was better at explaining that than he is. I thought he was going to be better, but Lally lets him drone on and on and on. Deleted, again, deleted. Makes complete sense. Or not. Computers are so smart. Okay, but he didn't see the actual phone or thumb drive information. Great point, Lalo me.
concept or the topic of deletion of data. What, if anything, did you find with regard to deletion of data with respect to this search as it applied to the P list that you discussed before?
Recovering data that's been deleted from a P list is not really possible.
It's not possible.
So all we can say is if this record exists within the P list, it hasn't been deleted.
Ah,
Same question with
so if
regard-
something was deleted, you cannot recover it. Did I get that correctly? You cannot recover it if it's been deleted. So if it was deleted, you couldn't recover it. If at 223, that search was deleted, 227, whatevs. That one was deleted, so you can't recover that one, but with search again, 623, 624, you can recover those. Yeah? Bada bing, bada boom. Did I get that right?
To issues of deleted data with regard to the history DB.
There was no records of any, so there's no evidence of any records being deleted from history.db since early January. I think it was like the 3rd of January up to February 2nd.
And how were you able to tell that with regard to the history DB?
Again, every record is given a unique number, and there'd be a gap in that numbering system if a file or if a record had been deleted. The
And
fact that there was
were
no
gaps.
gaps indicates that nothing had been.
Oh, come on, man. We looked at a chart before. There was a whole bunch of gaps in there. Am I right? You guys, we looked at it together. We read it out loud. There were a whole bunch of gaps in there. There were no gaps in what, dude? Safari, Google, we're going back and forth. We got all kinds of things. We got PayPal. We got Eastern Bank has entered the chat. We got Rain and Men 2 days before she said she Googled it. Dude, we got so much more information because this is all about defending Jen McCabe now. This testimony that we've spent almost the entire afternoon on has nothing to do with whether Karen Reed murdered John O'Keefe. Nothing to do with it. Are you all picking up what I'm laying down here? None of this forensic testimony has anything to do with Karen Reed's guilt. It has to do with Jen McCabe's alleged innocence. What are we doing here? What are we doing here?
Been deleted.
And with regard
And there'd be a gap in that numbering system if a file or if a record had been deleted. The fact that there was no gaps indicates that nothing had been deleted.
And with regard to deletion, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain with regard to deletion versus web usage in the Knowledge C database?
Knowledge C contains such a large amount of different type of data that's always being added and deleted for various reasons. None at the discretion of the user. It's a completely system-driven event to delete information from Knowledge C. So we can't say what was deleted from Knowledge C, but we can see that during the times of Safari usage, records exist within Knowledge C that indicate, or certainly appear to indicate, that nothing was deleted.
Guess who didn't have any
What, if
deleted
anything, were you able
information?
to find
Guess who didn't have any deleted information, my friends? Thank you, Karina. Wait for it. Karen Reed. Karen Reed didn't have any deleted information. No, she didn't. And they took her phone when they went to visit her in Dighton at the fake time that Proctor told you or put in his report, which happened to be an hour and a half earlier. They took her phone. She didn't delete anything. Okay. She didn't Google how to hit a pedestrian in reverse at 24.2 miles an hour and make it hurt. And hypothermia. And she didn't Google any of that nonsense. She didn't delete anything. This is insane that we are sitting here for days and days and days so that they can try and prove that the McCabes and the Alberts didn't do it. Therefore, Karen Reed must have. This is the theory of the case, right? What are we doing here?
with regard to deletion in respect to the browser state DB data?
Browser state did have numerous records that had been deleted. Some
Yeah.
we were able to recover.
Okay.
3 records from browser state all had a timestamp very similar to 22740. These were 3 records that had been deleted at some point.
Okay, so they were deleted. There were 3 searches around 227 that were deleted. Case closed. Done. What else besides how long to die in cold did she search at that time? What else do you think she searched at that time? What kind of injuries would a plow cause? You think she searched that? You think she searched how to get blood out of clothes? Like, what else did she? Now there's 3 searches that were deleted. What were they? Yeah. What were those searches again? Let's hear if he knows. Maybe he couldn't recover them.
What are some of the options for deleting data from that particular, from the browser state DB?
So the first most prominent option is to delete absolutely everything from the device.
Reset?
Or delete all history from the device, which, as I mentioned
Factory
earlier, we know
reset?
that didn't happen because we still have other records. So the only other real option is to delete selectively. That could mean delete one at a time,
Yeah,
and it
that's
could
easy.
mean delete either the full day, the last 2 days, or the last hour.
Mhm.
But in all of those cases, the record must exist in history.db in order to be deleted from browser state. The fact that this record, the hoslong and the how long today and the cont'd don't exist within the history database would mean that the user would never have the option to selectively delete that record.
May I approach, Sean?
Yes.
This is okay. What about the cloud? Exactly. Clear the browser. Maybe his software doesn't go into the cloud.
Finished. You recognize that, sir?
Yes,
Do you recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
So this is a list of the browser state DB records showing a red line where a record or more have been deleted.
And again, the term deleted, as far as it applies to this particular area of the database, what exactly does that mean again?
It means the record has been marked as deleted. If you were to read this database in a regular database application, you would not see it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we can't recover it.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
It
Yes.
doesn't necessarily mean that you can't recover it, but you couldn't recover it, right?
The exhibit,
I have no objection to the exhibit, if that was the question.
that is the question.
Okay, we're good.
Two.
It says yes.
And if you could, please, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, that's significant you observe in this.
So again, we can use the number down the left side, which will identify the unique identifier given to each of these records. And we can see that the red line between the first two records indicates that records between 3986 and 3993 have been deleted. We can see that record 4001 is deleted. Records between 4004 and 4019 had been deleted. Record 4020 was deleted. And then finally, records between 4025 and 4031 had been deleted also.
How is this helping them?
Now, sir, as far as records 4024 and 4025, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain as far as the dates and times associated with those?
Yeah, so these particular records show up at 227.31 and 227.33 respectively. And this matched records within Knowledge C that showed that at this particular time when the tab took focus, that particular website was also shown visible to the user in Safari.
Now, as far as the date and time for 4024 and 4025, what, if anything, did you observe with respect to the date and time for 4026?
Okay, 4024 is the PayPal. Log into your PayPal. And then 4025 is unknown application. I think that's Eastern Bank because it looks like online.ea. And then the next one is not until the 31st. And that's the meal train. Okay.
And what can you tell about that?
So 4026 was approximately a second or two after the record here, 227.33. I believe it was at 227.35. And then again, there was another record, 4027, which again was another 2 or 3 seconds after that time. So within a 9-second period between 227.31 and 227.40, there were 5 records within browser state DB that had a timestamp within that 9 seconds, all with completely different types of website, ranging from PayPal, banking, YouTube, and the hoslongs down the cold.
Okay, so they were all there at 227. Wait, so he just said Hoslong to Dine Cold was there at 227. There were 9 of them, and they were there at 2:27, right? Okay, cool.
Spontaneous deletion.
I believe so.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
Spontaneous deletion.
It's not a term that I would use, but essentially a cleanup operation would occur on the device where it would look for orphaned records, records that are old enough to not be required anymore, and they would just be deleted by the system without any direction from the user.
Now, during the testing that occurred, your testing, which occurred with respect to this device, what, if anything, did you observe with regard to spontaneous deletion?
I wasn't able to replicate the spontaneous deletion. I was able to replicate completely orphaned records. So a record that existed in browser state without a corresponding record in history.db. And it meant that there was no way for me to delete that record manually without deleting everything from the device.
What?
May
Regarding history.
I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Karina, you cracking me up today. Cleanup does not delete search unless you tell it to, says Paul Revere. Uh-huh. Oh, I don't know. Jessica, are you behind Jessica? Because Alan Jackson's cross was a while ago. And David United's going to be crossing this witness. So.
Lights on, please, Tony. Thank you.
Turn the lights back on. If you don't know that new Billy Joel song, you got to listen to it. It's great. Turn the Lights Back On by Billy Joel. And the video is pretty awesome because the video uses AI to age Billy Joel from his very younger days all the way back in like the 80s or 70s to present day. And it's so cool. If you know, you know.
All right. So you're introducing those 4 pages or whatever it is, Mr. Lally?
Yes, sir.
As one exhibit?
As the next 4 exhibits.
Okay. All right, so those will be admitted.
Right, Lilika Gushka. She didn't use her phone browser at all until the 31st. That's believable. Not. Interesting, Michelle.
Because you can go ahead and right. Were you going to publish those? Because you can go ahead and publish them while this is.
I don't think that's.
What? Necessary, important, relevant, conclusive, accurate, truthful. Pick a word, Lally. Pick an adjective. You want some more?
I had just one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Take all the moments. Danielle's in a coma right now.
Your Honor, if I can't take them just one by one, I think that might be.
Okay.
Danielle Alexander is literally in a coma.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is a report from my Artex tool showing the history database at 21:39:34 on the 27th of January and 22:55:09 on the 27th of January.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Artex does it better, you guys. Forget about Celebrite. Artex does it better. He's trying to unseat Celebrite, but he's still employed by Celebrite, isn't he? I'm so confused.
Almost to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
Thank you,
Right,
Ben.
so all 4 are in. Okay, so you don't need to.
Mr. Lally, pay attention. Pay attention, Mr. Lally.
Okay.
Exhibit 623.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Take all the moments.
We can publish that to the jury.
Yes.
His free tool. Is it free? His
Now,
tool is
sir, with
free?
regard to this, we're looking at record number 4026. Is that correct?
Yes,
Hold
I believe
on.
we are.
Hockamock
And,
Sports.
Again, if you could direct the jury's attention to what exactly are we looking at in this exhibit with regard to record 4026?
Yeah, so in the right column, we see the source of the information, so history.db. is the database. History _ visits would be the table. And then the unique identifying number of 31407 and 31408.
And this is his own software that he created. And on the left-hand side, it says that these were searched on January 27th of 22. So what are we doing here? Both of them, Hockomock Sports from January 27th, 2022.
We see that the start time, or the time that that particular website was navigated to, according to history.db, was, as I say, both on the 27th of January, one at 21:39 and 34 seconds local time, and one at 22:55:09 local time. And both of these websites are related to Hockomock Sports. We have the URL at the top, followed by the title of the page, followed by a visit count that tells us how many times that page has been visited before.
On the 27th. The 27th, sir. Please, sir, can I have some more? Please, sir.
Sorry, one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Guys, it said the 27th of January on that. Hockomock, 27th. What are we doing?
Recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
This is the same kind of report. This is related to the YouTube record that was part of the browser state database, related to It's Raining Men on YouTube.
You got it, Team
Is
Rudy.
that
You
the
got
record
the
number
rec-
4027, is that correct?
It is, yes.
It's raining
May I
men.
approach again?
Yes.
Hallelujah, it's a raining man. Amen. I'm not putting that on the playlist. Don't even ask.
Yes.
It's raining men. Thank you, Mozzie, for doing some Googling for me.
What's up on the screen now, is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
It is, yes.
And again, if
What
you
you have
could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this record of 4027.
Yeah, so again, we have 5 records related to the YouTube video, It's Raining Men, starting at record 31398, 31399, 31400, 31401, and 31402. These were all accessed on the afternoon of the 27th of January 2022.
Which again points out that Jen McCabe lied on the stand. Okay? Because she said she did it on the 29th when they were all having so much fun. They were having fun, silly times at her sister's house for little Bry's birthday. Fun times, silly. They were being silly. They were dancing. She pulled up that video. She made a whole story about it, a whole story. She had a whole backstory about it. Whole backstory. Okay. See where he's going with that. He's going to say, but she really didn't do it on January 27th.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just,
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the same again, related to record 4029. Shows that a website was visited on the 28th of January 2021.
Your Honor, ask that this be marked.
Okay.
Excuse me, as the next exhibit.
this is what excellence
Your Honor,
looks
with the
like,
court's
my
permission, may
friends.
publish that briefly?
Yeah.
This is what excellence looks like. This table. Look at Paul O'Keefe. Head in hand. Like, what are we doing here? Aaron has left the courtroom.
I'm not sure.
Excuse me, I wasn't talking to you.
Yes.
Sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as the next exhibit in regards to record 4029?
It is, yes.
And again, if you could explain to the jury what are we looking at?
Yeah, so this URL, cantonma.org, relates to the URL that was provided in record 4029 of the browser state database. It shows that this web page was accessed at 1 p.m. And 17 minutes and 0 seconds, and 1 p.m., 17 minutes and 8 seconds.
And this is Canton High School Student Toolbox and Family's Toolbox for Canton High School.
On the 28th of January, 2022.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Team Brittany, you're funny. He's like, have we reached a new level of stupid
Again,
today?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Again, the same kind of report. Again, this time for record 4030 from Browser State, and it shows access to Ozone basketball.
And with regard to that report, as far as the same kind of report, that's from your tool, the ArtX tool, is that correct?
Correct.
And that ArtX tool, is that a widely available tool used within the field of forensic investigators?
Yeah, it's something that I say I've worked on for around 5 years. I've given it away free to the digital forensics community for 5 years. There's approximately 600 users globally, and it's taught as part of these.
Okay, all right. He wants to, Lally's asking him if his software that he's used to formulate his entire opinion that Jet McCabe did not search Hoslong to die of cold in 227, whether his tool is widely used. He gives it away for free. He's got 600 users worldwide. And this is the testimony the Commonwealth of Massachusetts wants the jury to use. I wouldn't even say to convict Karen Reed, just to exonerate Jen McCabe. Really? And Jen McCabe's not on trial here. So what are we doing here? 600 users worldwide. He gives it away for free. It doesn't even cost $1.99 in the App Store, folks. It's free.
Sans.
I've
Investigators and the and that ArtX tool, is that a widely available tool used within the field of forensic investigators?
Yeah, it's something that I say I've worked on for around 5 years. I've given it away free to the digital forensics community for 5 years. There's approximately 600 users globally, and it's taught as part of the SANS digital forensics training courses.
Okay.
May I approach again just to retrieve your?
600 once in the morning, once in the afternoon. Swiper, keep swiping. Don't worry, we didn't miss a beat. It happens. Sometimes I touch my mouse pad and I go like this to move a comment, and StreamYard kicks me out. But we're back and we didn't miss a thing. Just to refresh your recollection in case your memory is exhausted. Artex software has been given away for free by this witness, and it's widely used by 600 users worldwide. And they got it for free. Didn't even have to pay an app fee.
Thank you.
May we publish that for the
Yes.
Your Honor? With regard to this exhibit up on the screen, record 4030, again, if you could just draw the jury's attention or direct the jury's attention.
It's widely
What, if
used.
anything, of significance you observe in this exhibit?
Yeah, so again, we have records from the history database related to Ozone basketball, and it shows that this website was accessed at 11 a.m. and 26 minutes on the 25th of January.
The 25th of January. Why are we all going all the way back to the 25th of January? I don't even want to listen to this anymore. I'm done here.
2022.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman,
I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing here? Look at poor Paul O'Keefe. I feel so bad for him. And then there were none. Thank you, Susan.
Now, with respect to sort of the totality of your analysis, Mr. Whiffin, what, if any, conclusions did you come to as to the timing of the two searches in question with relation to what you observed in your analysis and testing of this device?
Yes. So in conclusion, I determined that the tab that was used was focused at 227.40. So the tab was opened at that time, at which point it was being used to show Ozone basketball and Hockomock Sports websites. The 6:23 timestamp is when the search was first conducted. Never loaded the page, otherwise there'd be a record in the history database. And while that page was still loading, a secondary search was conducted for Hoslong to Die in the Cold. Again, that page never loaded either, although these both did show up in the knowledge C.
So she searched it, but the page just never loaded because she yelled at Matt. Matt, I'm buffering. Google this right now.
Database to show that the browser was trying to display these pages.
So it was searched. So it was searched at that time. The browser was trying to display it. It doesn't matter whether it loaded or not. If that search was made, game over. Game over. It doesn't matter if it loaded or not, right? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Karen Griswold. Never loaded, but it was still typed in. Boom. Doesn't matter. Still searched, right, Allison? Still searched at 227. Just didn't load. This is the load, but he just helped the defense. In my opinion, it was searched, but it didn't load. Okay, we'll go with that.
Safari was closed prior to the Hoslong to Die in the Cold record being shown on screen at all. But when it was reopened at 10:33, in regards to whatever other Safari activity was to be conducted, it appeared on screen. So we have a 10:33 record where Hoslong to Die in the Cold was shown on screen, even though the page never successfully loaded.
Oh, so it showed up again at 10:33 in the morning. Imagine that. 10:33. 27 minutes before Trooper Proctor showed up at Jen McCabe's house, right? To interview her, 10:33 a.m. because her Wi-Fi didn't connect yet to her house. So she's still at the friends and family meeting at 34 Fairview, right? And she pulls up the results then to show the friends and family, look, I Googled this last night and here's the results on how long it takes to die in gold. Am I right or am I wrong? Should I stay or should I go now? I'm not a technology expert. I'm not a forensic scientist. I'm not a data extrapolator. I don't know anything about cell phone forensics. But is that what happened? No, it's 10:33 a.m. And here's the thing, True Virgo. A lot of you pointed this out to me when they showed the original extraction, that it said 227, then it said 623, 624, and then again, it said it at the bottom of the page, 10:33 a.m. And that's what he's saying. I don't know, because we saw this we saw it. Hold on. I remember when it came up. Thank you. Thank you, Denicia Rose. I remember when it came up on the screen and so many people had questions and you guys were emailing me 10:33. There's another search, Hoslong to Die in Cold at 10:33. Why? I'm just pointing out where she was at the time. She was at the friends and family meeting at 34 Fairview.
The Hoslong to Die in the Cold record being shown on screen at all. But when it was reopened at 10:33, in regards to whatever other Safari activity was to be conducted, it appeared on screen. So we have a 10:33 record where Hoslong to Die in the Cold was shown on screen, even though the page never successfully loaded.
Mm-hmm.
And with respect to your analysis and your testing here, what, if any, opinion do you have as to whether or not any of the data marked as deleted was actually user deleted, or a user actually actively went through the process of deleting the data?
Yeah. So again, we know that she didn't, we know that nobody deleted the entire history. So that leaves the only option to be selectively deleting records.
Right, exactly.
The fact that there are no missing records in HistoryDB shows that it's impossible that that record could have been deleted by the user. It would have just been orphaned in the database, and I believe would have deleted itself at some stage whenever a particular cleanup function ran. Although, as I said earlier, I haven't been able to replicate that. I was able to.
He hasn't been able to replicate that.
Continue to read the various versions of the page that contained Hoss Long to Die in the Cold browser state record and found that it existed at the same time as another record that was created at least 2 days later. Therefore, I can determine that that particular record was not deleted until at the earliest 10 p.m. on the 31st of January. And that it's not possible that the user could have created or caused that deletion to occur.
Now, over the course of your analysis and testing or review of the extraction in this case, did you have occasion to review an affidavit of a Mr. Richard Green?
I did, yes.
And what, if any, opinions or conclusions do you have as to that affidavit?
I had issues with several of the statements being made as part of the affidavit.
And what issues were those?
Namely, it specified that Cellbrite report identified that the search was conducted at 2:27:40. And as I've explained, I believe the tab took focus at 2:27:40, not when the search occurred. The report mentioned that.
So he's saying that Richard Green said the Cellbrite data showed it, and he's saying Cellbrite is wrong. Doesn't he still work for Cellbrite? Oh man, not going to be good.
Namely, it specified that Cellbrite report identified that the search was conducted at 2:27:40. And as I've explained, I believe the tab took focus at 2:27:40, not when the search occurred. The report mentioned that Cellbrite report identified it was deleted by the user. We don't do that. We'll tell you that a record is deleted, but we don't specify how the record was.
Who's we? Your company?
Deleted. That's something for the examiner to determine. I forget. Oh, and then there was a mention of the purpose of the browser state database. The explanation given was correct for iOS 14 and below, but not for 15 and above, which is relevant in this case.
Now, you mentioned this issue as far as coming up, obviously, in this case and some other instances, phone calls or inquiries that you received from Austria and other places. What, if anything,
Austria
have you or your company, Cellbrite, done with regard to rectifying this issue?
Well,
I'll allow it.
What?
We recognize that this timestamp could be
What? You're going to let him testify about another case that he testified in Austria? Do we have any Austrians in the chat here? That would be very interesting to know. Hold on.
Relevant in this case.
Now, you mentioned this issue as far as coming up, obviously, in this case and some other instances, phone calls or inquiries that you received from Austria and other places. What, if anything, have you or your company, Cellbrite, done with regard to rectifying?
His company is not Cellbrite. He does not own that company.
This issue.
Well,
objection.
I'll allow it.
Okay. We recognize that this timestamp could be misleading.
When you say we, you are speaking on behalf of the Cellbrite Corporation. Oh, dude, you better be careful. You better be careful. You're saying we, on behalf of Cellbrite, have discovered that the timestamp could be misleading. You are going to blow up every criminal case worldwide for every defendant that has been convicted on timestamp Cellbrite. Why don't you just give us the key to Murdoch's cell and let him out right now?
Okay. Listen, we recognize that this timestamp could be misleading. Regardless of how we label that timestamp, the very fact that a timestamp is there, we feel would be or potentially misrepresented. So the decision was taken to remove the timestamp altogether from that information. So now we show the web page was visited, but we don't attribute a time to that purely because it could be wildly inaccurate.
Wildly inaccurate, dude. Dude, is anybody watching the stock price of Cellbrite? Can you tell me, first of all, if it's a public company? Is anybody watching the ticker on this? Talk about a whistleblower. Wildly inaccurate. I'm sorry. I'm rewinding this one more time because Aussie is going to need a clean take for the reaction video. And I know she goes elsewhere to watch the stream in the afternoon, but come back to me for this one, Aussie. Okay? We realized now he's speaking on behalf of Celebrite, where he is a customer service rep who helps people. It's $12.11 a share right now. Let's see if it tanks by the end of the day. Thank you, Team Brittany. You've got the ticker up. Oh, excuse me, what now? Yeah. So he's saying that this is a known issue at Celebrite. And he is, oh my gosh, Team Brittany for the win. Would be really ironic if it goes to 1210 and stays there, because 1210 is what this trial is about. 1210. Wow. Okay, let's hear this one more time. He is sending Celebrite down the river.
Is relevant in this case.
One more time.
Now, you mentioned this issue as far as coming up, obviously, in this case and some other instances, phone calls or inquiries that you received from Austria and other places. What, if anything,
Is that this timestamp could be well,
I'll allow it.
we recognize that this timestamp could be misleading. Regardless of how we label that timestamp, the very fact that a timestamp is there, we feel would be or potentially misrepresented.
Potentially.
So the decision was taken to remove the timestamp altogether from that information. So now we show the web page was visited, but we don't attribute a time to that purely because it could be wildly inaccurate.
Wildly inaccurate. When did you do that?
Your Honor, this may be the appropriate time for the instruction.
When did you remove
All right, so
timestamps? You
jurors,
Celebrate.
we're about to see a demonstration by Mr. Whiffin. It's simply a demonstration to help you to understand the evidence that you've heard. It's not evidence from this case, but it helps you understand the evidence in this case. You must decide this case based solely on a fair consideration of the evidence and nothing but the evidence. But this is a demonstration to help you understand that evidence.
Your Honor, our rights are preserved, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, the defense fought to keep this
To
out.
that point, Mr. Whiffin, were you able
Judge said
to
no.
prepare a demonstration in regard to what you've been discussing through the course of your testimony?
I was, yes.
And that demonstration doesn't specifically reflect on the searches or the extraction report that you looked at in this case, correct?
Correct.
But as far as the overall issues that you've been discussing in your testimony, correct?
That's correct.
And with court's permission, may the witness now illustrate that to them.
Yes.
He did a PowerPoint for the jury.
Okay.
Defense didn't like it.
So
Judge said,
first of all, on the left there, you can see a screen of an iPhone, and that is a phone that I have in front of me live. It's just demonstrating what I can see on the phone. This is my Artex tool, and the
promoting
feature
his
which
software.
I continuously use this tool for, which is not available.
his PowerPoint is an infomercial for Artex. Do you believe this? Okay, Ashton Kutcher, where are you? I know you're hiding in the corner. Is James Marsden with you? Because I would rather meet him anyway. We're doing an infomercial for Artex, my friends. Here we go.
Available really in any other vendor tools is the ability to create a live connection between my computer and the phone. The live connection is what I've just started here, and what's going to happen is all of the files and folders that exist on the phone will be mapped to my computer so that I can navigate it. I can look around and I can take a look at near enough live records on the device.
Kurt, Earth to Kurt, uncivil law, are you there? You have a computer science degree. You are very well, you're like a computer genius in addition to a constitutional law genius. And this is outrageous. Artex is given away free by this witness. And he has 600 users worldwide. And now he is going to do a demonstration for the jury using his own software to try and prove something in a murder trial in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And you should be outraged because you are paying for this infomercial. Okay? I love what you did there, Kelly Brown. He's throwing Celebrite under the bus to try and sell his own new product, CELL. I see what you did there. I like it. Wow.
Prior to the availability of this tool, I would have to test a theory on a phone, do an extraction, and then pass the extraction, which could take anywhere between 20 minutes and several hours.
But my invention, ladies and gentlemen, my invention prior to the development of this invention, which is my own invention, my own app, Cellbrite, nobody could do this, but now I can, and I'm going to show you how. There was a motion in Lemonade about this, and the judge decided to allow it.
The reason that I'm using this tool today is because I can do those same tests within 10 or 20 seconds, typically.
Your stuff's way better
So I
than
just
their
need to
stuff.
wait for this section to do. So it's already mapped out all the files and folders. It's now asking for a few important pieces of information, which it will then populate on the screen. So information such as the device, serial number, etc.
They can't
What we're
object. It's already
interested
been
in, though,
ruled on.
is the browser state record. So I can go to the browser state database and take a look at that and open that up.
He's showing, he's
And you can see
selling
that at this
his-
moment in time, I have no records in the database at all.
He's using his own phone as an
If I
exemplar.
go back into the live view of the phone, you can see I have Safari open from last night. So it's been sat in the background overnight and not doing anything. But at 10 past 8 last night, I performed this search in a brand new window.
do we know?
Started Safari, opened up
Who
a new tab,
cares?
immediately searched for new tab at 2010 on the 16th of June. If I now search for the time right now,
I'm in the Twilight Zone.
14:42,
Could I have some Twilight Zone emojis in the chat, please?
what I can do is go back to my Artex tool and press this reload button. That's going to delete the database from my computer only and copy the most recent copy of the database and WAL file from my phone back to my computer, where it shows me I still have no records. That's expected behavior because at the moment I've not closed the tab. So if this, again, was iOS 14, there would be a record there to say what tab I had open. But iOS 15 doesn't work that way. If I now go back to my tabs and actually just close this window.
I'm going to lose my ever-loving mind. Team Brittany says, why? Is there not a motion in Lemonade stand out there at the courthouse? Kids, it's summer. Jump on this idea. Vinny's a little kid who took a picture with me the other day. His mom sent me the picture. Vinny, capitalize on this. Get out there inside the buffer zone. Set up your motion in Lemonade stand, and everyone will buy lemonade from you. This is insanity. Somebody said Kurt already lost his mind. Did he? Okay, good. I can't wait to hear about it later.
I can go back into Artex and hit reload again. And we now see we have some records. I can look at this particular record and you'll see the title is 1442 Google search. You'll see the Google search record here. So I just need to change the time zone as well to Eastern time.
Didn't have access to her phone. This means nothing.
So you see it's the most recent search which I conducted, the 1442 search. The last viewed time, though, still shows as 8:10 p.m. last night, because that's the time that the tab was focused, not the time that the search was conducted.
What iOS system are you using, sir?
Thank you, sir.
Oh, ho, ho, it's magic.
Yes.
You know, never believe it's not so. It's
Thank you,
Artex.
sir. I have no further questions.
You know.
Okay, Ms. Giannetti?
Look what, did you see what it just said? The closed captions for Mr. Yannetti, it said Miss Teen Eddie, EDDY. Watch.
Thank you, sir. I have no further
Miss
questions.
Teen Eddie.
Okay, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, yes. Wait for us. Wait for us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Whiffin.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you had spoken a little bit about what was your assignment here in terms of the data that was sent to you. And I believe that you testified regarding that 2:27 a.m. or 2:27 and 42nd a.m. timestamp that it didn't make sense to the investigators, correct?
Correct.
Were you told that one of the investigators was Trooper Michael Proctor?
I don't recall any names being mentioned. The ticket came to me, or the request came to me via another Cellbrite employee who'd been asked about this case and asked whether we could offer any help.
Okay, thank you. You would agree with me that when you're making or doing a simulation, you want it to be as close to an apples-to-apples comparison as you can get?
As best possible, yes.
And to get truly accurate research results,
Thank you, Amber.
you want to eliminate as many variables as you can, correct?
Correct.
You wouldn't, for instance, want to use an Android operating system to try to replicate the activity from Jennifer McCabe's Apple iPhone, correct?
Correct.
What version of iOS did you use for your testing of Jennifer McCabe's data?
So this test has been undertaken on various different versions of iOS, from iOS 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and most recently on the beta version of 18 last week. This particular demonstration was on 15.8.2.
Okay. And you're aware that you said 15.8.2.
Correct. I've also tested on 15.7.
Oh, fair enough. You're aware, however, that Ms. McCabe was using iOS version 15.2.1, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that the way that an artifact is stored would depend on the iOS version that you use, correct?
Correct.
And your simulation did not use the iOS version that Ms. McCabe was running on her iPhone, correct?
Correct. I used the closest version I could find.
So I'd like to ask you some questions about the characteristics of browser state.db-wall.
Closest version you could
And
find.
record number 4028. if I can.
Okay.
That record number, I believe you testified, was found to be deleted, correct?
Correct.
But you were able to recover the date and time associated with it, correct?
The date and time of the last viewed?
Of that record number.
Yes.
And what was that date and time?
2:27 and 40 seconds AM.
You were also able to recover the content of that particular Google search itself?
I was able to recover the URL for it, yes.
Okay, and what was that Google search?
Hostlong to die in the cold.
And it's true,
So it
however,
happened.
that the session history could not be recovered, correct?
That's correct.
Now, given those characteristics that you've just discussed, did your testing result in a WAL file record, a WAL file record, that matched the characteristics of 4028? In other words, deleted with session history not recoverable?
The issue with the session history, I was able to recover only the first page of session history. What happens is when there's a large amount of data that's split over multiple pages, if it's a live record, all those pages point to each other so that you can chain it together and get one large amount of information. Once they've been deleted, some of those pages can be overwritten and therefore the pointers don't make sense anymore. So the amount of information in this session was way larger than one page, and I wasn't able to recover anything further.
Okay, and you'd agree that the simulation was done using a different operating system, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to recreate the other deletions that appeared before and after that record 4028?
Which deletion, sorry?
Well, you had testified, and I believe there was an exhibit that was introduced that showed that there were multiple deletions both before and after, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to recreate those deletions?
When I manually deleted records from the history, then the records also were deleted from the browser state.
Now, I believe that you testified, and if you didn't, I believe it's in your report, that there are essentially 5 mechanisms for record deletions in the browser state database, correct?
Correct.
You ruled out 4 of them pretty quickly, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you've testified to that today, correct?
Correct.
The only remaining option was selective deletion by a user, or there's some internal mechanism for record deletion that is not fully understood, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you know of, as you testified today, you know of no internal mechanism for record deletion that's not fully understood, correct?
I've not been able to replicate that function, no.
All right. If there is no unknown internal mechanism for record deletion that's not fully understood, that would leave selective deletion by a user, correct?
Not in this case, no.
All right. Well, selective deletion, you would agree, means that a user selects what to delete, correct?
Correct.
And regarding the user, the term user, what is that? Who is that?
Whoever's using the phone at the time.
Okay, so it's actually somebody who is using the actual iPhone itself, correct?
Correct.
Not necessarily a computer expert, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that somebody who had access to the data before it was extracted and sent to you could have made selective deletions of the data?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes.
No, I don't.
Are you aware of an app called MySQL?
Yes.
What is MySQL?
MySQL is just a method for viewing SQLite databases.
All right. If someone had access to the raw data, again, before it was sent to you, and used that app, they could make selective deletions of the data, couldn't they?
I assume you're
course.
talking about opening up the extraction, taking out the particular file and editing it.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You're right, Your Honor. I apologize. And I apologize to you. If you could restate your question or answer or give me your full answer.
Okay. So it would be possible with the extraction to take out particular databases, alter them, and put them back into the extraction. But there's something called a hash mechanism that we have in place that would it essentially hashes the original data, and then it can be hashed again at a later date. It results in a long string of characters, and if there's any changes to the original data, then we'd see that it's been modified.
Would you agree with me that someone with access to that data and an appropriate application or program could also delete and renumber history.db and knowledge.cso so that it would appear as though there was no break in the numbering, so that it would also appear that nothing was deleted?
It's potentially possible, but would require a large amount of
Neither computer was
Wait,
used.
what? Hold
One
on.
appeared to be used mostly.
What just happened? I just skipped ahead.
.2.1, correct?
correct.
And you would agree that the way that
Oh,
an artifact
man.
Google search record.
That was his.
028. In other
Anybody
words,
know how
the
far behind we
delete-
were?
What is MySQL?
MySQL is just a method for viewing SQLite databases.
All right. If someone had
Oh, that's where we were.
access to the raw data, again, before it was sent to you, and used that app, they could make selective deletions of the data, couldn't they?
I assume you're talking about opening up the extraction.
Yeah,
Give
we
me
got
your
that.
answer.
Okay. Hashes the
Hash has
results
entered
in
the
a
chat.
data, then we'd see that it's
Data and an appropriate application history.db as though there was no break in the numbering,
There we
so
go.
that it would also appear that nothing was deleted?
Thank you, Roxanne.
it's potentially possible, but would require a large amount of knowledge and skill to do in a way that can't be detected.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Lally?
What is he checking off on the little pad? That was weird. His lunch order? I mean, what?
Any discrepancy
happened?
between the iOS version in Ms. McCabe's phone and the iOS version in the demonstration that you did, what, if any, impact does that have on what you showed this jury?
So in this particular case, every iOS version that I tested, as I mentioned, from 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18, the timestamp is always referring to the time that the tab took focus. So even though there are some differences with when the record's created, the meaning behind that timestamp has been consistent.
Now, what you were asking about what you were asked about in regard to selective deletion, you indicated that there's no evidence of that in this case. Is that correct?
Correct. Selective deletion would require that the record existed in the history database in order to be selected to be deleted. The fact that there's no missing records indicates it was never written into that database and therefore could not have been selectively deleted.
Now, the hash mechanism that you testified as far as detecting whether or not someone had surreptitiously gone in and deleted things, did you see any evidence of that in your review of the extraction of Mr. Tave's phone?
I didn't have access to the hash information to see whether any changes had been made.
Oh,
That's something that the original examiner would have had access to. From my point of view, there was nothing in there that would indicate that tampering had occurred. The timestamps all made sense for the files.
but he didn't have access to it, so he really doesn't know.
The historical pages all made sense. So it's probably possible, but it would take a large amount of skill to do.
It's probably possible, but it would take a lot. Like Matt McCabe, isn't he an IT guy? I don't know. I'm sure they have experts all over, right? Come on now, silly. This is silly.
Now, with regard to your analysis and your testing in this case, again, what is your opinion or conclusion as to when these two Google searches were conducted?
I'm of no doubt that the only time those two searches were conducted was at 6:23 and 6:24 on the morning of the 29th.
No doubt.
Thank you, sir.
Why wasn't he asked that on direct instead of redirect?
Today, have you ever heard of spontaneous deletion?
It's not a term that I'm familiar with.
Oh,
All right, sir, you are all set.
he doesn't even
Thank
know
you.
what spontaneous deletion
Need a
means.
couple minutes to get your stuff down.
Oh, for the love of the traveling Mary, people. My friends, my folks, my
All right,
cupcakes.
Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
It's like a dumpster fire that just keeps growing. It'll be a surprise who this witness is, I guess.
Nothing but the truth, so I hope you got it. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon now.
Oh, she likes him. She's like, good afternoon. It's all drink of water. It's all drink of water in there, she says.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yep, Nicholas Guarino.
Oh.
Guarino.
And how are you employed, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a member of the Massachusetts State Police?
This is my 9th year now.
Now, prior to working with the state police, what, if any, prior experience did you have in the field of law enforcement?
I was a local police officer in Norwood for almost 11 years.
Norwood?
Now,
Said
with
Nord.
respect to your role within the state police, where is it that you work now?
I currently work at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Of course he does. He's going to be the one who does the extractions of the cell phones. This is Nicholas Guarino and Lori Live 360 for the win with the $100 super chat. Thank you so much. It says buy your family dinner for your 50,000 subscribers. Thank you, Lori. You are so amazing. I love you so much. Hey kids, we're getting Chipotle tonight. They love Chipotle. Thank you. Thank you, Lori, so much. You are so kind and generous as always. And love you. Thanks. Blown away.
And within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with respect to that, what, if any, specialized role do you have within the detective unit attached to the Norfolk DA's?
Yeah, I conduct cell phone forensics, computer forensics, and I also do sexual assault investigations.
Now, with
Well, that's quite a swing, right? SA investigations and cell phone forensics. I mean, talk about two opposite ends of the spectrum. That's interesting. Maybe it's a small department, but he's with the Massachusetts State Police. You know who else did SA investigations? John O'Keefe, didn't he? But with Boston PD? I think so. Okay, I digress.
regard to the electronic forensics, what, if any, specialized training have you received in that particular area?
I have about 300 or so hours, Cellbrite, CCO, CCPA, cell phone repair forensics, Burla motor vehicle forensics, Axiom magnet, cell phone and computer forensics, X-Ways. These are all different programs used for cell phone and computer forensics.
Now, sir, at some point, did you become involved in the investigation involving the defendant Karen?
Yes.
And with respect to that, let me just ask it, at some point, did you become aware of an affidavit from a defense expert named Richard Green?
Yes, I have.
And sometime following that, did you have occasion to reach out to Cellbrite with regard to what had been posited by Mr. Green as in regard to two Google searches contained within Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And eventually, at some point, did you have occasion to speak with the gentleman who came in here right before you, Mr. Ian Whiffin?
Yes, I did.
And so that wasn't Trooper Proctor that had reached out to Mr. Whiffin or had any communication that you're aware of with Mr. Whiffin, correct?
Objection.
No, I reached out
Maybe Proctor did too. This is objectionable. Come on.
after the defense expert's findings were released, and I
Oh.
read his report.
So you needed someone to refute it.
You
and
also have occasion to
it seems like this Trooper Guarino has more more extensive experience in Celebrite. He's got 300 hours of training, and all Ian Whiffin did was watch the training videos when he started there.
review a report from a Miss Jessica Hyde.
Yes, I did.
And with respect to those two reports, what, if any, conclusions or opinions did you come to independently in relation to those opinions of Ms. Hyde and Mr. Wood?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, Trooper Guarino, you had mentioned that you've had specialized training in regard to something called Burla, correct?
Yes.
Could you please explain to the jury what Burla is and how is it used in criminal investigations in your line?
So Burla is a specialized hardware and software used to download the infotainment and telematics modules in a vehicle. So telematics module is basically like the SIM card for the car. And the infotainment system is your radio head unit that enables you to have Apple Play, CarPlay, or Android or Google Play for the vehicle.
And at some point, were you made aware of a search warrant that was authored in regard to seizing the infotainment system from Ms. Reed's vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And just so the record is clear, can you describe Ms. Reed's vehicle as far as what type of vehicle we're talking about?
Yes, it's a Lexus LX 570 SUV.
And specifically on February 2nd, 2022, did you have occasion to remove that infotainment system from the vehicle pursuant to that search?
Yes, I did.
And once that item was removed from the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything, did you do with it?
After we removed it from the vehicle, it was brought back to the Norfolk DA's office for a data extraction or attempt to.
And that data extraction, if you know, based on your training experience, sort of how is that conducted, or what is the process of extracting data from using Burla?
Yeah. So depending on the system, it's dismantled. They have this specialized hardware that actually goes on to the motherboards of these systems, and we're able to pull the data. Or the other option, if that's not viable, is to do a chip off, where we have to basically destroy the motherboard and take the memory chips off the devices to try to get the data that way.
Now, with reference to this specific device, what, if any, efforts did you undergo in order to extract the information without using a chip off?
So at the time that we pulled the system, it was not supported. I emailed Burla and called them, see if they had a timeline of when this might be supported so we could get the data. We deemed chip off as a last resort because it is a destructive process. So once those memory chips are taken off, the likelihood of trying to reattach them and get it to work again is very slim.
Let me stop you there for a second. When you talk about an item being supported, what does that mean?
Whether or not Burla has the ability to pull the data from that vehicle.
And how is that sort of determined, or how are you able to ascertain whether or not a particular vehicle, make, model, manufacturer is supported by the Burla device?
They have an app, and they also have their tech support. But if you put in the VIN of the vehicle, or if you don't have the VIN, you have the make, model, and trim level, like limited or XLE or whatever, you would be able to go in and look it up and basically say, Burla will tell you, yes, it's supported for GPS points, or it's supported for diagnostic data, or, whatever that they're able to get out of the vehicle. And they work with the automakers to get these, get this data. So.
And approximately how many different types of if we're looking at sort of the entirety of different makes and models of manufacturers, if you know, sort of what percentage of those types of vehicles are actually supported and Burla can actually extract information?
I don't know as of right now. It's a lot, and they're constantly updating it, so they are able to do more vehicles as time goes on.
Now, at this particular time, as you sit here today, June 17th, 2024, the vehicle that the defendant was operating on January 29th, 2022, is that vehicle available or supported by Burla at this time?
The trim level that the defendant had is not still supported. There is Toyota and Lexus support now, but it's not, unfortunately, for her model.
Now, you mentioned that you had reached out to the Burla company for updates as far as the availability or when the defendant's vehicle might be supported. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And about how many times and over what time period are we talking about that you reached out to ascertain?
Immediately when I did the extraction, I should say extraction, but when I took the system out of the vehicle, I had to reach out to Burla because where it wasn't supported, they actually had to send me tech diagrams so I could go in and, again, not destroy the whole vehicle as I just took those components out. Over the next, almost 2 years,
It's a
year and a
God.
half,
We feel the
going
same
back
way.
and forth with them
God's not helping any of us now.
with their support and their sales team.
And when you say going back and forth, about how often were you reaching out to them, or how often were you getting a response in regards to the Burla?
Usually every few months, I want to say every 3 months, give or take. I forget the exact number, but phone calls or an email to them asking.
Now, beyond
Blue
that,
Horseshoe
are you
hates
familiar with the,
celebrates.
National Cyber
This is
Crime
Stephen
Conference?
Nash.
Yes.
And do you attend that on an annual basis at least?
Yes, I do.
And with respect to that, what, if any, time at those conferences did you spend dedicated to ascertaining the availability and
Conferences?
supportability of this vehicle?
Wink, wink. Do they have strippers?
So Burla has a booth at the National Cybercrime Conference. I
Booth.
spoke with their sales team there.
Is it in Vegas?
Their response was to keep calling Burla, keep pestering them, and they might actually
Keep
get the
pestering
support
them.
sooner than later.
Keep pestering them.
And again, were you ever
Maybe
able
they'll
to
come around.
ascertain or get the support to download the information from them?
No, unfortunately.
Now, at some point, were you able to download any information from that particular infotainment system from the defendant's vehicle?
And not from the infotainment system, but Burla released a new item similar to a mechanic scan tool. It plugs into the OBD2 port, which is underneath the dash. So we're basically, if a mechanic went in there with a scan tool to tell you why you have a check engine light, this does something similar. So you plug it in, and then it pulls the car diagnostic data from that.
And as far as the data that you received from that, what, if anything, did you observe?
Yeah, CG says I had to refresh because my chat keeps saying error, try again. I just tried to log into YouTube Studio to go in the back channel. It's all wonky. I don't know if YouTube is having issues, if we're breaking the internet. But is anybody else having YouTube issues? If so, just refresh your browser. I can't because it'll kick me out again and I may not come back. But what is the bottom line here? Here's the bottom line is that so much new technology and so many new applications and programs and forensic extraction tools have been invented since January 29th of 2022 that didn't exist at the time. That, now they're cracking the case a year later, 2 years later. It's insane.
Again, I got a series of 14s was the numbers. It was no readable data. I reached out to Perla and asked them, I said, is there a reason why I pulled this data, but when I put it into the software, it's not telling me anything. It's not giving me any readable data. And they said they know it is diagnostic data, but they haven't got anything from Lexus to say these 14s, these codes mean this. Oh, they only know it as emissions.
He's explaining why.
So was Berla itself able to read
Didn't
that
work.
information and transform that sort of binary code into any sort of readable data for you?
Other than the number 14, no.
Number 14.
Now,
What is number 14?
from there, what if
What?
anything did you do with regard to the Berla and the defendant's vehicle?
Was placed back into our digital evidence lab, and then we did eventually do a chip off
A
to the
chip
device.
off. Chip off has entered the chat.
Now,
Actually, both
with
devices.
respect with
Who had a nickname Chip? Was it Procta? Chip off. Also related to Proctor. Tell him to chip off. Oh, I like that. Okay.
respect, to the chip off, that was done sometime in December of.
I'm going to speed him up so we
2023,
can
is that
catch
correct?
up.
Yes, that's correct.
And again, if you could expound upon a little as far as, can you describe for the jury sort of the chip off process, why you were reluctant to do it, and what's entailed in it?
As I said before, it is a destructive process. As soon as we do it, we take those memory chips off. It's applying extreme amounts of heat to the motherboards to take the memory off. That'll heat it. You lose a lot of the soldering and capacitors, anything that's on that motherboard.
Don't you talk about my
like I said, once
motherboard like
the
that.
memory chips are taken off, it's going to destroy the board.
And as far as that chip off process, who, if anyone, was present with you, or who, if anyone, assisted you in removing that or conducting that chip off process with regard to the motherboard from the infotainment system from the defense vehicle?
I'm sorry. At the time that we actually did the chip off,
Yes.
yeah, it was myself, AG Speak, and Maggie Gaffney.
And who is AG Speak?
AG Speak is has his own forensic company, I guess you could call it, for Burla.
Like
He,
Ian Whiffin?
I could consider an expert in the field, former California Highway Patrol officer that exclusively handled stolen cars.
And who is Ms. Gaffney?
She was the defense's expert. She's the one who actually did the chip off, applying the heat and taking the chips off in our presence. And she, I believe, works for, I'm sorry, the name of the company escapes me at the moment.
Now, with respect to the information that you, Ms. Gaffney, and Mr. Speak were able to remove pursuant to that chip off process, what, if any, usable information were you able to glean from that?
As I was told by AG, there was no data that was recovered off the
AG,
infotainment
like the
system or the
Attorney
telematics module from the chip off.
Okay, so they got, okay, I get it now. I get it now. Grossum31 says, I cannot for the life of me figure out what Lollipop is trying to do here. Well, see, Nicholas Guarino was the original expert at the MSP for all of this data. And then apparently what he did didn't really work out so well, which is why he's going to conventions, trying to get someone from Burla to answer, to return his call. He had to go to a convention to talk to somebody to get an answer. And he's going to have to explain all of his failures now, which is the reason why they had to hire these other experts. Jess says, so he couldn't download the data, and the trooper Paul, whose blood this guy had to step in to get to the stand, downloaded it for him. Yeah. Kind of sounds like that. Chrissy Mel for the win. Ship off the old corrupt MSP block. Mm-hmm. He'll be crucified on cross.
And as far as Ms. Gaffney, did you have any conversation with her as far as the information that she was able to glean or read or decipher?
No, once she did the chip off, I had not spoken with her since.
Yeah, I would think so, Stacy.
Moment, Trump.
Yes.
Is that what they said? It would cost $20,000 to do it? I'm losing focus here.
January, early February. Now, Guarino, at some point in late January, early February 2020, were you provided with some a laptop and/or a desktop computers from the home of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
Oh, he did the
What, if anything,
computers
did you
too.
do with those?
One was a Dell laptop. The other was a HP all-in-one desktop. I removed the hard drives from both systems and used.
Objection may be seen, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good, because he probably was never going to talk about this either. And this is all new information. Now he's going to talk about, things he extracted from the computers of John O'Keefe. Betcha. Betcha. One way or another, I find ya. I'm gonna get you.
All right, Mr. Lally, you can continue.
So Trooper Guarino, there was a Dell laptop and an HP Pavilion all-in-one desktop, correct?
Yes.
These were taken from Mr. O'Keefe's home, is that correct?
Yes, they were.
What, if anything, did you do with respect to those computers?
As I said, I took the hard drives out of both machines. They were imaged, and the images were loaded into Axiom to view the data that was on them.
Now, when you say something was imaged, can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
It's a bit-for-bit copy of the hard drive. Instead of us turning it on and going through it, which would change data, by taking the hard drives out and imaging them, it creates a one-for-one copy, so that way we can view it without changing anything in the system.
And you mentioned a tool called Axiom, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what is that Axiom tool and how it's
Yeah, it's another forensic tool that we use. Can do cell phones, computers. You'll use it to load the images so we can view the data.
And with respect to the imaging that was done with regard to the Dell laptop and the desktop, what, if anything, was it that you were looking for specifically on those devices?
We were looking for Ring video to see if either computer was used by Officer O'Keefe as a login machine to handle the account.
And from your review of what was extracted or imaged from each of those two respective computers, what, if any, information were you able to glean in reference to Ring.com or anything else?
Neither computer was used. One appeared to be used mostly by the kids, and the other, I believe, was a laptop, was used mostly by O'Keefe, but there were no Ring logins.
As the Ring connection, what, if any, devices were you, throughout the course of the investigation, were you able to ascertain were actually connected to the Ring cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Officer O'Keefe's cell phone.
Wow. They've been gaslighting us for a long time, accusing Karen of deleting the Ring videos from the home computer when they've known all along that they were not even accessible from the home computer. They were only accessible from John O'Keefe's cell phone. Let that sink in. Who had custody and control of Officer O'Keefe's cell phone for the possibility of deleting Ring camera footage? Rupa Proctor. That's who. It wasn't even on the home computer, right? Remember all the testimony? Yeah, we knew that. The kids testified to that, but they've been gaslighting us about that for years. The kids testified to that. This computer forensics guy is now testifying to that. And they even elicited that testimony about Karen and her dad going upstairs and went into the bedroom or the computer room, wherever that computer was, for 20 minutes or something. Like they were insinuating that that's what she did, that she went up there and she deleted the Ring camera footage of herself coming home that night. So disgusting. Wow.
Now, if there were any other devices, whether they were Mr. O'Keefe's or someone else's, ascertained from either the Ring footage or the information provided by Ring, whether or not there were any other devices beyond Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone that would link to that account?
Not that I know of.
And I'm sorry, just not that there weren't any devices or not that you could tell?
Not that I could tell or that I ever heard of.
Now, Trooper Guarino, let me ask you some questions just in general about a cell phone extraction. You familiar with that term?
Yes.
Oh, he's going to hear the
Explain to the jury
voicemails?
sort of what is involved in that and how cell phone extraction is performed as far as your experience with regard to investigations that you've been involved in.
So most investigations, we get the cell phones from the scene, from a suspect, from a victim. They put it into airplane mode to preserve the data. So that way a remote wipe can't be sent to the phone from iTunes. If we can't put it into airplane mode, we'll put it into a Faraday bag, which blocks the cell phone signal. And then it's brought back to the lab. And
Shouldn't you always put it in a Faraday bag? Or are you saying you only put it in a Faraday bag if you can't put it in airplane mode? What? Procedure? Hello?
put into a Faraday box, which is has electrical outlets inside of it. So that way we can keep the phone charged.
And with regard to this investigation,
Okay, no
involved in the
spoilers.
extraction of data or the examination of extracted data from any particular phone.
Yes, it did. John O'Keefe's phone, Karen Reed's phone, and we had two witnesses' phones, but I don't remember doing the extractions themselves.
But as far as the data from those phones, have you had opportunity to look at that data specifically? I'm asking about both Jennifer McCabe's phone and Ms. Terry Roberts.
Yes, I have.
Now, were you also at some point provided with some material from from Brian Higgins' phone?
Yes, I saw screenshots of text messages.
And from the material that you were provided with reference to Mr. Higgins' phone, were you then able to cross-reference that eventually at some point with respect to the information in both Ms. Reed's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I was.
From what you reviewed, was the information contained within the material provided by Mr. Higgins, was that consistent with what you observed in Ms. Reed's phone as well as Mr. O'Keefe's?
Yes, I didn't see any differences in those messages.
Now, with respect to, starting with Ms. Reed's phone, that was received by you on January 29, 2022, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall about what time it was and where you were when you received that phone?
I want to say 6 or 7 o'clock at night at the Norfolk DA's office.
And who did you receive that phone from?
Trooper Proctor.
Wait,
And
whose
with
phone?
reference to
Karen's
that
phone?
What condition was it in at the time you received
Hold
that phone? What time it was by you on January, starting with Ms. Reed's phone?
Okay, Karen's phone.
That was received by you on January 29, 2022, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall about what time it was and where you were when you received that phone?
I want to say 6 or 7 o'clock at night at the Norfolk DA's office.
And who did you receive that phone from?
Trooper Proctor.
From
And with
Proctor.
reference to that phone, what condition was it in at the time as far as you referenced airplane mode, Faraday bag, things of that nature? How was it sort of when you received it?
I believe it was in airplane mode. The phone was in good working order. And it was placed downstairs in our lab to plugged in to keep the phone battery charged.
Did he
Now,
find nudes yet?
Same with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. When and from whom did you receive that, and what kind of condition was that in when you received it?
I also got that from Trooper Proctor the same time as Miss Reed's phone. Same condition.
6 or 7
Now-
p.m. So Proctor had the phone from the time he got it, which we still don't know when that is, I don't think, until 6 or 7 p.m.
With respect to the defendant's phone, at the time that you received it, did you have any passcode or any way to get into the phone?
I'm sorry, whose phone?
Ms. Reed's phone.
Oh, no. The software we use to try to bypass passwords to be able to extract the evidence, or I should say the extraction of the data to look for evidence, with her phone at that time was not supported.
How about you didn't have a warrant? How about that? The software you had wasn't supported to break into her phone. How about you didn't have a warrant? Maybe that should be your reason. I don't know. Just thinking out loud here. Hold
Of
on,
the
I gotta
data,
hear that again.
try to bypass passwords.
Ms. Reed's phone.
Oh, no. The software we use to try to bypass passwords to be able to extract the evidence, or I should say the extraction of the data to look for evidence, with her phone at that time was not supported.
Now, what, if anything, did you do with her phone in regard to that?
Again, made sure it was in airplane mode and just kept it plugged in until such time as the phone was supported, and then we could download it.
Familiar with a device called a gray key?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is? and
Gray
what
key?
you did with regard to the defendant's phone and the gray key device?
Thank you,
So
Shannon.
Gray Key is, again, specialized hardware and software used to plug in the phones, can do Apple or Android phones to bypass passwords.
And how does that sort of function, or how does that work as far as when you hook something, a cell phone or a cellular device up to a gray key tool? What is it doing and how does it work?
If I knew that, I'd be a millionaire. But it basically installs software onto it, and instead of when you put in 10 passcodes to an iPhone, on the 10th one, if it's wrong, it kills the phone forever. This has some
Oh,
secret software that's able to bypass that and basically keep it in the phone with passcodes until it finds the right one.
So it essentially runs a bunch of different combinations of passcodes into the phone until it comes up with one that actually opens it.
Yes, that's correct.
And at some point, did the gray key device actually break into the defense?
Yes, it did.
Do you know about when that was in relation to when you received it?
Yeah, so we got the phone in January. It took, I believe support came out in, I want to say May or June. I don't remember the exact month, but we didn't actually get the passcode until August 16th of 2022.
And once that passcode was essentially broken into by the gray key device, then you're able to look into the phone. Is that correct?
Yes, once the passcode's obtained, we download the data, and then we're able to take that extraction data and then open it up in Cellbrite or Axiom or whatever tool we're going to use to view it.
And the tools, as far as you're referring to, Cellbrite and Axiom, are you familiar with those tools through your course of your investigator with regard to electronic devices?
Yes.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of when you say Cellbrite and Axiom, as far as then tools are concerned, how do they work and sort of what is it that you do with the device with reference to Cellbrite?
So what do we do with the extractions once we go to open them?
Well, how
Is
was
that-
the information extracted, first of all, and then what, if any?
Just to clear up the chat, I think that that conversation that he was having with his high school first grade buddies. No, actually, the conversation about nudes was with Buchanan, two of his supervisors, and two other troopers. Maybe even this guy was in on that text chain. It was later. It wasn't the 29th. It was later after they got the search warrant for the phone, because that's what he said. He was in his office going through the phone at 10:30 p.m. and he texted them about that. And it wasn't his friends that he was texting. I think it was these guys, right? Chat. It wasn't on the 29th. Right. 29th was other stuff.
Anything you do with that?
So Gray Key will pull the extraction. Well, it just, once the code's received, it again uses its software, pulls the data out, puts it into an encrypted, it's MD5 or SHA. It's an encryption key that has, it's a unique key that, so if you changed anything inside that zip file, it would change the encryption number to show that something was tampered with. We take that encrypted zip file and we open it up in the software, and that's able to say, you know, the call logs, the chats, the photos, the whole timeline of the phone.
Now, in addition to yourself, is there anyone else that works in this sort of capacity within your unit at the district attorney's office?
Yes, two other people.
And who are those two?
The director of our lab, Samantha Vogt, and Trooper Connor Keefe.
Now, beyond yourself, Trooper Keefe and Ms. Vogt, anybody else from the detective unit, as far as troopers, would they have access to these devices, being defendants, Mr. O'Keefe's, Ms. McCabe's, or Ms. Roberts?
If they're in the digital evidence lab, no. Once the data is extracted from them, normally we give them back to the investigator or return to family. So that would be the only time that they would have access to the devices, or unless we kept them in the lab for just for, I don't want to say safekeeping, but just for storage reasons.
You don't want to say
With
safe
reference
because
to-
they're not kept safe, are they? Because, you know, your guys can, if they looked over her shoulder while she typed in her password, they might have, you know, been able to jailbreak it. So not for safekeeping. Okay, listen. Cheryl says that something big is coming out of Guaro's mouth. Listen closely. Thank you, Cheryl, for the 10. Everybody listen up.
Your review of any of the extractions related to any of those four devices, at any point in time, did you observe anything in reference to any information being taken off or deleted from any of those devices at any point in time?
No, sir.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed's device, the defendant's device, it was sometime in August of 2022 that the Gray Key was able to break into the passcode to get into the device, correct?
That's correct.
And so then, once an extraction is done, that's then subsequently reviewed by someone within your unit, is that correct?
Yeah, so again, normally the investigators for the homicides know far more information about the crime and what occurred. So if need be, I'll load the phone up for them. They can go through it because they know what they're looking for. If they ask me, I'm happy to go through. If they can say, you know, I'm looking for calls between this time period, or, you know, GPS locations, things like that.
Or nudes.
Now, with reference to the defendant's phone, at some point were you made aware that there was some privileged information contained within her phone?
Yes, I was.
So as a result of that, what, if anything, happened?
Privileged information.
We notified our supervisors, and we did not look at her extraction until the privileged communications could be removed, and then we could, again, go back and re-inspect the data.
Now, as far as that whole process that was undertaken in regard to that, how long a time period, or when was it that you were able to have the privileged information extracted and then actually get to look at the defense phone?
Took months. I don't think we got it back from the AG's office until later, I don't know, springtime of 2023-ish.
What? But he was looking for nudes.
Now, with respect to the extraction from each of these four respective devices, that being the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. McCabe's, and Ms. Roberts, what kind of tools were used to conduct those extractions?
Gray Key, Windows 10, and then Cellphone Physical Analyzer and Axiom, their program.
What about Artec?
Magnets program.
Did you use
So
Artec?
as far as, I guess my question is, as far as the different devices that are used, why are there different devices, and what is it that, say, one does versus the other?
So they both do great work with, you know, decoding the data. I've noticed that Axiom does a better job at pulling GPS spots because it gives a speed and a estimated range of how strong the GPS signals are, as opposed to Cellbrite. They give native locations, but they don't have that extra data with it. So I like to look at both tools to make sure that I'm seeing everything that I need to.
Now, with respect to the defendant's phone, you at some point reviewed the extraction from the defendant's phone, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with respect to that phone, what, if anything, did you observe with regard to GPS locations associated with that device?
I didn't see that many, maybe a handful showing different spots in Canton, but nothing that stood out to me.
Now, with respect to your review of the phone, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain as to whether or not those GPS locations were allowed or permitted or turned off or on by a user?
I can't say. I didn't see anything, like I said, that stuck out to me. Normally, if the GPS points aren't there, then location services are probably turned off.
So what I'm asking, though, is the device itself was capable of retaining that data as far as GPS locations, correct?
Yes, if it's turned on.
And there were no real GPS locations to speak of that you observed in your review of the extraction of the defendant, correct?
That's correct.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain from that as far as GPS locations were concerned?
There's quite a bit, especially on January 29th.
And John O'Keefe's
Now,
phone?
sir, before we get into that, if I could ask you some questions in regard to Ms. McCabe's excuse me, phone extraction. You had occasion to review that, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, in regard to that, also, you had mentioned that you had reviewed an affidavit from a defense expert or defense witness named Mr. Richard Green, correct?
That's correct.
And based on your review of that, what, if anything, based on your review of what Mr. Green said or did, what, if anything, did you then do with regard to Ms. McCabe's phone?
So I basically went point by point through his report to confirm or deny if what he was placing in there was true.
To refute his opinion.
And what, if
Okay.
anything, were you able to ascertain or learn from going through Ms. McCabe's phone with reference to what Mr. Green stated?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
It was mostly incorrect.
And when you say mostly incorrect, what was mostly incorrect?
So he states that there's a Google search that's done at 2:27 in the morning that immediately stuck out to me because when I went back and looked, that file that was parsed was not from the database that should have showed searches. This came from the session state tabs for Safari, which is a big red flag. It also came from a wall file, which is a dropping ground for where data is put before it's actually put into the main database itself. And then once it reaches a certain point, that data is automatically deleted by the device, not by a user, which Mr. Green had stated that a search was done and then it was purposely deleted. There was also items regarding phone calls being deleted. Again, they came from a wall file. Looking at it, again, it's stored in the knowledge seed, the main database. It's also stored in the biome, showing in the extraction, which is another storage area that Apple is using. Again, nothing, most of the stuff that I was reading in his report was either incorrectly, I don't know, written down or he's interpreted it incorrectly.
He's all wrong.
Now, with regard to the phone calls or the contacts that Mr. Green indicated were.
Yeah, just so you know, YouTube is having major issues right now. So we're still here. We're still streaming. I don't know. A lot of people are having trouble. So yeah, chat looks like it's moving very slowly, but there's 5,500 of you here. So that might not even be right. And there's only 3,900 likes. So if we could all hit the like button while we're here, because we're still here, and we're still chugging along. YouTube's being crazy, but I think you could still hit the like button. So please do. Thanks.
User deleted or deleted by the user. What, if any, information did you look in regard to that? What, if any, did you ascertain in regard to that?
Yeah, so he stated that Ms. McCabe had deleted 18 phone calls from the morning after John O'Keefe's body was found. Looking at the data from her call log, those calls, while they do show marked as deleted, again, they come from the wall file and they're also located in 2 other parts of the database. Again, as a user of an iPhone, you can't go in and just delete these files. They're handled by the operating system. It's impossible.
So now he's an
So
expert.
as far as, what, if any, opinion do you, well, let me ask you this first. As far as a wall or a writing log file, can you explain that, what you understand that term to mean in the jury as it pertains to these particular items?
When is it coming,
Yeah,
Cheryl?
so
When's it-
as I said, these files are dropping ground. So when you're using your apps, using the phone, takes that data, puts it into this wall file until you either close the app or you shut down the phone, or it reaches a certain number of data in the phone. That wall file will automatically delete from the phone. So this can be on a first in, first out basis.
FIFO.
Again, like I said, it could be when data reaches a certain level, but those calls that are being marked as deleted, Cellbrite seeing, it doesn't mean the user deleted them. It just means they're being removed from the wall file.
You indicated that
Hi, Kelly. Kelly says we're breaking YouTube. Kelly, I got a message from one of the mods that you're not showing up as a member. So I looked in the back channel and it does not have you showing up as a member. So check, check maybe your credit card statement and see if it charged you or not. Did look into it and I don't see you listed as a member. So I'm happy that you want to join, but it's just not showing up on my end either. I don't know if this is part of the larger YouTube issue. I'm not sure exactly which date you joined. So let us know. Thanks.
from your review of the phone extraction, there were other areas or other databases, bases, excuse me, within the phone that contain that same information?
Yes. So the main database of the iPhones is the Knowledge C database. They're also using Biome, and then if you're using the newest software now, it's another area I won't bore you with, but depending on the iOS you're using for the phone, it's going to depend on where that data is being stored.
Now, specifically with respect to Ms. McCabe's phone, one of the contentions Mr. Green had was in regard to a contact for Brian Albert. Is that correct?
Yes, that was another one.
With respect to that, what, if anything, were you able to find within Ms. McCabe's phone in regard to contact information for Brian Albert?
Yeah, so Mr. Green's report said that he located a deleted screenshot of Brian Albert's contact. That was in her phone. The contact for Brian Albert was still in her phone, not deleted. So
He didn't say the contact was
I don't
deleted.
know,
He said the
maybe
screenshot of the contact was deleted. She took a screenshot. She sent it to Procta, and then she deleted it.
she just deleted the screenshot.
Yeah.
So the contact for Brian Albert was still in her phone, not deleted. So I don't know, maybe she just deleted the screenshot.
Yeah, why would she delete her
With
brother-in-law's
respect
contact
to
info?
Ms. McCabe's phone, what, if anything, did you do with regard to the call log history in Ms. McCabe's phone?
I exported it all out to a PDF so I could view it. And again, like I said, there's, I think, 1,104 phone calls from going all the way back to October of 2020, I want to say. And
that's
phone
it?
calls, FaceTime, they're all, the calls are there, all the records, and they're all stored in different areas of the phone. The only ones that show the wall file deleted were the ones from the 29th going up to the end, towards the end of the day on the 29th.
And now with respect to the call history, where or how is that typically stored within an iOS device?
I believe that's stored in the call stored dash SQLite database.
Didn't she swear under oath she didn't delete any calls? It's getting red.
What, if any, difference storage-wise is that SQLite database versus the wall file?
So again, yeah, that database where the call logs are sent, it's going to have a corresponding wall file where the data is going to be put temporarily. And then, as I said, it gets automatically deleted by the iOS, by the operating software. It's not user enabled or.
And so
We
from
love you
your
too,
review
Sarah.
of those 1,104 phone call history records contained in this extraction of Mr. McCabe's phone, what, if any, opinion do you have in regard to whether or not those items were deleted by any user?
I don't believe they were. And I will say one of the phone calls was from the actual main call stored database that could have been user deleted but again, it's in 2 other spots in the operating system. So I don't know how or why the iOS stores it the way it does. And then marks what.
Now, sir, from your review of the 4 phone extractions that you've reviewed in this case, were you able to export or print certain chat reports from specific people's phones or from specific people's phones with other individuals?
Yes, I was able to.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
We didn't miss that hot mic moment, right, guys? It didn't happen yet. We were a little behind. I guess you guys are way far ahead.
Yes.
We're waiting for the hot mic moment, Kenny.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 48.
Okay.
You recognize, excuse me, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
The first page is Facebook Messenger chats between Karen Reed and John O'Keefe.
Facebook Messenger.
And what's contained in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed from the extraction from Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, it is.
And specifically with reference to those chats between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, you also reviewed that material from the defendant's phone as well?
Yes, I did.
Material that you reviewed from the defendant's phone, is that consistent with what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's?
Yes, it is.
So she didn't delete anything. Kill me. Did you hear me? Just said kill me.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could.
Did you hear it? Did you hear it? He just said kill me. Listen. It was clear as day. Listen. Kill me. Right? Did
Your
you
Honor,
hear
with
it?
the court's permission, if I could.
One more time.
request- Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Kill me. Clear as day in my
Your Honor, with the
headphones.
court's permission, if I could request certain portions of what's been marked as Exhibit 48 being published to the jury as we go through them.
Okay.
Why? Why is he saying that? He doesn't like lying, somebody says.
Sir, if I could just start you out on page 1.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could
No
have-
spoilers, please.
Now, with respect to what's up on the screen, the portion that you can see, do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
Now, what you have before you as Exhibit 48.
Yes.
Now, within this particular, from the perspective of this is from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So there will be blue bubbles and green bubbles, is that correct as well?
Yes.
And so who, as blue bubbles are concerned, who is speaking in that?
The blue bubbles will be from Miss Reed, and the green bubbles are from Officer O'Keefe.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could please scroll down. Now, with respect to what's contained on this page 1 at the bottom, if you could read the date and the time and indicate who is speaking and what is said there, sir.
Yeah. So the blue bubble is Karen Reed and 1/28/2022 at 3:30 p.m. Hello. John says hi at 3:35 p.m.
Sorry, may I
Yeah.
approach, John?
Yes.
Hello, hi, hello. It's me.
Those are the Facebook ones.
These are Facebook. These look like text messages to me, but what do I know? Hello.
What's contained in Exhibit 48 is the entirety of the chat report from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hello from the other side.
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
These are the native chats, native messages from John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
So these are just specifically broken down as far as the chats between Mr. O'Keefe's phone and Ms. Reed's phone, correct?
Correct.
And as far as your review of both of the extractions from both of those phones, the material contained within Mr. O'Keefe's phone is consistent with the material contained in the defendant's phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Great question. I don't know why he said that. Are they going to get into this
With
today?
court's permission, if we could publish that.
Yes.
Imagine having your personal messages splayed all over a TV in a courtroom.
Go right ahead.
And now, Trooper Guarino, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit, sir? Ms. Gilman, I'm sorry, if you could scroll down just a little bit.
Yes.
And again, from this first page, if you could, the blue bubble is from Ms. Reed, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Being from Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, again, read from this first page as far as date, time, who is speaking and what is said.
At 9:49 a.m., Karen says, "You've really hurt me this time." 10:02 a.m., "I'm sorry. This is, sorry, it's kind of hard to read. I'm sorry, this has been an issue with me for 8 years. It physically hurts me to see everyone else in their life do things for them, and I'm forced to always be the bad guy."
Okay, sounds like they're arguing about the children because for 8
At
years.
10:09 a.m., Karen says, "I am not the same as everybody else. Most of the time, I try to do what is healthy/smart for them. More importantly, I try to support you and what you need. You just lashed out at me and said terrible things. I don't know how you've gone to this point with me, but I'm just trying my hardest. You made the point. I made your point and continue to beat me down. I have a lot going on too. Physically, I'm falling apart and trying to get answers and help."
Okay, so she's got a lot of medical conditions. I think they got in a fight because Karen took Kaylee, the niece, to Dunkin' Donuts in the morning, and he got angry about it. And this is 10:09 a.m. Okay, on the 28th.
If I could stop you there, sir. If I could direct your attention to my apologies. Sir, if I could direct you to page 5.
Wait, no, because I want to read what it says below that. It says, "I am not just your girlfriend," or something like, "I am your girlfriend. I'm not a perfect person. I'm trying very hard and sometimes treat them." Let me see if we can be able to read this as they scroll by. The Core TV logo is in the way.
Okay.
I'm sorry, bottom of page 4.
I'm trying very hard and sometimes treat them.
All right.
And starting with the blue bubble on the bottom of page 4, again, if you could indicate
I wanna read 'em all.
Who is speaking, what is said, and the date.
I'm in the way.
Karen says to John at 1:21 p.m. on the 28th, "Maybe you can call someone."
Okay, that's out of context.
You
Yep.
want it through page 5, sir?
On the 28th at 1:46 p.m., John says, like who? And 1:47 p.m., what time are you coming here? And then there is, at 2:05, there's a message, but no content.
And the next message at 2:06, sir?
Yes, 2:06 from Karen. I don't know what time, feel kind of out of it, just trying to clear my head.
Okay.
2:06 p.m., John writes back, okay. 2:06 p.m. again, Karen says, text me later when you guys settle in later. Sorry, text me when you guys settle in later. John says, sure, at 2:06 p.m. again. Karen says at 2:16, I feel pretty shitty about this. Feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over after everything you said.
Yeah, he's trying to make up with
You
him.
want
Okay.
page 7, sir?
Okay. At 2:17 p.m., John says, not sure what else you want me to do. I said I'm sorry and I was out of line. If you prefer to stay home, I totally get it. Karen replies back at 2:17, things in my own life have been difficult too, you know. John writes back at 2:17, I know.
So he's trying to get her to come back to his house. It seems like she's at her house.
At 2:25 p.m., tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this. From Karen.
Okay.
You could continue on to page 8, sir.
At
Yeah.
2:25, John responds back, nope. Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that? That was at 2:26. At 2:29, he writes, kids are here, not in the mood to talk.
And how does it fit to respond to that at the bottom of page 8?
So you're not into it anymore. That's fine, but I don't want to keep trying, and you keep treating me like this. At 2:29 p.m.
Yeah, this is not like a hostile fight at all.
Direct you to the next page 9.
Yep. Reed says, I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning, and you whack me in the face with a pillow. At
Oh.
2:29. At 2:30, she says, last night you're basically like, yeah, what about? When we talk about the future, so why don't you just admit you're not into it so much anymore?
Huh.
At 2:30, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I said 2:30, John says, not how it went down, but okay.
Deny, deflect.
Respond to that.
Can you please admit your head is out of the game with us?
If you could, sir, please continue on to the top of page 10.
Okay. At 2:32 p.m., sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. So yeah, I'm not as quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you apparently. From John.
They appeared lovey-dovey in the bar
And then
that
John
night.
again
Oh.
at 2:32. Oh my God, stop calling.
Okay, stop you there for just
Okay.
a moment, sir.
What time is that?
With regard to January 28th,
2:32. He says, oh my God, OMG, stop calling.
you
Maybe she
also
called a
able
couple
to,
times and he didn't
extract
answer.
A report specifically in regard to calls received by Mr. O'Keefe on that day,
Yes, I was.
on that date into the next date of January 29th.
Yes.
I approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
She's trying to make up with him. All right, side Barbie. All of us women have been carried in a conversation like this.
Here we go. Guarino showing him a document.
It's out of context. So now he's going to go
Yes, it's John O'Keefe's call log.
And that's the entirety of the call log from January 28th into 29th. Is that correct?
Yes, from 28th at 9:19 a.m. to the 29th at 6:03 a.m.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce the minutes on next exhibit. No objection.
He's like, Lally, this isn't what you exchanged with me.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Guarino showing you another document. Just ask you to review that, look up when you're finished.
Yes, this is Karen Reed's call log from January 29th at 12:33 a.m. to January 29th at 6:03 a.m.
And those are specifically calls between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm off to seek introducing the minutes and next exhibit. No objection.
Thank you.
Now, Trooper Guarino, from the text messages that you were just testifying from, Mr. O'Keefe indicates OMG stopped calling at 2:32 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, from your review of those call logs, how many times did the defendant call Mr. O'Keefe on January 28th from approximately 9:19 a.m. to about 2:58 p.m.?
There's 18 calls from 9:19 to about 2:59 p.m.
Those calls are listed within those records as various as far as rejected, or missed, or answered, or things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
How many of them are rejected?
11.
How many of them are missed?
4,
And how many are answered?
3.
She's trying to talk to him to make up with
Now,
him, and he's
following
ignoring her
that,
calls.
Text message at 2:32.
Is that unusual? That number one, he doesn't want to deal with issues. He wants to avoid her. That number two, she would keep trying and get angrier the more he rejected her calls. At what point did he start answering the calls? Anybody ever, does this sound familiar to anybody out there? This type of situation? I don't think it necessarily leads you to intentionally take someone's life.
PM from Mr. O'Keefe to the defendant, asking her to stop calling him. Does the defendant keep calling?
Yes, she does.
And at some point, does Mr. O'Keefe call Ms. Reed back?
Yes, at about 3 p.m. on the 28th. Double check.
And he said, come to meet me at CF McCarthy's.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's only about 2 calls an hour, right?
I
It's
can
nothing.
take each of the call logs. I don't want you to keep.
We have all been there. Yep.
Okay.
Stonewalling. It's not unusual, right? I think you meant to say it's not unusual, Janai, but yeah, stonewalling.
Now, sir, if I can turn your attention back to page 10 on the text messages with respect.
Okay, so Mr. Lally, when you put your head down and when you walk away, we can't hear you. And so there won't be a record of this. So you have to keep your voice up.
I will do, Your Honor. I apologize.
Well, you just said, you just put your head down and your voice went down. So
You just did
keep
it
your
again,
voice
dude.
up. It's really important you do so.
Trooper Guarino, turning your attention back to page 10 of these text messages, would read from Ms. Reed's response to Mr. O'Keefe at 2:32.
So they want you to believe.
Yes, so 2:32 p.m. She says, "Why would you start with me this morning?" And then followed up by 2:33, "You're setting me up to fail."
If I could turn your attention to page 11 and ask you to continue from there.
Ms. Reed says, "You start a number of fights from your end." John, and that's at 2:33. At 2:33, John writes back, "I've explained it a few times already, not doing it again."
And how does the defendant respond to that?
"So you're not into this anymore." And then John says, "Not into fighting all the time, correct?" That's at 2:34 p.m.
And if I could turn your attention to the top of page 12.
Yes, 2:34, Ms. Reed says, "If you tell me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again. You can have all the space in the world." John writes back, but there's no content at 2:34. And then at 2:34, she says, "Then stop starting with me."
How does Mr.
He sounds like an avoidant. She's trying to make up with him. She can't understand why he's behaving this way because he's an avoidant. And she says, if you're with someone else, I will go. I will leave you alone because I can't understand why you're behaving this way. And so she's thinking, if he's not with someone else, then maybe there's still hope that she can help him. She can change him. She can fix him. She can get him to pay attention to the relationship instead of avoiding it.
Okay, respond to that.
At 2:34, he writes back, I'm not answering, stop calling.
And if you could, if I could turn your attention to the top of page 13.
Ms. Reed says, can you please answer after how you treated me earlier?
Yeah.
John responds back at 2:35, Kaylee is right here. Ms. Reed says, you're starting a rager with me out of nowhere, and then you tell me you're sick of fighting with me at 2:35. She writes at 2:38, I'm going to grab a drink in a bit.
If I could direct you to the top of page 14, sir.
She says, can you answer please at 2:38? He writes back at 2:39, no, Karen, not sure why you need to announce that you're going drinking, but have fun. Karen writes back at 2:40, seeing if you want to meet me later. Can you please call me right after that?
And again, if I could direct you to the top of page 15.
John writes back at 2:40, have to take him to the doctor. He has practice. Ms. Reed writes back, yeah, 5 minutes. John writes back at 2:43, my father just walked in. Aaron writes back, okay, can you please call me for 2 minutes at 2:44.
The top of page 16, sir.
2:44, John writes back, not right now. Aaron writes back, I'm there when anyone else needs me at 2:44. 2:46, yes, John, you gave me utter grief this morning. I'd like you to call me for a minutes.
She's just looking for an apology.
And the last one from that page, sir.
Yeah. And at 2:47, I've been trying to get over the hump with is arguing, and now you tell me you're not into things. And if you don't want to fight weekly, but fly off the handle at 8 a.m. with me, like you're setting me up to fail.
It's not a good way to start the day.
If I could draw your attention to
It is sad.
page 42.
Okay.
And sir, if I could ask you to start reading from the top of page 42.
Yep. At 7:41 p.m., Karen writes, okay, let me know if you end up leaving. John writes back at 7:42, why? Now you're not coming? Karen
Oh,
writes back, I'm waiting for the plumber.
to see if McCarthy's.
Actually think he's in the driveway. 7:42. John says 7:43, we're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves.
So he was expecting Karen to show up. She's waiting for the plumber. They're going to try and have a nice night out. From the video we've seen, they were having a nice night out. This is just heartbreaking.
Karen writes back at 7:43, he's not going home after. John writes back at 7:43, 8 on a Friday. He may have to get Michael. And you have a plumber coming over.
Kurt, is it Kurt? Because Carrie wants him home. Kurt's husband may have to get Michael, meaning Michael Camerano.
At 8, knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck.
Oh, right. This is when they got in an argument about Karen hiring a plumber. Because John said, you have a plumber coming over at 8 o'clock on a Friday night or whatever night it was, a Friday night, right? Knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck. Like, he's angry that she didn't let him do her plumbing job. Meanwhile, he's fighting with her all day. He won't answer her calls. Now she says she's got a plumber coming. Now he's mad because she didn't let him fix her plumbing.
And that was at 7:44.
And that's a motive, my friends.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct your attention to page 49.
Okay.
If I could ask you to start from the page 49, sir.
8:29 p.m. Yeah, but he lives right down the road. John writes back at 8:30. Karen, this storm is going to be intense. Can't drive.
Oh, so
she writes
he's
back, okay, well, if he can't, he can't. John writes back, I'll do it Monday.
I'll do it Monday. What? The plumbing job? I can't drive. So he's hammered. He can't drive. And he wants her to come and get him. Sounds like. Big storm coming. Yeah. She said she can't, somebody said she can't rely on him when she needs a plumber, when she needs a plumber. Mama Ames says it sounds like he was manipulative with Karen. He liked the way she needed him. Really passive aggressive.
Karen responds at 8:31. Ha, I better not still have this problem on Monday. John writes back, plan on being there. Karen writes back at 8:32. I'd like to know, I could take a hot shower here if I need to.
Ah.
John writes back, figured you'd be in Canton till Monday.
Oh, so he's been fighting with her all day. She's been trying to reach him. He won't respond. And now this passive aggressive saying like, oh, why do you even need your shower fixed? Because I thought you'd be with me all weekend. Anybody see what's happening here? It's not a motive for murder, but it sounds like she's just trying to make up with him. And this is so passive aggressive. Oh, it just makes me
If I could
crazy.
direct you to the top of next page, 51.
John, I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing. Karen writes back at 8:33. I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it. And says, you've said so yourself for probably a year now. And John writes back at 8:33. Blizzard tomorrow. Nobody is going anywhere.
The four of us together is toxic, meaning her, John and Kurt and Mike Camerano, or her and John and the kids. I don't know. It's unclear.
Sir, if I could direct you to the top of page 52.
Okay. Karen says, maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow is in the early AM. That's at 8:35. And again, 8:35. I'll head up there in a few minutes. Let me know if you leave.
Is it
John
8:30?
replies back, sure. And then the next one's not until 12:55 in AM on the 29th. I'm going home.
Okay. So she didn't even want to come out. She had a plumber coming. How far is where she lives? She lives in Mansfield. How far is that from where he lives in Canton? He's telling her he needs a ride. She needs to come. She's not feeling well. She already said earlier in the day, I'm not feeling well or something like that. He's been fighting with her all day. He won't respond to her calls, but then he needs her to come and get him. And so she does show up. And then when they're leaving the waterfall, he decides he wants to go to the after party. He doesn't want to go home with her and make up and be nice after what she's been dealing with all day from him. He wants to go to the after party. Would you be mad? And then she says, I'm going home at what time? I wonder if that was after she dropped him off, right? I'm going home. Hold on.
The next one's not until 12:55 in AM on the 29th. I'm going home.
12:55 a.m. On the 29th, after she'd already dropped him off, she says, I'm going home because he's not responding to all of her calls and messages. And she's back at One Meadows and he's not responding. And she's just like, I'm going home. Because he went to the after party without her. Okay. See what's going on here?
And the I'm going home is from the defendant, 12:55 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And if I could direct your attention to the top of page 53.
Yes, 12:55 again. See you later. At 1:02, your kids are cucking alone. 1:29, 1:04 a.m. I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone.
She's trying to provoke a response out of him. She wouldn't leave the kids home alone. So she's trying to get him to respond to her. And he's not. So she said she was back in Mansfield, hoping that would provoke a response.
Madam, may I approach to retrieve?
Yes.
Great job, Lally. Great job.
Can I see counsel at sidebar about scheduling?
There's 9 women left on the jury, my friends. 9 women.
You are
We're not victim bashing. We're not. Thanks, Scott. We don't victim bash here, but we're getting a look into the dynamic of their relationship. And anyone who's ever been in a relationship like this with someone who has an avoidant type personality and who may be a drinker, I don't know. And if they're both drinking, that's even worse for the fighting. But He's fighting with her all day. He won't respond to her all day. And then he needs her to come because he needs a ride home. And then he decides he wants to go to the after party with all these chicks that have been like texting him all the time. Where are you, Donegan? Where are you? Come down, come down, come down. So she goes home and he doesn't respond to her or come home to his kids. So why would she be texting him that stuff? I'm going home. I'm in Mansfield now. The kids are alone. If she knew she killed him. Did that make sense?
With this witness, but can we go until 4:15? I know it's been a long day, but does that work for you all? All right, thank you very much. So
We're-
we'll do
how
that.
far behind are we?
Scheduling after.
All right.
Yeah, it sounds like John went into the
Mr.
house.
Guarino, you were also able to get some chats as well as some phone calls between the defendant and certain individuals. Is that correct?
Yes.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Lally having to come up with some material until 4:15.
Documents, just have to review those.
Okay. The single page is Karen Reed to Laura Sullivan phone calls, or I should say, yep,
Wait, what?
calls from Laura Sullivan to Karen Reed, and the other one is Karen Reed and Laura Sullivan's chat messages.
Oh,
What's contained in those documents
Really?
is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you were able to extract from the defendant.
we're going back to Aruba now. You guys want to bring Aruba back into the conversation? Laura Sullivan, the one who invited them on the Aruba trip with like 60 people. We're gonna go into that stuff now. Didn't you see that was a huge fail?
It's phone.
Yes, sir.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm want to seek to introduce the minutes and next exhibits.
No objection.
No.
Here come the bakers, Baker Raid. Welcome. We're a little behind over here.
Phone call. Karen Reed and Erin O'Keefe. Yes, these are Karen Reed and Erin O'Keefe phone call.
And what is contained in that is that fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed conducting the extraction of the defendant's phone with regard to the communications with Erin O'Keefe.
Yes.
That's
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Paul's wife. She testified on like day 1 of this trial. We're on day 26, and we still haven't heard how John O'Keefe died or the cause of death.
Objection, Mr. Yannetti, right?
He's going to say, kill me again on the mic.
No objection.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, these is chats between Karen Reed and Katie Camerano.
Katie
May I
Camerano.
approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Well, she testified also. That's Michael Camerano's wife, I think.
What's contained in those exhibits 51 and 52 is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed during the extraction of the material from the defendant's phone.
Yes.
Yes, Charlie. I agree. Thanks, Charlie. Yep. That's right, Peggy. Thanks for being a member for 3 months. This just shows why she started texting Higgins,
Yes.
which was before this, but yeah, they were
Yes.
having issues.
Sorry. They are chats between Karen Reed and Jen McCabe, text messages, and 95 is Karen Reed and Jen McCabe phone calls.
Oh, I want to hear the chat
And
between.
again, what's contained in those records before you is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the defendant's phone during the course of your extraction of materials from her phone.
Yes.
May I approach the retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes. So these are already in evidence, Mr. Lally, so that you don't need the fair and accurate depiction.
She's teaching him how to admit exhibits into trial. All right, you guys, we're getting there. 4,300 likes, and we have 6,200 here. So let's hit the like button again, you guys. If you haven't done it, If you left and you came back, I don't think you could hit it again, but it would be nice if you would hit it for me. We are going on 7 hours and 52 minutes without a break, pretty much. Maybe we took 10 minutes for lunch because we were behind. Moderators, I love you. Okay, they're approaching.
You are unmuted. Jurors, you are unmuted. Tomorrow, but you won't be. All right, so it's very important that you don't watch TV or listen to anything, or read about anything. So we will be here tomorrow. Wednesday is the federal holiday, so you're not in session. I know there's supposed to be some big heat wave this week. I really appreciate that everybody dresses respectfully for court. I suggest you come in comfortably.
No tank
It's an old
tops.
building. The air conditionings were great today. I don't know that that will hold up when really pushed. So feel free to dress comfortably. We'll plan on seeing you on Thursday. If that changes, the court officers have your contact information. But we're planning on seeing you on Thursday. All right, so please, those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research.
Okay, I think that's it. So tomorrow we will be back for voir dire of the experts. The jury will not be back. Wednesday is a federal holiday. There will be no court. Court is closed on Wednesday. Thursday, full day. Friday, half day till noon. And that is where we stand. And wow, what a disaster today was for the Commonwealth, in my opinion, my friends. Wow. Man versus Vegas, thank you for the super chat. I feel Commonwealth throwing the case, so Proctor, Jen, Higgins, Collins all get away. Colin, all get away. Incoming FBI. Question. Odds 1 or 2 jurors will say guilty, so the Commonwealth doesn't look as devilish. I don't know what that is. I can't. It's got to be unanimous. So the verdict has to be unanimous. It's not majority rules. I don't think so. I don't think that would happen. Melissa Smith says, thanks for the 10. My neural spicy friends, did you ever think something would make you yell about physics more than when Han Solo said he finished the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs? I can't read what that says. Thanks, Melissa. VK Sir, thanks for the super chat. I've had my Honda for so long that our cycles are now in sync. That's hilarious. David Reese, thanks for the 5. Lally specifically said that the expert wrote the code for the program. He did. And Ian Whiffin did not. He created his own program and he threw Celebrite under the bus. Anybody want to check on the stock price now? It was $12.11 earlier when we checked. DK, this is regarding Ian Whiffin. Thanks for the 10. He's vendor support. He's not an expert. This is my wheelhouse. I'm so offended by this. Wow, D, you must be. Wayne, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. You are so very kind and generous. Sharon, thank you for the 20. Thank you for being here today. Friday was a nightmare listening to my husband's commentary. Who's your husband? Does he have a channel? Or you just mean listening to him telling you? That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Thanks, Sharon. Jennifer says, defense has an expert witness from Google itself, so this testimony won't matter much. Thanks, Jennifer, for the 5. YouTube turns. Thanks for the 5. Melanie, you are so beautiful. Joe Cocker has entered the chat. Oh, you are so beautiful to me. I do love the Joe Cocker version of that song, and that's very sweet. Thank you. Double Trouble 247. Thanks for the 5. Wasn't she still at 34 Fairview at 1240? She was. She didn't leave until 145, right? We know. What with any buttons do I press to join your channel? That's hilarious. There should be a subscribe button right underneath the video. What, if any, that's hilarious. And welcome if you do decide to join. Jennifer, thanks for the 5. Is it normal for the Commonwealth to have so many experts to defend witnesses instead of prosecuting a defendant? No, never, ever, ever have I ever seen anything such as like this. They are putting on a defense for non-party witnesses instead of trying to prosecute the defendant. It's day 26 and we still don't know what caused John O'Keefe's death and what his injuries were that led to his death. Nikki Johnson, thank you so much for the 10. Lally is chewing off his own hands and feet with each new witness he calls. Nancy, thank you. Says, Melanie, you're so quick to catch the slip-ups. She definitely said 2:30. I don't remember what we were talking about at that point, Nancy, but thank you so much. Danielle, thank you so much. So great to see you on LTL's site on Friday. That was great that Brian caught all that on camera. I love what David Yannetti said to you. My heart was full. Action Jackson was funny too. Must have been a great moment for you. Yeah, that was amazing. And I had no idea it was being filmed, and Brian caught it all on camera, and it was awesome. Paige, thank you so much. Says I was hit by a speeding car at an intersection. The driver never stopped. My left leg was shattered, but even with that impact, I was only pushed forward a few feet. Nothing in this case adds up. Thank you, Paige. I'm so sorry that happened to you. I hope you're okay. That's a horrible, horrible injury to have to recover from. And it really doesn't ever really truly heal. So I hope you're doing well. And I agree with you. Nothing adds up here. Maddie, thank you. Says, I'm so dedicated to this trial that my 10-year-old had a dream she went to Karen Reed's house with the search team. She says to me, thanks, Mom, but I didn't solve the case. Oh my gosh, I love that. I love that. Kelly, thank you. Why are the searches 227 and 623? 624, all of the searches, right. Everything was searched during those times. I can't answer that. Nobody has. Jody says, my husband's a hacker. He's laughing at this. That's great. Thanks, Jody. Paulette in Boston, thank you. If you're hiring Kevin Reddington, you are usually guilty. Great defense attorney, big bucks. Thanks for the intel. Jennifer says, Brian Walsh's attorney is Larry Tipton. Thanks for that. Nicole, thank you for the 5. He's using SQL and queries and just fancying up the data. I expected more, not an ex-employee. Somebody said they're trashing him over there on the cesspool of Twitter right now. Jules, thanks for the 5. He represents, okay, so we're talking about Kevin Reddington now. Lindsay Clancy, Brian Walsh, and Jen McCabe. Somebody said he doesn't represent Brian Walsh anymore because he stopped paying him. So I don't know. But in any event, Kevin Reddington, nobody's happier about this Celebrate being thrown under the bus by Ian Whiffin than Kevin Reddington. Anastasia, thank you so much. Keen to hear your professional opinion. After this is over, what will be required to prosecute the real killers? P.S. Love your hair. Oh, thank you. Evidence. Evidence. They're going to have to find some evidence or uncover some evidence, or somebody has to flip. There needs to be witnesses. I don't know that they could do another investigation. It was so mishandled from the beginning, and it's over 2.5 years almost. Suzanne, thank you. Jen took 2 screenshots, messaged them, and deleted them as well. PayPal payments, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever know. Bryce Jones, thank you. For the 10, interested how cases like the murder of Madeline Soto, where Stephen Stern did a master reset on his phone and they could still collect all photos and videos, but in this case, they can't recover anything. Seems like, I'll finish that sentence where it seems like they didn't try to, right, Bryce? I agree. Higgins going to a military base and cracking his SIM card in half is just insane. The day before he gets served with this preservation order, same day, Brian Albert also did the same thing with his phone. Totally new carrier, totally new number, wiped his phone of everything. Carrie, thanks for being a member for 2 months. Breast biopsy came back positive. Boo. I'm stage 4, but NED twice over 7 years, but she's back. Crowdsourcing some good juju. Think, shrink. Everyone, sending prayers up for Carrie B. Our prayers are with you. Our healing vibes are with you. And let's all manifest a shrinkage of Carrie's biopsy. I'm so sorry, Carrie. I'm so sorry. I'm sending you all the love and 1,000 hugs and all the healing vibes. That's rough. Stephanie, thanks for the 5. Who's on trial, Jen McCabe or Karen? It's hard to tell since we've spent so many hours defending Jen McCabe. We have. We've heard it for so many hours. Suzanne, thank you to all attorneys. Does the technology have to be generally accepted to be used in court, or am I wrong? Generally, it does. Massachusetts is a whole other set of rules and procedure. So it's like anything goes. There's a song, anything goes. Richard, thank you for the 20. Feels like the state is trying to prove Karen could have done it rather than prove Karen actually did do it. Unless the jury's is all current or ex-law enforcement, I can't see this working. I agree. This is not even a strategy. This is the Michigas. This is a mess. It's unheard of. This is crazy. Cheryl, thank you for that. You were telling us that Trooper Guarino, there was a hot mic moment where he said, kill me at some point. That was funny, Nina. Thank you. That YouTube just hired Trooper Paul as Director of Technology. Thank you, Cheryl. So glad we caught it too. And thanks for the next super chat. And Ria, thanks for the 5. In her previous interviews, she stated she didn't feel comfortable or invited to that after party. Also, she asked if they were really welcome there. Yeah. We haven't even started to get into any more. Is that the end of their text messages? Because I didn't really see anything explosive there. Are the voicemail messages going to be explosive? Because I think a lot of us can see how it was ramping up. And Black Economist, thanks for the super sticker. Nina, Mel, do you think the Commonwealth will call the medical examiner? They have to, Nina, they have to. They cannot prove a case without the medical examiner. Without the medical examiner, this case is dismissed. Absolutely 100% dismissed because there's no evidence of how he died. Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth, everyone. Miss Mojo Rising, that is Wednesday. Tiba, Molly, thank you for becoming a member. And Moms of 4, thank you. It says awesome coverage, awesome mods. Let's take a look. Some of you guys sent me some photos from Friday. Robert, thank you for the Venmo. Says you're the total package. Thanks for your humor and insight. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, what do I do with all these pictures? I got to find them now. Well, what an exhausting day, you guys, huh? Is anybody else as exhausted as I am? We've been here for like 8 hours together. 8 hours. Where are these pictures? Let me just see if I can. All right. I may not know who these pictures are of, but I'm going to show them to you. All right. Here we go. These are the amazing supporters that I met Friday at the courthouse. This is Carl. Everybody say hi to Carl. Hi, Carl. And this is Cindy. Here is Cindy. Everybody say hi to Cindy. Hi, Cindy. I mean, I couldn't believe it. Nobody's ever wanted a picture with me before. This was like insanity, you guys. This was just from outside the courthouse on Friday. Why doesn't it give me the opportunity to share this one instead? Oh, StreamYard. Oh, StreamYard, you make me mad. Here's Noah. Noah, I believe, is Karen Reed's cousin, maybe Kelly's cousin. We say hi to Noah. Okay. This is Charlene and Cheryl coming up next. Although I don't know where they went. Well, here's Charlene anyway. Here's Charlene and Cheryl. Isn't that awesome? You guys are so awesome. Where's that little guy, Vinny? Vinny was so cute. Vinny should start that motion and lemonade stand. And here's a picture with, that is me and Kelly Reed and Mark Betterow walking over to the supporters First thing in the morning, it was a surprise that I showed up, so it was pretty cool. I think that's all she wrote, folks. I think that is all she wrote. Those are the only ones I have up pulled up for now. Oh, here's one more. And this is Mark Betterow. That's me. That's Karen Reed's dad. That's Karen's cousin, Kelly. And I'm not 7 feet tall. I'm 5'7" with 3-inch heels. And there. What an amazing outpouring of support from all of the supporters who come every day to support Karen Reed outside the courthouse. All right, everyone, enjoy your night. Thank you, moderators. You're amazing. DK, do you ever think a year ago at that 50,000 people would love you so much? You're so awesome. You had me at Costner. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for helping me get to 50K. You're amazing, Suzanne. Thanks. Karen is feisty today. They went through everything but my sock drawer, but they won't go in Brian Albert's house. Yep. Yep. 100%. Moderators, you rock. You are amazing. I love you so very much. You keep the chat classy. You support me in every way, shape, and form. And I cannot thank you enough. To my viewers, my channel members, you guys are awesome. Replay viewers, everyone hit the like button, please, on your way out. It helps the algorithm. Hit the subscribe. It's free. Helps the channel. Hit the bell so you know when I go live. But I will be with you tomorrow morning around 8:40, 8:45. Again, another night, a crazy, insane night. It's wild what happened today. Go back and watch it if you haven't, or go back and listen to a recap show, it's turning 5 o'clock. So I'm sure there'll be 7 other channels that you can watch recap shows on tonight. Thank you so very much. And as I always say to end every stream, remember, my friends, be cool, be kind, be classy. It's not hard, really. It is so not hard. I promise you, you will live a happier life. Peace. I'll see you in the morning, my loves. Good night.